Crit would have nearly heard that live.
Oh, come on.
Couldn't help myself, mate.
So, like, how do y'all feel about those, like, videos of the UAPs? I don't know why they're saying that instead of UFOs, but, like, interacting with, like, missiles and stuff like that.
Yeah, the one from earlier this week. I've been meaning to check it out, but I just been busy doing other things.
Yeah. I
looked
just
like
see,
a
like,
training
videos.
video of a target drone getting obliterated by a missile. Like I have no evidence, visual information, to come up with aliens from that.
That's right. Yeah. Because you've got a rational brain. You're thinking rationally all the time, you see. Sporadic. So you're not going to come out with anything that way out. Are you? You just not.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the caption. Don't pay attention to the lead from the article. Examine the evidence first, and then take a look at what they're saying about it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. If you had no other context, and let's say 3 years ago or something, I were to say, hey, why don't you take part in the psychology test, this experiment? I want you to review this video and tell me what you see. And say this is released by the U.S. military. What is your first impression? I highly doubt you would come up with aliens unless somebody conditioned you first to accept that as a potential outcome without the gaslighting.
Yeah. If they didn't give me any context, they just said, like, explain to me what you're seeing, I'd say, like, I just see this flying object interfere with this other flying object or interact with it somehow.
Yeah, you wouldn't think aliens. Anyway, not now, anyway. Definitely not now. Maybe back in the 80s or something. Maybe.
Why not, Jen?
Now.
The amount of alien propaganda and bullshit that's been forced down people's necks, the average TV consumer will most definitely be thinking aliens.
Yeah, I'm well surprised. How could they be that gullible? Wow.
Because their eyes aren't open yet, that's why.
And I don't doubt that it's their way of hiding certain type of technology and power from us with the whole gimmick of alien.
Yeah, that's natural. When you're working on a new weapon, a new design, you're going to keep it hush-hush. Needs to know bases and that, and public don't need to know until we see it. So that's fine. That's normal. I don't find that unusual. But the idea that it's coming from alien technology, that's where it gets a bit silly.
So, do you think the aliens exist, or is that like a...
No, aliens do not exist at all. They're not coming into Earth.
No.
We're not having, that's not happening. God didn't create that at all. Remember, created by a creator, yeah. So aliens, no.
So if they're
no
not
aliens.
from outer space, then where are they from? That's the other question. So whether they're interdimensional or some kind of spiritual beings, or who knows? I guess we'll find out.
That's the other thing I was gonna ask. Like, do you suppose it's probably just some angels, demons, spirit type?
Not even into that either.
No.
I just believe that if aliens were real, then they would be real. We would see them. They would be here. They would be, it would be just obvious that they're aliens. But they aren't. But if they're so advanced, why is it taking them so long to get here?
That's what I was gonna ask. If they are advanced, don't you think there'd be like a, not saying that's what's happening, but don't you think that there could be a possibility of them like saying, I'm not gonna interact with these species because
What?
I
Just
rather
go
have them
by,
evolve on their own?
and just go past us. We're the center of creation, man. That's why they'd have to be. We'd have to see them. They can't avoid us. We're the center of creation. Everything revolves around us, mate. That's it.
But if they're so advanced
So
over
they'd have
here,
to-
they'd
yeah.
be, you know,
Yeah.
do they have the same problem that NASA has? Are the aliens on another planet going, oh, yeah, we're going to Earth in 2027? No one's like, yeah, sure. Oh, we
Yeah.
sent a probe there. Mm-hmm.
We can't go to our own moon, so we're just going to have to go to this other planetard.
Yeah, yeah, Earth. We will conquer Earth. Yeah, sure. We've been saying that for years.
I don't know what they're thinking. I wasn't referring exactly to the Atlas or whatever the things flying by either, but
We're going to go to the moon in 2027. We just got to deal with the radiation thing. Yeah, funny.
what's it called? Not heliocentric, because that means like we're revolving around or orbiting the sun. What's the
You've got
is it
you've got
geocentric? Or
geocentric.
something?
Yeah, that's
Geocentric.
geocentric, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about sun worship for the Catholic Church anyway. That's what they're all about. Sun worship Sunday. That's why everyone goes to church on Sunday, because that part of Christianity has been
Because it's convenient.
influenced by paganism. Yeah, it's just paganism.
Mm.
So the church goes, yeah, all churches that worship Sunday are under us. They might not think so, but they are. So we rule everything. And even the atheists believe in our space nonsense. So we control everything. The atheists, all the dominant denominations all bow to us.
Who are those us?
Sorry?
Who are they?
They?
Yeah, the
Oh, the
Catholic
church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you not following along? Are you like? Did you do a wake and bake, or what's going on with you?
No, are you dissing my I don't know.
No, it's like
Too
you
many
brain
French fries,
farted.
bro.
Yeah, one sentence went right through one ear and out the other, and his second sentence. It's like it's very difficult to talk to somebody who's completely inebriated. Like, are you just wasted? I mean, like, what's going on? Like, are you?
Yeah, I suffer from mental R words, so So, getting back to it with my slow mind, Christians are the ones you're talking about?
That would be the us. Yeah, that the them was the
Oh,
church
okay.
and us was the Christians.
Oh, okay.
And what was the point he was making?
Did you ask me what was the point?
Yeah, what was the point he was making?
The us, not us, like the Christians, but the churches and whoever's in control of the.
No, he's saying that the Catholic Church squeezed in paganism
with the whole Sunday thing.
Yeah, and other things too. But that's one point. A sun worship, changing the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Why did they do that?
Paganism. He just told you why.
What? Like, did they have a reason that they did that, or
who's they?
The churches or whoever the rulers of that religion are. Who made it like that? Who switched it over from Saturday to Sunday?
Constantine. This was way back in the 3rd century, 4th century, 321, around that time.
Huh.
Yeah, the fall of Rome.
Really?
Do you know why he did it? Why did he say? Why did the Romans say that?
I was asking why did they do that? Why did they?
So what happened on Sunday that's kind of important in Christianity?
Oh, I am unknowledgeable.
Well, have you ever heard of Easter?
Yes, the rise.
There we go. And what day was that?
That was on Sunday?
That was I can't. This is so odd. I can't even. If I double it, it's still not even.
I mean, early Christians before Constantine worshipped on Sunday because that marked the day that Jesus resurrected.
Oh.
And this was like hundreds of years before Constantine, dude. Like there's a big hate boner for Constantine, but most of the hate boner for Constantine that comes from, particularly like Protestants, comes from ignorance of church history.
Oh, yeah. They kept the Sabbath, dude. They kept the 7th-day Sabbath. They didn't know about Sunday worship until Constantine wanted to merge Christianity with paganism. Politically, he wanted to unite everyone. He wanted to unite the Christians and the pagans.
That's not what happened, though.
So
that's not what happened, though. For the first several centuries, Christians were worshiping on Sunday, dude.
No, it's not true. There's no evidence.
We've got tons of documentation.
No, you haven't. No, definitely not. It wasn't until Constantine, the Catholic Church, changed the Sabbath. Because it was the authority, they could do that. Nowhere does the 10th, the 4th commandment change. Nowhere. It's eternal. It's eternal. It's written in stone. It's eternal. It might be inferred and stuff in Corinthians and stuff, but yeah, no. They didn't keep this. They only knew the Sabbath day. Jesus said, "I am Lord of the Sabbath." How can you be Lord of something that doesn't exist?
So 2 claims. One, ever since the beginning of AD, it was practiced on Sunday because that was the day of the resurrection. And then there's another claim. It happened in the 4th century with Constantine, who said, "You know what? Nah, we're gonna make it happen on the Sunday instead of Saturday."
No, we have it in the book of Acts, as well as Corinthians, as well as through the writings of Ignatius of Antioch, and and Justin Martyr, like all this stuff predating Constantine. Christians were worshiping on Sunday, breaking bread, commensurating and consummating the resurrection on Sunday, because that was when Jesus rose.
Well, I think there was some tradition from Jesus when Jesus returned. He did appear and preach to them after the Sabbath. So there was so he would appear to them after the Sabbath, and they would break bread and eat and Jesus would preach all night and all that. So there was kind of that sort of thing was kind of maybe a tradition that started, but yeah, you won't find anywhere that the Sabbath, that Jesus or God specifically changed the Sabbath day. It's just not there. The Sabbath is still the seventh day. If you want to change the Sabbath, you have to go back and change creation, because it's a monument to creation. God rested on the seventh day. He didn't rest on the seventh day and then said, "Oh, I'm just going to change it. I rested on Sunday instead." He just didn't do that.
Oh, because Sunday is the first day, right?
But Jesus said, "Keep my commandments." And when they said, "What commandments?" He goes, "Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal," those commandments. And then when he comes back and all the Christians go, Jesus, what? Why won't you accept me? He spat them out because they're lukewarm. Because he said, "I don't know you." That is the scariest part of the Bible for me, that all these Christians get spat out by him because he goes, "Look, I don't know you." It's very scary. So look into it deeply if you're serious about it. But yeah, that scares the crap out of me.
Like our calendars.
I'm sorry, I'm terrible at ranting about the Bible. I'm sorry. It's my bad. I'm going way off topic.
Our calendars, like, don't we start our weeks on Sundays?
Oh God, calendars. That's another thing. It changed the calendar in whenever. And there's all this speculation that they dropped a couple of years here and there, or it's a bit of a mess. But I think you can check it out. But they changed the calendar somewhere, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, I think. Oh yeah, we are missing some years. I forgot when that was.
But you got this guy Copernicus. The church asked Copernicus to develop a model that can fit in with Easter. They wanted to fit in the moon cycles with Easter or something. So Copernicus figured out this model where it could predict the moons falling on Easter or something. I'm not 100% straight on it. But then they developed a Copernican model there to predict Easter and stuff.
Huh.
And yeah, the Copernican model was all the heliocentric. But yeah, but the Catholic Church, they persecuted, who was it? Some dude for saying that the sun is in the middle. But then later they changed to heliocentric. So that's weird too.
What do you think about eclipses?
Don't know, dude. But again, it's the sky. We don't know what they are. It's very mysterious. To me, it looks like, I don't know if you've ever had an eye test, and they put the glasses on you and they slide these lenses in and out of the things. Have you had that? It
Yeah.
just reminds me of that for some reason, because you've got these circles and there's a black thing that crosses it. It just reminds me of that. It looks like the sun is we're seeing it through one of those glasses, and someone's just putting a black lens over it, and then pushing it through. Doesn't look like this. The black thing is on this side of the sun, if you know what I mean. To me, it looks like it's in the sun or something. But if it was the moon, you would see it and it would look spectacular. It would look amazing because you would see the moon, the shadow of the moon changing. It would go full black just as it's crossing the sun. And then it would come back and you'd see it. You'd see the shadow and you'd see the details and it come back into the moon as it passed away. It would look spectacular if it was actually the moon. But you don't see the moon. Yeah, there's kids and they watching the eclipse, and you hear these kids in the background going, "Where's the moon, Daddy?" But they told us when I was when there was a total eclipse in Melbourne back in the 70s, they told us not to look at it because you go blind. But there were people looking at it. So was it what's the reason? Was it because we would go blind, or because they just didn't want us looking at it and questioning it? I don't know.
That's a good point, Daz. I don't want you looking at it.
I still remember that very well. It was day, then it was night, then it was day again. It was very trippy. So the street lights came on and everything, and it was night for just a couple of minutes. It was really trippy. Well, yeah, back in the day, they said it would make you go blind if you saw it, but the recent total eclipses, thousands of people just looking straight at it.
Really?
It kind of did make sense that if you're looking at it and it's completely dark and your iris is completely open, and then the sun comes into it, that you could damage your eyes. But so we were told, you will go blind if you look at it. But now everyone just looks at it.
Yeah, I was told the same thing. You damage your eyes if you looked at it. I put that right to the test. First opportunity I got. No fear in this one.
No.
But yeah, no. I got perfect vision too. Been sun gazing ever since I was a kid. Like, don't stare at the sun. It's gonna mess your eyes up.
Yeah.
But I've been doing it all the time. I don't wear sunglasses. I don't wear sunglasses when I drive. Nothing.
Because it's pretty gradual when the sun peeps behind. When the sun starts peeping out the other side, it's not really sudden. It's slow, so your eyes get to readjust. It's not like you're suddenly seeing the full sun. So yeah, but why did they tell us we would go blind? And I remember the news the next day, and the news was saying that several people had gone blind from looking at the eclipse, and that they shouldn't have done it.
That's priceless. I didn't see that. That's funny.
Oh, this is in the 70s. This is back when I was a kid, when there was eclipse in the 70s in Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah, the propaganda is strong with that news story.
Definitely.
Well, good day to you all. Hope you're all having a great one. I'm about to start mine, so I'll be a little bit predisposed, but yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
But yes, Reddick, I used to debate Saturday versus Sunday like for years and years and years, and I eventually just got sick of it, But I just couldn't find anything, to support that. But yeah, but I was right into it for early 2000s up to 2010 or something. Yeah, I was full on.
From my perspective, I think a lot of Protestants are operating still under the falsified worldview of history that the Roman Catholic Church created in the first instance. So, like the Romans will claim Constantine as theirs, and then Protestants, of course, wanting to return to a purer form of Christian worship and tradition, throw out Constantine and accept a lot of the embellished records by the Roman Church about Constantine, which themselves are not true. But the heirs of the Eastern tradition are not Rome, but the Church of Greece, the churches in Egypt and the Levantine. And their version of history is a bit different than what you'll find under the West, whether Protestant or Catholic. So, like, we've got tons of writings outside the Bible, not just, a letter from Paul, in Acts or whatever, but we've got the Didache, which is a manual of Christian tradition and living from like 100 AD by Jewish Christians who were describing their worship. It's something that they were doing, and then further examples, like I mentioned, in writings of Justin Martyr, Ignatius of Antioch. I mean, all these people pre-Constantine. The tradition of the church was, by and large, well established by Constantine's rise and conversion.
If he even existed.
Who, Constantine?
Yep. I'm skeptical.
Really? Wow. Yes, fascinating.
Lots of writings of him after the fact. Very little in the time of his supposed life.
As intrigued I am too by all this. I mean, it's almost like a retreat to some kind of infinite regress fallacy of you can't you can't establish this is true, you can't establish that is true, there's very scant writing, I don't have to accept this is true. So, and that's fine, but even if we operate within the framework of established history, there are multiple frameworks of what is mainstream history, and they don't exactly jive, which is part of your observation. But I'm inclined towards the records of history as kept by the Eastern Church, because the Eastern Church is decentralized like Bitcoin. There is no Pope. Never was.
Yeah, I'm just super skeptical if everything we learn about someone was decades, hundreds of years after their death. I especially someone so huge in history who supposedly changed so much, you'd expect more primary source information about him, but it doesn't exist. Also, some of his stories resemble stories of other saints as well.
Kebab rồi thì ngày còn.
And you got Buddha, who apparently said, "Don't make me a god, please. No, I don't want to be a god. No, no, no." And they made him a god. They made him like a deity and everything, so that he didn't really want that. A bit like Newton, who said, "Don't ascribe gravity to me. What everyone do." Yeah, it's history's written by the victors, they say. How much of that is true? How much history do they rewrite when they win or whatever? I don't know if you've seen that, more that mud flood stuff. That is wild. You just go, this is ridiculous. But you can't help just looking at it and going, wow. And where I live in Melbourne, there's some buildings that are in that mud flood photos and stuff. And I can just go and look at those buildings, and yeah, I kind of look at them from a different perspective, and like especially St. Paul's Cathedral. I look at that and I went, whoa, that is, how do they build that in a time? In Melbourne, there's heaps of really old buildings, and they go really deep underground, man, far out. There's so much, and the ceilings are huge. They're really tall ceilings, and they go deep, far out.
Yeah, it's very hard when you've got forgeries that have been accepted, forged coins, forged artifacts that have been accepted throughout antiquity or throughout history. It's not until modern times that these things have been questioned, where you start looking at some of these artifacts and some of these stories and start seeing parallels in other people from history, and start realizing that these characters were not spoken about for up to 100 years, 200 years after their death, living very symbolic lives, mirroring some events from other historical figures. It's you have to put the picture together. It's not easy to uncover.
Well, this is all pretty much confined to Western history. I keep harping on this. I mean, Eastern history debunks Western history. The Church of the East debunks all the lies of the West.
There's a lot more people apparently who are going from Catholic to Eastern, because they see the Eastern as more authentic and more traditionally connected to Jesus and stuff. Yeah. So a lot of people are switching, I think. Deb, I don't know if you heard that.
I think the Eastern history had different problems to the Western history. For example, the whole Tartars business. The Mongols, I think there's more around that side of thing in the Eastern history and cover-ups, hiding what was really going on in the East. I do agree with you, though, that it doesn't align with Western history, but I do think they have their own issues as well. I mean, the Eastern histories are not including all of the history that we're aware existed, right?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
How's it going, y'all?
Hey, what's up, John?
What's up? Well, dang, quiet morning. I expected it to be a bit more lively.
How you doing, Ether? You going alright, buddy?
Yeah, better than yesterday. Can't
Oh,
complain.
that's good. Can't complain. That's good.
Welcome.
Is everyone excited for the Artemis 2 mission where NASA are planning to take 4 astronauts back to the moon next year?
Really? They're going to do that?
Yay.
So they say.
Yeah, we're excited. It's a bit like when a girl says, maybe next week. You're asking for a date, and they go, oh, I'm a bit busy, maybe next week. It's just exactly like that. If it's not yes, it's no. So, I mean, I don't know. It's like what Trump said to that NASA guy, tell me about it when it's done. So,
Yeah. Well, if you're waiting for them to land on the moon, that's supposed to be 2027. Apparently, these guys are just going to orbit the moon.
Oh, okay.
So that's easy to hoax. So I guess we'll have to wait another year to see what happens.
So they don't have Stanley Kubrick anymore. There's no Stanley's not here. So they can't find another Stanley to do it. They have no idea how to shoot it, landing on the moon, sort of thing. They need a real brilliant filmmaker to do that. Stanley's not around. And I don't know, Spielberg would be too obvious. It would be Spielberg. It would just it'd be too lame, you know. I think it's that they don't know how to film it because you've got all these Ad Astra and Gravity and all these amazing looking space films. I should watch Ad Astra just to see what it's like, but it looks as slick as anything. But yeah, you guarantee if they land on the moon, it's not going to look anything like that. It's going to look fuzzy, and they don't know what to do.
I'm just waiting for the shot from the moon of the spacecraft landing on the moon. Can't wait for that shot.
I'm waiting for the shot where you see the astronauts in the chamber thing, the decompression chamber, and the doors open and he goes out. I'm still waiting for that shot from inside the, you know, if you don't see that, you think that would be the first shot of the, because that's when the first dude in space that's what he's going to see, the decompression door opening up and him going out. We don't have that.
Yeah, what they're going to do is send a pre-shuttle to drop the cameraman off first to capture it all.
We won't see that, though. They'll just tell us that happened.
Bingo.
I saw a video. It was really recent. I don't know if the dude was tripping or what, but it was a senator saying, the Army of America is fantastic. We've got Army people all over the world. I spoke to a guy who's in the Army. He's on the moon. I spoke to him today. This dude actually said that, senator. And it was in one of these, you know, reaction videos, and the guy's like, what is he talking about? And then they replayed it and goes,
really?
Yeah, we have Marines on the we have Marines on the moon. I spoke to one today. He's hanging in there. We've got Marines everywhere. They're doing a great job.
Really? Who was that? Was that recent?
Yeah, it was a senator. Probably find it. But the guy doing the video was like, what is he talking about? Marines on the moon? What?
He's clearly getting mixed up with their future press conferences and probably took the wrong folder to the press conference.
Something like that, I don't know.
Oh shit, this is meant to be from 2027, right?
Was it a parody or something? Or
It's gotta be, dude. There's no one's that dumb. I say with hopeful intent.
– 24/7 doesn't have a TikTok channel. We don't have a TikTok channel, do we?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we definitely should.
We have one. It's just not active.
Do we? Oh, okay.
There's nothing on it. Helio has one.
Oh, okay.
There should be clips being uploaded to that.
So I went to TikTok and it was full on active. The Flat Globe debate is full on active there. I left a couple of comments and stuff, and I would just get heaps and heaps of replies. You idiot! Then make videos about my replies, and I was like, what the hell? It's really full. It's really active in there. It's almost too active. You're just like, I can't take it too much. And there's anti-flatties in there who are pretty full on. That's where I first saw Scott Mackey was in there.
Yeah, I did a bit of the TikTok thing with Super Monkey Ball. Did a few lives. He actually got some good donations. To be fair, it was like a nice little donor.
Yeah.
I posted quite a lot of flat Earth stuff on my TikTok, but I just got tired of constant debate, constant comments, and it was back and forth. You can see on my TikTok, like the first 10 posts, I was replying to everything. The next 10 posts, I was selectively replying, and then the next 10 posts, I just didn't reply to anything. Like, I just don't have time to go back and forth constantly.
Same. So many comments. You want to answer them all, but it's too many. But yeah, you really want to answer all of them.
Oh, I tried, dude. I tried, but I just I ran out of steam. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
But to be honest, I noticed once I stopped replying, there was a lot of flat earthers who were kind of holding it down in my stead, and I thought, yeah, that's nice. So I think if you've got a lot of flat earthers on your TikTok and they're seeing the posts, they'll get involved and comment. It's not worth just setting it up and then just adding a load of globers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, still a lot of flat earthers there. A lot of pretty interesting flat earth people there.
A lot of triggered people there as well. We used to put up like a meme and invite people up to the panel. Oh my god, dude! Like the amount of triggered globers we would get trying to get the channel banned. I think they got Monkey Ball a ban for a week because when you're on TikTok, if you don't moderate your chat properly, you can get penalized for what other people say.
Yeah.
So people were saying some horrendous things to get him banned, basically.
TikTok are very sensitive on the comments. I think you can't say globetard in a comment; it'll get scrubbed. So the comments, they're really harsh on the comments.
How can you be held accountable though? You know, you post a TikTok, you get 100 comments, 200 comments. How can you be held accountable for every comment? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
It's not your job.
Exactly.
You should ban the people who make the comments.
That should be the end of it, like we do here. No, actually, no. The people do get banned when people in Discord. I mean, people have been banned because of what other people have said in the channel.
Yeah, TikTok works a bit differently. I don't know what they're doing. But what they're doing is they're just penalizing the content creator rather than the commenter.
TikTok is a flat earth cesspool, man. There's no real debates over there.
Yeah, some loony characters on both sides, to be honest, on TikTok. I think cesspool's the right word for it.
Well, I mean, I joined a stream, and I guess these guys were, I don't know, they were regular globetards, you know. So there was, give me evidence. It was something like the title of the stream was like, one piece of evidence the Earth is flat. So I joined, and I'm like, well, it looks flat. So there's a piece of evidence. They just fucking went off the rails, dude, because they freaking started screaming at me. But with the reason I joined, though, because there was a guy, his name is Hasselblad. Have you ever seen him on there?
Yeah, I debated him on TikTok. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so did I. They deleted the stream. They deleted the stream after it was over. So that should tell you everything. He's like, I measured the distance to the moon, blah, 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 right? Like, okay. Fine. You motherfucker! Just starts going crazy. I'm like, well, you can't triangulate it if you don't have a known baseline. And he was like, I wish I could see your face right now. And he just started going nuts. That's what I mean. They just went nuts on me. It was entertaining from my point of view. I wish I would have kept that up, but it wouldn't have been a good look. Yeah, Hasselblad's a freaking piece of crap, dude.
He's unhinged, bro. I remember debating him, and he's trying to bring up spherical excess, and I'm trying to tell him, look, you know, you're taking flat Earth data, and you're transforming the data, and he was so butthurt by it. There was about 5 Globers on the panel. I went up. I got through like the peons or the pawns, the first few guys, and he was like, get out of my way, let me talk to him. So he hit me with the spherical excess, but he wouldn't let it go because, you know, he didn't really have much to say back to that. So he was getting more and more unhinged, and he was just getting more abusive, and other people were like, shall I kick him? Shall I ban him? And he's like, no, I've got this, guys. I've got this. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that was pretty much my experience too. It wasn't 5 though. I think it was 3 guys. But like the host is trying to play like you know, the fake Glober. I'm a reasonable, nice guy, and we're just having a discussion until I answered his question into for a sentence, and then he just went off the rails. It's kind of funny. Yeah, but they but that Blitz PhD guy, he comes from that arena too. They have a different debate culture. Let's put it that way. It's just because of the platform. Like all these platforms, they have because of the way the platform dictates how you interact. You know what I mean? You're like on Discord, we can post evidence and stuff. Or on TikTok, you got to like, you know, use your camera to show your screen or some other nonsense, and X, you have to like post in a timeline or in the Jumbotron purple pill thing, whatever it is. So like it's harder to even post evidence for your claims on those things. So it changes kind of like the way you actually have a debate or discussion because of how you can present or not present evidence. And plus the banning feature and, you know, the muting feature and how those work, that's also completely different. So their culture there is very, I hate using this word, but it's super toxic. Like it's a bunch of crybabies. It's funny.
They want it that way too, because in their worldview, evidence doesn't exist, proof doesn't exist, facts don't exist. So they can always maintain this level of just no one knows anything.
Except the Earth, the globe. They don't know anything. Eratosthenes knew things. So we got to rely on him and his sticks.
Yeah, I think a lot of them are just trying to get donations. So they're running a business ultimately, right? Whereas here's a bit different. You get people who are just interested in the conversation, but over there, some of the content creators are definitely just grifters.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this before. Like a lot of these guys, dude, they won't debate. I mean, the ones you're talking about do debate flat earthers, but they're in the same dilemma because it's a business for them. If they get their ass whooped, it ruins their brand. You know what I mean? Because they have a bunch of globetards watching their debate, and and they want to see like a flat earther get their ass kicked. And if they don't kick the flat earther's ass and they get their ass kicked, it ruins their brand. This is like why people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's never going to debate a flat earther. Because if he gets his ass kicked, what is that going to do to his brand? His brand is a multi-million-dollar brand of him going to different conferences, getting paid, being on TV shows, and all that nonsense. He'd go down it would go down very badly if he debated a flat earther and didn't do well. He wouldn't have to do well. He would have to knock it out of the park, right? He has to win by a landslide because he's been running around saying things like, I don't debate flat earth because I don't debate objective reality. Well, here's the newsflash. Half the freaking people in your profession don't even think objective reality exists.
Facts.
Which, by definition, means the globe doesn't exist.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like,
what the hell are you, an absolutist?
Yeah. Anomalist. I believe things only exist in names.
Oh God!
It reminded me of it reminded me of that joke where it's like, it's like, dude, it's like, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam. It's like, dude, calm down, you're 2 tents.
Scary thing is it works for the average TikTok viewer. The average attention span and intelligence of a TikTok viewer is fairly low, so it matches that platform. That's what's going to work over there.
Well, they think it's some deep statement to say, I don't know anything exists. Like that's some ultimate deep, oh my God, that's so profound. Bro, it's the most freaking inane, delusional, like go down to the local insane asylum and talk to a schizophrenic and they'll tell you reality doesn't exist too. Which is like this simulation theory. What if we're all in a simulation? And none of this is real. We're brains in a jar. Yeah, how deep, dude? That's super deep.
I think it's a cop-out. It's an easy way to say, well, nothing can be proven. Everything could be an illusion. Therefore, you could say that for anything. You know what I mean? The fact they're just using it against flat Earth, well, hypocritical if they're going to claim it's a globe, right?
Yeah. That's what that Blitz dude was doing. A few times he said, and if you go and look at any of his videos, he proclaims things are absolute truths until he's pressed, right? Then he doesn't know anything. So this is how they try to straddle knowing something. And AV has brought this up, right? You're trying to borrow a worldview that you are arguing against. You know what I mean? You're trying to borrow the worldview of certainty and knowledge while simultaneously, when pressed, saying there is no certainty or actual knowledge. You can never be wrong if you take both sides of the argument, right? It's more like an ego thing, in my estimation.
100%, dude. I also see it from some flat earthers. I mean, I'm not looking to aim sights at flat earthers, but I see it from Globers, flat earthers, people who want to win a debate will use that tactic when it suits them. I think it reminds me of it's got the spirit of the Bevite sort of vibe as well. There's nothing completely flat, but we don't take those standards into other areas of the world, just the flat Earth debate. It's like they've got nothing left, so this is what they revert to.
I have the ultimate. I don't even know if I should say it because I'm waiting for one of these dudes, man. I have the ultimate retort for nothing is flat. So I'm gonna ask them. Okay, so when someone's flatlined on the operating table, are they still alive?
I like that.
Nothing's flat, man. They're still alive. Their heart's still beating.
Can you imagine a Globey doctor looking at the screen going, no, it's not true flat. It's not truly flat. It's not atomically flat.
That's a good one. Yeah, like, it's a visual surface description. A flat-lined EKG. And they'd be like, fuck. So this is what you get by being stupid like that. Like the Bevtards. They didn't fully think out their line of logic to a complete conclusion. Once you've completely eliminated what flat means, then how are you going to use a not that? If it's not, he'll say the Earth is not flat. Well, what is flat? Flat doesn't exist.
Like I said, I don't think they actually believe. They're just trying to win arguments. I don't know how it's win. Yeah, like I don't think they actually believe what they're saying because they're always in this like performative contradiction, right? They're like, hey, let's go to the pool hall and play on the flat top. Like, you know what I mean? Like they'll use flat in all sorts of ways. There isn't someone swooping in saying nothing's really flat. It's freaking silly. They wouldn't have that argument with their family or their friends or their coworkers or their boss or their client, whatever the case may be. They wouldn't argue with them that nothing is flat. They only argue with us, and it's really just it's like a frustration troll. All they're trying to really just do is just like frustrate you.
They kind of want to lash out at life, at the way they thought life had harmed them. Like they got this chip on their shoulder. They think the world owes them something. It owes them some explanations. It owes them whatever. So then what they do is they realize that worldview was soundly defeated. This sort of like atheistic, nihilistic worldview was so badly defeated that rather than just take the L, they could have just took the L, rebranded themselves. They decided, like, let's get a quick win against flat earthers for some reason. They won't explain or take questions on. That's why all this stuff sort of started. Like, atheists in 2016, no one even gave a shit. No one was paying attention to it. All of a sudden, you got back-to-back hit pieces in The Guardian talking about dangerous online calls. People are like, oh, snap. What could that be? It's like, what? Flat earthers? Like, huh?
Well, there's only one way to defeat logic, Crit, and that's to remove it. And the only way they can remove it...
Good point, yeah.
...is by claiming it doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, but as Aristotle pointed out, you can't argue against logic without using logic itself. So because you can't even communicate.
I mean, that's basically what they're saying when they're saying, I don't have hands or I could be a brain in a vat. they're basically removing logic from the discussion. So where do we go? You know, there's nowhere to go but globe from there.
And that's kind of where the Bev called landed back at Globe. Because their logic was so broken and so defeated, now they got True Globe or Tis Globe. Like they literally went full circle.
I love that Tis Globe comment because they say it with sarcasm because they know full well that they can't just say it's a globe. So they say it in this sarcastic way. Everybody knows it is globe in order to get the likes on the comments from the unsuspected globers. But deep down they know, and the reason why it's sarcastic is because they know they can't back that claim. So that's why I think they frame it like that. Oh, everybody knows tis globe. That's the closest to a glober they can get. Because let's face it, they're not dumb. You know what I mean? They're trying to be clever.
Well, Bevis, I remember when Bev first came on the scene, Bevis has like evolved into this nonsense. Started as a flat earther, then, well, he always tried to like, from my perception is that he was always trying to make this into a money-making endeavor. Even in the beginning, I thought that, you know, and he's mutated from what he originally was to what he is now. He tried to go, I'm not a flat earth, I'm a level earther. And now I'm not a level earther, I'm I don't even know what the hell they are now, but there's been like 3 evolutions in his argumentation, at least 3, probably more like 5, because I don't really pay that much attention to him. I just know it just keeps changing. Just keeps changing and changing and changing. But underneath all that is the subversive layer of when you're in a discussion about any of this, is to change it into a, personal attack shit show, into a gossip session of like giggling schoolgirls. It's pathetic. You and Nathan Oakley, or you and frickin', whoever, like the name dropping, the talking about people's relations to other people, and that has nothing to do with the topic, but that's any discussion with them always goes there. Inevitably. Usually very quickly. But Bev is mutated. Bev was a flat earther. Then he became a level earther.
It's almost like he knew how impenetrable the flat earth position is logically. And when he came up with his level argument, he thought this could be the way that I make my money. I'm going to stick with this.
Yeah. Think about the people that actually contribute to that dude's Patreon. My God. You should be ashamed of yourself giving this dude money.
I mean, I thought that all dried up because all this, like, he used to have a lot of people who were kind of like part of his group. And just over time, it's like, he's kind of just down to him, his kid, and Emma. And that's kind of it. What
about Elder Bear?
Yeah, I mean,
don't forget Elder Bear.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of like a fanboy. I don't think they really take him seriously. Like, if he's even part of their group. Like, if you go, I mean, on their website or their Discord, is he given like the Bev level role or anything, or is he just like some dude that like he attached himself to Bev because he doesn't like Nathan or something?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and Bev's like, I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. He comes around whatever so often, but, not someone I would associate with. Or just kind of using the dude as some kind of useful idiot.
Could be. Just a stooge. Send him off doing tasks. Throwing his body into the gears. Go storm that minefield, soldier. Yes, sir.
It looks like he's one of these types that takes relentless screenshots catalogs them in folders, mines our audio for clips, you name it, and just spreads a lot of trouble around, taking things out of context to stir the pot.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and then it's
zero substance.
Yeah, then very something simple as like, hey, so you got an idea here that you want to share. Oh, but no, it's about you. And you're like, me? What? How does your idea have anything to do with me?
Because they can't attack Flat Earth, they can only attack the people, right? Very careful that they don't actually attack Flat Earth. They just attack the people.
Yeah. I mean, we had someone yesterday doing that. I actually kicked him out of here because I was like, but when I started the conversation, I'm like, listen, we are not the topic. The topic is flat Earth versus globe Earth, not flat Earthers. And he did pretty good for a while. But then when we got into like the details of flat Earth versus globe Earth and sifted through his logical fallacies, they did what they all do. They revert back to form, the only thing they know. Flat Earth is this, flat Earth is that. You're just trying to brainwash me. This is just like the vegan channel. You know, I'm like, I had to warn him a couple times, then I just like disconnected him because he was spiraling out.
That's all they got. How do you attack logic? Like I said, if you can't attack logic, either remove logic or just attack the messenger.
This dude abandoned geometry. He just straight up said it. I said, are you refuting geometry? He was like, yes.
Oh, we're sitting in the chat, been skanking for like 4 hours off and on.
Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, my God.
For days, dude.
He's the guy that brought us Blitz, man. He's the guy that said that he had a bunch of friends who were engineers and scientists. He's going to go look for one of them to bring in, and then.
Well, make sure this guy's ambulatory and has all his appendages. We don't need any more people without arms and hands and legs or whatever they're missing.
Yeah, he won't. He's like an admin on the server or something like that, and he won't join. He'll never join VC. Constantly off topic, talking about things that have nothing to do with it. Like he wants to, I don't know what if appeal to motive or whatever, but it seems like he wants a channel gone, and he can go back to his, like debooker group, be like, oh, on the server I admin, I was able to get rid of them flat earthers. Yay! Here's your cookie. Can you guys let me into your Discord server now? No.
I think he needs to participate. I really do. I'm tired of this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if it wasn't some sort of admin, would have been put up with as this long, or would he have been like tech suppressed already? Like join VC, dude.
Well, people like that, I just consider them, they're just hecklers. They're in the audience. They can't, they don't have any talent of their own, so they just heckle the people on stage.
Yeah, he claims to be neutral. He's like, oh, I don't care about any of the argument. I don't take sides. If it's flat or round, it doesn't matter to me in my life.
That's nonsense.
That's why I don't want to talk.
Nonsense. That's nonsense, and I'll tell you why it's nonsense.
He said it a million times, this guy.
Yeah, well, during the debate with Blitz, man, I looked after when AB was talking, I looked in the chat, and he was taking sides. 100% taking sides.
He basically said the only reason why Blitz is insulting is because AV insulted first. Or AV has caused this to happen.
Maybe you shouldn't start off with telling the whole panel and listeners that you are not sure if you have hands, and you won't get insulted. You know, pretty standard.
It's like the dude wants to do an in-kernel critique of flat Earth, not understand flat Earth, then straw man it, and then tell him that, oh, my straw man doesn't make sense. Huh.
We were under the impression originally that he had a friend who was very shy and he's very honest and he was going to wanted to talk to some flat earthers. This guy is like an anti-flat earth. Like he makes income off this, right? He's been on Modern Day Debate in flat earth debates multiple times, right? He hates flat earthers.
Lied and said he didn't do 2v2 debates. He tried to lie about that shit.
Yep.
He did a 2v2 debate with him and Gobi McGoldface versus Witsit and Allen, I think it was. I think it was Allen. It could have been somebody else. No, it was Caleb. It was Witsit and Caleb. The dude from TikTok. And he, like, that whole thing was a lying sack of shit setup, bro. It's not a debate, it's a discussion. Meanwhile, it's simultaneously while he's typing that in one window, he's typing the science versus flat earth debate. You know, so stupid.
Dude, he has like videos on his channel, like he has a whole playlist of like flat earth is dead videos, and one where he LARPs and pretends to be some stoner flat earther and is LARPing answering questions on Omegle or something like that about flat earth, and just
yeah,
he's a troll. Yeah. We shouldn't in the future even entertain scumbags like that. You know, it would be a completely different discussion if we had, say, the guy Angels of Light and David Weiss had a discussion / debate with. Dr. Michael Jelovic. He was super cool. He was honest. He wasn't an anti-flat earther. He was just giving the mainstream responses that he'd learned, and he was polite, respectful. A discussion with someone like that would have been completely different. It would have been a great show. We need to try to find some people like that rather than these trolls, internet trolls, little soy boy atheist internet trolls.
Well, I debated that Maxos PhD guy, and he actually is a PhD, even though he isn't too fucking bright. Here's what he says he is, because I found the papers that he wrote. I found his dissertation. That's what his dissertation was, and he was reasonable. He wasn't. He got a little crazy when he started talking to AI because what do you say? It's because the horizon changes its position. It's the most reasonable to assume that the Earth is changing size, which was the craziest, batshit crazy thing. But you know,
that's funny. Yeah, I had a few conversations with him about long distance observations. He wasn't too good at that particular area.
You know, I've found with these guys with actually our PhDs, they're so specialized. Their profession is so specialized that they have zero general knowledge. It's pretty. They can't do things on the fly. They can't tackle new concepts for some reason. Things they're just not familiar with. They just it takes them a real long time. He was even saying it, Max was like, oh, well, I'm slow. Like, yeah, we can see that.
People think because they're PhDs that they've spent months or years studying the types of arguments that we talk about in this discussion, whereas they haven't. They might know a little bit about it. They might have spent a day or a week or something like that learning about optics or, refraction or something like that, right? But they really they're like amateurs, really, when it gets down into the details. That's what I noticed with that guy. When you said he was a PhD, I'm like, I've spoken to that guy before. I wouldn't have guessed he was a PhD, judging by how the conversation was going. He was butchering just about everything he was talking about.
Oh, this walk of shame for Jimmy Kimmel's. Oh, it's great. I mean, to tie it in, just like the way that leftists kind of use mockery, ridicule, rather than, being intellectually honest. Like, I think if they can mock something, they're better than it.
Yeah, they're pushing that way of thinking into people's minds as well. If something's mocked, then it must be wrong, and you'll also be mocked if you back up what's being mocked.
Jimmy Kimmel has zero fucking talent whatsoever. Zero. I don't know how he got on that show.
What? Did Jimmy Kimmel mock Flat Earth?
No, he said some things that got him in trouble with FCC, and now he's upset that he's being canceled.
Oh.
They have this idea where we're not going to go over what he said. You can look it up if you want. This where they're afraid of consequences. Like, this is the first time that these liberals are facing consequences, and now they don't like it. They've lived their whole life just skirting away from any sort of responsibility. It would be interesting. Like, at the pearly gates, God would be like, I gave you this amazing platform. Some would call it whatever, a talent for comedy. And what did you use it for? I used it to insult people, mock them, ridicule.
Yeah, they use every platform for their own political agenda. I guess they have been so aggressive because it was not the norm until the end of the 60s. Until the 60s, the normal values of family and conservative values were just normal. No one had to prove that to be the right thing. It was just normal. Yeah, they're just fading away, of course. There will be a lot of bitterness.
Well, in America, the late night comedy shows, at least when I was growing up, they didn't never covered political topics ever. It was actually like meant to get you away from political topics. Because the way it would be, the late shows like Johnny Carson and David Letterman, they'd come on at like 11:30, but before that would be like your local evening news, right? So like these, I guess the late night shows were kind of like, the purpose was like
edgy,
because they're comedy. They're just relaxed, right? Nothing serious.
Yeah, it's supposed to be kind of like goofy, edgy, adult stuff that you're kind of like, a lot of kind of innuendo and jokes that, hey, the kids are dead. Let's have a
some
little
music,
guilty,
right? Some,
It was kind of. It was
when
like,
they become political, no, hold on, Berserker. Then they became political when Jimmy Kimmel and who's the other guy, Stephen Colbert took it over. Yeah, they both took over the shows. These two late night shows that have been on since for fucking like 5 decades now, and they turned them political. That they're literally liberal political platforms for the first 5 minutes of the show.
Yeah, it was thought to be kind of escapism, just like science fiction, but in comedy. That is
Yeah, but they're actually not funny. It's like
it's vulgar. It's insulting.
When they start these shows, they have an opening monologue, which is like kind of like telling jokes for the first couple minutes, and but they've become just like a political freaking rant where they kind of try to make it seem like it's a joke, using like sarcasm or ridicule or mocking, like Crit was talking about. But it's easy to tell they're not. It's not a joke. They're not even trying to be funny. Or whoever the writers are, they have no sense of humor. It's just basically a free 2-minute ad for the Democratic Party or something.
Exactly.
I don't even participate in any of that crap, right? So I have no dog in this hunt, right? There's no dog in this fight for me. I don't care about the Democrats. I don't care about the Republicans. I don't care about the Libertarians. You couldn't get me to vote if you frickin' held a shotgun to my head. I wouldn't vote. Okay, fuck that shit. That ain't the answer. That being said, I can still see the political manipulations that go on, and it's obvious that, like, I don't know how they did it, but they basically took over the mainstream media in the United States. These liberal ideas, they just completely just enveloped everything like a fucking amoeba.
Like a whole persona. They took on like part of their identity. A political discussion meant about like you come together, you decide, you wear that weird corny hat, cast a vote, and then see how it works out, and then evaluate how it goes. They developed into this mindset where it's like a battle against good versus evil. Like the other half of America is somehow evil, like they're wrong. And the only way to fight back is to like ridicule them, make fun of them. Like say these really sort of these jokes that just make America look like a clown show for the world. They say like, what happened? When did America like start to decline? How about when you've got like citizens just spreading just bullshit? And you could see it too. Like the overseas numbers for these shows were higher than domestic. And that should tell you something.
Well, there's always been this thing in pretty much in this country where it's been the rural areas versus the city. You know what I mean? Backwards, hicks, don't know anything. They haven't even graduated elementary school. That shit versus the sophisticated, intellectual, ivory tower living, eastern coast and western coast. This like stereotype is just, they've played on this, right? And Clinton played on this with the basket of deplorables. We know what she's saying. Those fucking rednecks in flyover country. That's what she's saying. That's what she means by deplorables. They're too stupid to know to vote for me.
The vast right-wing conspiracy. They'll tell you, conspiracy theories don't exist. But you just talked about a vast right-wing conspiracy. Oh, that one's real. Based on what evidence?
All of them. This is so funny. I've noticed this probably over the last 20 years or something, is that all of them, all the politicians allude subtly to some conspiracy that's against them, and that, like, whatever side you're, like, people behind me need to unite because they're organized in some way against us. They all allude to this conspiracy tribalism to get people to act and vote for them or donate money or whatever. They all play on this conspiracy thing. And then, when they're in the government, conspiracies don't exist. Unless you're a foreign country. Then, oh my God, the internet went out. It was freaking Chinese hackers conspiring with freaking private people to take down the internet. You know what I mean? They're always pushing their own conspiracy theories all the time. I mean, 9/11 is a conspiracy theory. 19 hijackers that conspired in secret in Indonesia and Germany and a bunch of countries to take some planes and fly them into buildings. Well, I don't believe in that conspiracy. I believe in a different one. Oh, no way. You have to believe in our conspiracy.
You just keep pushing the envelope. Just bounds. I mean, hopefully this comes, something will come from this. Something good. But they make a big deal about some like right-wing, pundits or opinion pieces that they say things wrong too. And you're like, well, yeah, they do. And do they normally apologize, roll it back, say they misspoke or clarify? That's the big difference. The left-wing ones, they never apologize. They just double down. Claim victim status. Act like they were misunderstood. It's your problem. If he would have, he could have came out smelling like a rose. He came out and said, you know what? I got carried away. I was in, the show had twisted, had changed from what I intended it to be. I was standing there and I didn't think it through. I was trying to deliver a comedy or something like that. But no, he's crying like, how dare you cancel me?
He could have he could have just thrown the teleprompter person under the bus. I was just reading the teleprompter. You know what I mean? He could have thrown them right under the bus. I didn't write that. I'm just reading the teleprompter. I just read cue cards, man. I have no talent. I'd believe that. If he said, hey, I have no talent, I just read cue cards, I'd buy that. 100%. Believe him. Absolutely. But what I've noticed, and I'm sure you might, maybe you never noticed, but you've been alive long enough to, the idea of peace is gone. Peace between nations, peace between people, peaceful societies. It's like something that's not even valued no more. It's not talked about, right? Having a peaceful civil society without conflict. They don't even talk about it as if it's even possible. That whole notion has been abandoned. It's literally, we're like in dog eat frickin' dog mode. but we're at some like we're at a point of human social organization where, you know, like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, that we like peace was something to be strived for. Now they're not even trying. They don't even talk about it anymore.
Yeah, that was like the whole space age. That's what the space age was promised. This will change everything. This giant leap forward. All people of the earth coming together. It's going to
peace through space exploration, right? It was peace through space exploration.
Yeah, a common goal. Now that two people who disagree on X, Y, and Z, it doesn't matter. Because now they have something to work for. A better future, a better tomorrow. And it got worse. Things got worse after the Apollo program, not better. That's why Carl Sagan said, how ironic. The most ironic token of all of human history. Here's a space program that was supposed to change everything, changed nothing, and made it all worse. It's almost like it'd been better off if they never did it at all. That's what the best part here is, you've got these people who they think that the space age was something great. This event that happened like some 56 years ago now. And they're some of the most toxic, vile, disgusting people there are. It's like they're not even convinced of their own bullshit.
Well, I mean, it more like the propaganda more from space race, like during the 50s and 60s, right? And that kind of like, as they started passing like their nuclear weapons treaties, it became space for peace, right? Their whole narrative changed, right? We're gonna unite around space and see how we're all striving for this greater principle, this greater goal, and peace is coming about. We've stood down our weapons. We have the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. We have the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. We have the START 2 Treaty, START 1 Treaty. We're coming to peace, right? We're stopping these wars, and nothing even remotely like that happened. And now they're not even trying. They're not even selling that anymore. They're not even selling peace as something to strive for. You're just selling get yours while you can before it all falls apart.
You get while the getting's good.
Yeah,
millennial behavior.
Steal everything in the store, like it's like one of those riots, right? When everybody's looting, you're like loot, you're like loot while you still can.
Yeah, there's a poll I just saw. I think it was on. I can't remember where I saw it. Now it was something adjacent to that Prager University, where they basically asked people like, why is it okay to steal from a big corporation, like a big box, thing, and not okay to steal from a mom and pop? And it just did some sort of like moral justification that these big companies steal from their employees. These big companies steal from the public. They steal from it's just justice. It's justice to walk into a Walmart and take what you can get, because that's what Walmart's doing to you. And you're like, wow, all that because of some victim complex. Like they think that they are owed something. I remember now. It was on Dr. Phil.
They think two wrongs make a right. Two wrongs make a right, man. That's what it is. Absolutely immature thinking.
Yeah, that's why they'll come in here too, and they'll say, "I'm like we were talking earlier with that Blitz guy." They had to blame AV. The only reason why Blitz is acting like an unprofessional, uneducated buffoon, because AV made them do that. So really, he can't take any responsibility for his own actions. Nope. It's someone else's fault for what he does. Yep. And this is because why? Victimhood. So what they tell you that even internally, they'd be like, hey, like, say I see that person over there, Bob. The way Bob acts is ignorant, belligerent, it's repressive, it's, like suppressive, it's vulgar, and then I go on to act just like he does. Internally, I've just confessed. That's who I am. Even if it's not true, I just assign those attributes to Bob. But now that I mimic Bob's behavior, I'm confessing to who I am. See, they think that somehow they're immune to their own logic and reasoning. They're immune to their own words.
Well, it just goes to show you people operate irrationally, right? Because they're just like they contradict their own principles. They judge people by principles that they don't actually. It's hard to violate your own principles unconsciously if it's an actual principle. It just shows you a lot of people they're unprincipled. Their only principle is, what can I get? What's in it for me? What's best for me? What pushes me up the hierarchy and you down?
Yeah, that's interesting too, because they talk about this freedom of I'm trying to blank out, like outcome results rather than process and outcome results, where they got everyone's desired or everyone's deserves to have a life of dignity in honor and respect. And you can, that's true. But if you make choices that take that away from you through due process of law, well, that's a different circumstance. So you get these college kids who somehow they go to school, they're told going to college is going to give you a leg up, an advantage over other people. You're going to be educated. You're going to be able to articulate yourself. You're going to be able to think things through, have knowledge, and you won't be going to the school of hard knocks. You went to a school of Ivy League, or not Ivory Tower. You learn things to prepare yourself, like the philosophy of education coming from the Greek age. Like your generals. You take these generals and these emphasis areas, and you cover a broad scope of different learning techniques and philosophy. But they come out dumb as shit because a straight contradiction. So you want equity of outcome, and you learn that by going to college that supposedly told you, pay us this X, $100,000 or whatever, $60,000 to give you an advantage over your fellow man. And they'll be like, yeah, totally.
Well, I agree with all that. But the thing is, the people have been told for probably the last 20 years that if they don't have a college education, they're relegated to the coal mines. You don't want to be one of those deplorables. We had a dude come in the other day. What was it, yesterday? Oh, you flat earthers, you're a bunch of blue-collar workers. You're a bunch of blue-collar workers from Facebook. None of y'all went to college.
Yeah,
it's just that was some sort of shame. Yeah, exactly. But in his mind, he was obviously young, probably in his 20s. In his mind, that is a source of shame. Even though without those blue-collar workers, he'd literally be living in a pile of sticks. Because they're the people that fix his plumbing, fix his lighting, fix his house, pave his roads, provides electricity. All those things are provided by the blue-collar workers. And he probably couldn't do any of those jobs with any competence. I mean, we talk to these guys all the time. They don't know how to use a tape measure. They just don't even know how to use a tape measure.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing for lockdowns. That was supposed to demonstrate these blue-collar workers are essential. All these sort of admin, adjunct positions, all these tech support or whatever job they think they're doing, they were told, go
HR.
home. Yeah, go home and stay home. Meanwhile,
go home. Pretend you're actually doing your work, right? Pretend. And for some reason, even though nobody, whatever it was, 75% of the people in this country that have these office type jobs, right? These white collar jobs, they don't do anything anymore, and the country doesn't fall apart. How does that work? All that you showed me, I said this even in the beginning, is that most of the jobs in America are fucking useless. That they don't actually produce anything that's necessary for our existence. They're literally just make work bullshit jobs.
Make works, yeah, just fillers. They used to call that when I was working corporate still, that non-revenue producing. And you're like, yeah, that's not where you want to end up. You know, if you think you're getting a promotion and the promotion title has non-revenue producing in it, that's not a promotion. They're getting ready to get rid of you. You just don't know it yet.
I've seen a clip from that movie Office Space, and they're like, what do you so you take the specs from the client to the engineers? He's like, yeah, because the engineers, they're not good at interacting with customers, so I interact with the customers, and then I take the paperwork to the engineers. Then they're like, you do it yourself? Like, no, my secretary does it. So this guy just doesn't do any as a secretary to take the paperwork from the client to bring it to the engineers. And he just supervises that activity. Like, it's fucking the craziest thing. There's so many people, right, working in some office somewhere doing jobs like this. Like, literally, if their job disappeared and they disappeared, no one would even notice. And I swear to God, these are the Globetrotter defenders, the most offended people that come in to these chats. They're the most actual useless people. But the society that they're freaking riding the coattails on has to be maintained the way it is now. Otherwise, they're going to get left in the dust. But anyway, the point I was making about college is they push someone. College was supposed to be for people that were intellectuals, academics, people that wanted to learn, people that valued knowledge and intelligence and learning, and people that actually valued these things. But there's so many people being pushed through college because they don't want to like fall behind or be broke or, heaven forbid, be a blue collar worker. They're entering college and they're dumb as fucking rocks. So they're lowering it. It's a mathematical certainty. If you have 1,000 people in college and then you add 10,000 people, there's dumber people in college than there were before. It isn't like the college stayed the same and then like because this 10,000, this extra 9,000 went to college and now they just became smarter. No, they just lower the standards to absorb, you know, the low end of the bell curve of dumb people. And they drag everybody down.
It's like just daycare for adult children.
Exactly.
A couple more years, the parents got to deal with their crap. It's like, well, they're not very bright. They're not very streetwise. They can't really use tools. So we don't really want them in the family business. Oh, shit. Just put them in a liberal.
You know who's going to be the next millionaire? The first person that can control a hammer with an Xbox controller.
Yeah, that's
listen. If they had like a video game where like somehow the tools became animated and you could fix a house, the modern generation would be the frickin' best carpenters in the world, right? If they could control all the tools and the saws and the nail gun with an Xbox controller, they'd be the best frickin' carpenters ever to exist.
Yeah, that's a good take, because now that they spent all this time with that sort of interface.
You know, to be honest, I used to say that to my kids. I'd be like, clean your room. and they would just do a shitty job of like, if your Xbox controller would clean your room, this room would be freaking immaculate.
They actually have a renovation Xbox game where you renovate houses, and they got a one where you power wash houses.
No, I was going to say the power wash one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they have a lot of these. Like, it's so. Isn't that ironic, right? These like people that look down on blue collar workers, they're gonna go buy a video game and pretend being a blue collar worker. They're gonna drive tractor trailers. So one of the most popular games is like some tractor trailer game where you drive a tractor trailer. Like, how's that fun? Like, how is it like I'm gonna play a game pretending to do a freaking mundane job? It's like a fishing video game. The fishing video game, that just burns my ass. How are you too lazy to fish?
Oh man, you know what it all has to do with? Single moms. I rest my case.
So yeah, I actually saw like this little robot thing. So they had built a building and they had like the empty floor and all the studs and everything had to go up. So the little thing like basically drew the engineering diagram on the floor. Like where to put the studs, where to put the 2x4s, exactly the place on the floor where they should go. So you literally just had to assemble it. You didn't have to do any measurements at all yourself. It's actually pretty cool. It was like a plotter on the cement floor, drawing the outline of the entire room, like because it was like a large rectangle, but that was going to be subdivided into individual rooms and like a bathroom and all that. But like it drew on the floor, like where to put the walls, where to put the electric, where to drill the holes for the fucking electrical work and the plumbing and all that shit was just like inked onto the floor, right? Just like with like I don't know how they did it. I don't know if it was a laser or a freaking ink or paint or I don't know how the little robot did it. But it was like a little Roomba that went around the floor just drawing like basically the blueprint.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to think about it this way, bro. Them Roombas be slacking. You know what I'm saying? Like, once a day, they get off their lazy ass, vacuum your floor for about 30 minutes, and then they sleep the rest of the day. Them dudes need to be working.
That's right, man. That like you need a side hustle. You need to go out and read their blueprint and draw the blueprint on a giant piece of concrete floor.
Hey, India, you'll know something's up when as they're drawing the blueprint, all of a sudden they do a chalk outline.
Where's that dude we just hired? Where's that apprentice? Hey, set up that little robot. Thing makes a little chalk outline. Like, hey boss, check this out. I reprogrammed it. Why does it have my name on there? Are there any Goldwings in here? Anybody want to tell us how they know the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Globulins.
Yeah, it's kind of good to get back on topic. I know we went a little bit off, but it was kind of important because it highlight all the attacks against flat Earth, how they seem to really connect with one sort of political ideology. I mean, because I get it. You know, when the right winger comes in here, like a real hardliner, they find flat Earth insulting because they see like the Make America Great Again. That is the high watermark of American exceptionalism, the space age. So it makes sense for them to be upset. Meanwhile, you get some sort of like liberal, progressive speaker, coexist, and then just be flaming anti-flat earther, just screeching about how awful flat earthers are. They shouldn't be included in any conversation. Deplatform you, get rid of you, mock you, ridicule you. Like, dude, your logic is so badly broken that you're willing to destroy your own worldview just because you don't like what someone's saying. And you have no clue what they're saying either.
Yeah, if somebody's on PC wants to get an event going, that'll probably get some globulins in here. Anybody going to do it? Anybody going to start an event?
Yeah, let me tab back in. What do you want to call it?
Whatever you want, man. I'm
Okay,
busy
just wing
working,
it.
so I was just taking a 10-minute break. Yeah. I've been listening, though, in case anybody goes wild, but we got some big dogs in the house. Could kind of kick back. Yeah, as soon as the event starts, I'm waiting for it. Someone's going to come in and be like, the Earth is not flat, bro. I'm waiting for it.
I'm typing in right now. I'm just double checking. They got one that starts at 11. Because I remember they wanted us not to overlap events.
If it's not a stage event, it doesn't matter. You can overlap channel events as long as it's not on the stage, yeah.
I didn't know that. I hear I've been like more careful with like.
How about Globers are useful tools for the system? Prove me right.
Or just Globers are useless tools. That'll do.
No, they're useful to somebody.
All right. Yeah, I just put Flat Earth AMA. Come talk to real Flat Earthers, ask real questions, get real answers. I'm just looking for like a banner.
How about real world observation anecdotes? I don't mean that as a title. I mean, that's what we could talk about for a second.
All right, there we go. Should be up and running.
How many here have done a real world short range bottom disappearance observation? Anybody? Bueller? No? Alright.
I tried one in Boston Common, but it was a little too short. It's only like 400 feet.
Yeah.
I did a little one.
I mean, I got a little bit, but it's just so like camera's not good enough so you can see it in any detail. So I've never really presented it. I still got all the. I tried it when it was frozen. There's a little lake in Boston, a little pond in Boston Common, and there's a bridge that goes across the center of it. So from the edge, there's like a little lip that you can stand on. So it was frozen. I could get the camera all the way down without getting it in the water. It's just not enough detail because it's too close. So the difference is too small, really, to pick up with the. I should try it again because that was an old camera. Yeah, I might be able to get it with this camera.
I kind of did two things, like one for like a floor, without that one that had the area of the floor that had a subfloor, and the other part that didn't have a subfloor, and then tried to like do marbles and stuff, and like those.
Oh wait, plastic. No. Oh, I got a more recent one. Hold on, dude.
Oh, hello.
Yeah,
Welcome
Chris,
to the
through
channel.
your story.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the channel. You got a question for Flat Earthers?
Question for me?
A question for Flat Earthers. No? Okay.
Flat Earth.
Yep, Flat Earth. Yep, that's what we're doing here. What's up? All right. Well, I guess you got a question or not? I mean, come on, let's go.
So AI, I have a short distance observation in the chat. Now this tunnel is a skyway. It goes from Wellington Station over a rail yard to the other side. It's about, I would guess, maybe 150 yards long, but it's got glass sides, right? In the glass side, it's steel beams, glass sides. So I used the glass wall as my short distance observation because the floor is a little lumpy because it's got carpet on it. So I use the glass because the glass obviously is pretty smooth and it's pretty engineered so that all the glass is basically completely flat. But this shows kind of like the general principle. This isn't even the whole extent of the skyway. It could have been probably about 30 feet farther too from the end.
He will. So you said 150. So what's that? 150 yards.
Yeah, I think it's about that. I mean, I could be wrong. It's long. It freaking takes forever to walk across it. It's like 100. I think it's like 100, 150 yards. So what I did, I took my phone and placed it against the glass, right? So that the lens was furthest away from it, and then I put my phone upside down and then took a picture that way. So So the lens is probably like 6 inches above the glass, and then flipped, it's probably like maybe 3/4 of an inch. No, maybe like a full inch, inch and a quarter. I got a pretty heavy duty case around my phone because I'm a klutz. Should go do it with a better camera. I was on it and I was like, this is just a perfect opportunity. I tried to do it before with the 4, like a couple years ago, but the 4 is just too lumpy.
So I noticed. Once you get into a certain range with the optic that you're using, you can notice the effect before you even get towards the floor. Like you don't have to put the camera on the floor. As you're approaching the floor, it will start to happen. 1,000 feet, I think, is a sweet spot. So you're at like 450, but you're definitely going to get the effect, but it's really dramatic at 1,000. Like it happens before you even get close. You just watch, and you can watch the thing you're looking at just blink in and out of existence, and you know for a fact there's nothing in between you and it.
Seems the entire skyway is 800 feet, but I didn't do the whole thing. I probably did like 700, maybe. Plus an aerial photo from Google Maps.
So mine I did on a 1,000-foot lake. It's actually 333 meters from the lifeguard thing to the thing, my target object. And I get that thing to disappear bottom up. I get it to disappear top down. I get it to disappear sideways. That one's hilarious. Oh, boats as they go out in the horizon sometimes will disappear sideways too. So I noticed a phenomenon.
Now look at this. Now look at like the upper where the sidewalls meet the ceiling on this, right? And in the floor where so you got the sidewall where it meets the ceiling and compared to where it meets the wall, they're not converging at the same rate.
Right.
This is ramping up more than it's ramping down.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Globers mess up all the time is they imagine that you see in linear perspective where everything is the same rate in all portions of your field of view, and that's just not true.
Now, just keep in mind though, these walls are not vertical walls. They're slanted in, as you can probably tell. They're tilted. They're not vertical walls.
Anybody else? So if globe side rhetoric is, things disappear because the Earth is a globe from the bottom up, but you can reproduce things disappearing from the bottom up at a small scale, then how is their claim true? Now they do sometimes say if the Earth was a globe, it would happen. At least that's being honest. That's an if. But if they say it does happen and it only happens because the Earth disappearing, then that would be false, right? Oh man.
You guys need some caffeine. I got a new question. The question I'm going to ask is, when people mention that, I'm going to say, "Did you ever see that?" Because I would be willing to bet that most of them have never seen it happen. They've only seen a cartoon or a graphic or like the Bill Nye video where he's doing it in a model. Like they never saw it in their real life with their own eyes, and they had never even seen a photo of it either. I'd be willing to bet that a lot of the people we encounter wouldn't know, would be able to say they've seen it. Oh man, all these dudes popping in, popping out. They're like, "There's an event, but nobody's talking. Boring. Let's leave."
Sorry, I'm working. I'm working on. I'm almost done.
It's boiling hot. I'm getting used. Holy moly.
So yeah, check out that GIF I just made.
All right. You go on.
Yeah, you see the corner of the sign slightly disappears. The sign's only like halfway there. That little sign is. The sign says no bike riding, no e-bikes on the skywalk. You can see like the little corner of it slightly disappears. I should have moved the sign. I gotta go back to that spot anyway. I should like. It's actually a pretty good. I could do like a full scale type freaking thing. I wonder if I do it at night if it would be better. I'd probably be more reflective. Definitely need a better camera.
But I got to compile all the ones from that lake too. I presented them before in the live stream, but I don't even know where those are. And I took
Yeah, I
some
remember.
look at it too.
Oh, you did it again?
Yeah, I do it routinely because I want to see like different. You know, so like some days
You should
I'll
get a trail
go
camera, bro. Is someone would someone steal it if you set up a trail camera over there? Just like taking frames every.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to. I don't think there's one that zooms in.
Oh yeah.
So I can see the effect with my eyes, no problem. But with the camera zoomed out, it's a little bit harder. But you could digitally zoom in a little bit, but it's not quite the same.
It's like my 30-mile observation. I could see that boat with my eyes easily. But the camera, it's hard to, cameras they're not as good as your eyes, man. Unless it's something crazy. The human eye is like equivalent to a 500 megapixel lens. Or sensor, rather.
Whoa.
So, Goldberg, is there any Goldbergers in here that want to? Well, you don't have to defend the globe, dude. You can just ask us, the script said, you can ask us questions. You'll get actual answers.
Hey, you guys hear any of my power tools? Noise suppression is working.
No, actually, no, we do not. I don't.
I've been using my chop saw, using my air gun.
What?
Yeah.
Is it active noise suppression? It has to be.
Yeah. So the only thing, I think the only one that really went through was the grinder, and I use my grinder. It goes through.
That's pretty loud. Yeah, fucking.
So I can use my chop saw. I think my table saw, my handheld circular saw. But if I use the grinder, then it blows everyone's ears out. Or the
Yeah,
vibration.
I was grinding out frickin' mortar with an angle grinder on a Sunday, and you're not supposed to use like power tools on a Sunday. It's like, wow, fucking screaming. Someone comes up, he's like, "You're not supposed to be doing construction on a Sunday." Like, when it's like, this is a very quiet neighborhood, so it's like so frickin' loud, man. You're grinding frickin' mortar out of brick, man. Frickin' full bore with angle grinders.
Dude, you got to get a track. You got to get a track playing in the background of just like two lesbians yelling at each other. Then nobody will care.
Yeah, around here, nope, they won't care. You'll eavesdrop. I want to wear the strap on. No, I want to. It's my turn. Rock, paper, scissors for the double dong. Oh shit! Sorry.
Hey, one day. Hey, one day in the back chat, ask me about my degrees of separation to Anthony Weiner.
I'm gonna start asking how many degrees of separation between you and somebody that's seen the Earth as a globe. I'm gonna start asking that question. Truth by proxy. That's freaking. That's a fucking. That name's far out, bro. Thank you. So, baby. Stop lurking.
So, homie.
So, man. You grinding?
No, I'm just cutting my hair, actually.
Oh, dude. You gonna cut the Gleason's map into your head?
Yeah, that'll be great. Nah,
I got a comment, dude. Oh, go ahead, finish it, and I'll tell you.
No, you go ahead. Yeah, I wasn't gonna say nothing important.
I want to see if the back of his head is flat.
I was gonna say about we get some dudes in here every now and then that try to accuse us of being Asimov's equidistant map earthers or something, right? And one of them said, Sigma Octantles revolves around Polaris circularly, east to west, right? And so I was telling the guy, well, you should have asked him to draw that out. Because if you draw all the stars above the surface of an Earth, like rotating around a singular point, and then you put splayed radials in between a time frame of, let's just say, 1 hour. So you'd have 24 lines, right? And you'd have a center point. And then if you have angles to the GPs of the stars, those would be the longitudes, right? And if you drew that on a piece of paper, what would that look like? It'd look exactly like an azimuthal equidistant projection, but without the land masses, right?
Yeah, of course.
This is why art class is important, kids.
Well, I'll tell this, tell a little story that they used to have engineering and art classes in the same schools back at the turn of the 20th century. I know this because the guy that invented the cantilever suspension bridge, the inventor that designed the very first one and invented it, I had a glass etching that he made while in art school of the Trinity Church in Copley Square in Boston. Now it got destroyed because fucking someone's an asshole, but I won't get into that. But the point is that it had the thing that it was a engineering, drafting, and art school. So it's combined, right? It was a combined engineering and art. Like you couldn't do engineering unless you could do art as well.
Yeah, you ever seen the when they're making a new car and they have like this big they have this big like frame, cardboard or wood, and then they cover it in clay, and then they just start sculpting. Like that's how they do it. And once they get the form, right, then they do the underlying engineering, and then they adapt the form to meet certain specs that they need. But they try to keep the form as much as they can. The aesthetical form that it represents as an object in space, rather than starting with the engineering.
Yeah. Then they'll only tweak it engineering wise for things like wind flow, drag, and things like that. But they'll try and tweak it minimally, right? They'll make like a little indentation that wouldn't be there just to change the way the wind flow go around the car.
Yep.
Now these Globers think that like they're doing these complex mathematical physics calculations first, and that's how they're designing the car.
Anyway, dude, I'm patenting circular devices that roll supporting translational objects. I'm patenting that. So all wheels now belong to me. Thank you. You got wheels on your car? You're going to pay me a royalty.
Yeah, I saw Expos today. So some engineers in Japan designed the first successful spherical gear. No, it's a sphere, but it's got like teeth in it. So this is great for robotics because now you can have a ball joint, like a articulating ball joint, like an arm.
Yeah. You know what this means, bro? We're one step closer to Mech Warrior.
I know, right? So Mech Warriors, this is the funny thing. That's how I found out about this, as a matter of fact. So the Mech Warrior idea, like how they said it works, right? The joints are controlled. Inside the joints is a non-Newtonian fluid that reacts through what they call electrophoresis. So it'll change its viscosity based upon how much voltage is applied to it. Mm-hmm. So they can create differential voltages that will cause like this the fluid to flow inside the joint and cause the joint to rotate. That's like one version of the Mech Warrior lore.
Hello.
So I just posted the spherical gear in the chat. It's pretty weird looking.
Awesome. Hello. There, guest. How you doing? Uhura, send hello in all known languages. Oh. All right, sir who said hello, you're welcome here. Ask your questions, or we're going to just continue talking. Feel free to butt in. Yeah, but MechWarrior got some good lore.
Yeah, the whole story. I mean, just like going back from. I mean, we got a franchise like that covers. I know I was off mic when you guys were talking about it. It's one of my favorite franchises because it highlights so many things, like so many different aspects, where they're able to put sci-fi like in sort of a fantasy realm like that, where you've got in one culture, like one. I mean, let me dial back a bit, like how it's evolved too, like over the course of like. I mean, this is like late 70s, I guess, or early 80s when it came out. I'm trying to remember exactly when it was released, but it was pretty early on, when, almost the same time with like when Dungeons and Dragons and these other games were coming around, the company FASA. So they have this idea where it's like you might have a world that has like they've cracked they've solved it. They solved the problem. Renewable energy, fusion engines that can run indefinitely. In endless restricted warfare, using weapons of mass destruction, has dwindled the real resource in the universe, which is water, has reduced it to just a few planets that have livable supplies of water. And in the meantime, because of this, it's ground humanity into some sort of weird feudalistic dark age. And you're like, okay, globalists, is this the world? Is this the space age you're thinking is going to happen?
Yeah. Dude, I still got that speech ingrained in my mind. We are Clan Wolf, born from the stars. Our destiny is to reclaim Terra. Getting Earth.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like when later on in the lore, I think that was like the late 90s, early 2000s, where the Star League fell apart, and a certain faction, like militant factions, had left, like kind of warrior poets. They left the known universe, and they come back some like whatever 100, 200 years later, and they're genetically engineered super soldiers, like a full society built on basically atheism, science. Every caste systems. These people are genetically engineered to be pilots. These ones are genetically engineered to be politicians or whatever. They're I know I'm kind of butchering the lore a little bit, but it showed that despite all these technological advancements, like all these genetically engineered super soldiers, they were not ready for a trained, determined force to defend themselves. They were fighting in an inner sphere that was like 1,000 years behind in maybe more in technology, and they made a few leaps and gains at first because the areas they attacked were just unprepared because they lived on the outsides of the inner sphere where there wasn't a lot of violence, there wasn't a lot of conflicts. Like most of the conflict was in the middle, around where Earth was. So these other cultures, they thought they'd be invaded by aliens. They surrendered. They're like, I don't want to fight. This is crazy. These things are indestructible. But then when they finally got closer inside, and you've got, they mobilized the defense in their logistic minds, because they were thinking too that just because you capture someone, they expected them to comply, that there wouldn't be resistance fighters, there wouldn't be partisans. Okay, we've conquered this planet. Clan Wolf now owns this world. You're supposed to supply us with the war effort now. You're part of our logistic train. And they're like, fuck no. Right? Yeah, sure, your giant robots are impressive, and they can destroy ours pretty easily, but they require a lot of logistic support. That is, and we're going to break your logistic chain. Is they're trying to say that they didn't run out of, they basically ran out of ammo. That's how they had to stop the invasion. They couldn't keep the train moving through all the way.
You know what though, Crit? You can analogize that with ideas. Like the left versus the right, the globe versus flat. The globe, has all this technology on their side, whatever they claim. And they're just like, oh, I came here to declare the globe. Now you have to serve us. And then they are like perplexed that there's resistance.
Yeah, the thing too with that, they don't understand it. Like here's like somehow they don't get it. Like here's technology where
get it. What's the flat Earth Discord? What's the place
go ahead.
about?
You got a question you want to ask?
Oh yeah, what's the place about? Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah. Which one? What word are you confused in there? It's flat and Earth and Discord. Which word are you confused by?
Flat Earth. So I mean, what's the flat Earth?
Yeah, what is that?
Let me search. Sorry, let me search. Flat Earth means. Okay, you continue. Okay, got it.
Okay, you're
okay.
good.
I really got it. Yeah.
So you got a question you want to ask?
No. So, what's the opinion you got? You think Earth is flat or the circle?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth can be described as flat. Yes.
Oh, okay. You think Earth is flat? Okay.
The surface of the Earth can be described as flat.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, but yeah, can you rephrase your opinion again? So why do you think Earth is flat?
We know it's flat because there's no measurable curvature.
No matter of what?
We don't, when we look out over water, we don't see any curvature. There's no measurable curvature.
Oh yeah, I see. But yeah. But you know,
if a surface is lacking curvature, if a surface is lacking curvature, then
it's
it would
very
be flat.
short. I mean, what you see is a very short period. It's very short.
How short?
Yeah, you know,
I want to thank my yeah. Salam
you know, the
alaikum.
circle is very. The circle also have the flat too. You know. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Tangent point, tangent point. You will also if there is circle, you can only you will see node curvature too. Because the tangent point, you got it. What you see is very short.
How short? How much do we see?
How much do we see? Yeah, we see. Let me search. How people will see? How long will people see?
What's the farthest you can see?
I guess just one 10 meters, 10 meters, 10 meters, just 10 meters, man.
That's it.
Man only can see 10 meters or 100 meters.
I can see like 10, 20, 30 miles.
10, sorry, can you repeat?
I can see like 40 or 50 kilometers.
40 and 50 kilometer?
Yeah.
Oh,
how far can your seeing eye dog see?
You can see very clearly.
You must be if you can only see 2 meters, you must be blind, bro. You must have a seeing eye dog to help you go around.
No. Yeah. Oh, okay. I can ask you some questions. So
that's why I asked, how far can your dog see? Because we need to ask your dog.
Can you see clearly? I can see very clearly. I mean, 40 and 50 meter, 50 kilometer. Where you see very clearly. If you are not clear enough, and you will see node curvature too, right?
No, we don't see curvature, but we're talking about how far, because something is very far away. Yeah, so if it's very far away, it should be underneath the curve of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but you know, the Earth is very
Yeah, you're gonna say it's very big, right? So
it's very big. You know,
we know
the 40
we
and
know.
50 kilometer, and it's not enough. The surface is
So
very
say you're. Go ahead, Steve.
very far.
I just wanted to ask him, and then I'll let you go. How big is the Earth? If it's very big, how big is it?
Let me search. How big is the Earth?
He just
knows. You never even looked before. They just told you it was really, really big, and you're like, okay, it's really, really big, so therefore it looks flat. Go ahead, Indio. I'm in a meeting. I'm getting ready to go to.
It's 40,000 kilometers. 40,000 kilometers. Very, very long. I don't think you can see 40,000 kilometers. I guess here's the thing. If you could see 40,000 kilometers and you see no curvature, and the Earth is flat too. And I believe the Earth is flat. But I guess you cannot see 40,000 kilometers. So that's not true. It's not flat.
Okay, you shouldn't see 40,000 kilometers on a flat Earth. Okay, so do you know what a horizon is?
Okay, so can you rephrase your opinion? Why the Earth is flat?
Why would you see, like, listen, do you know what a checkerboard is? Checkerboard?
Chessboard? Yeah, I got a chessboard. Yeah.
Chessboard. With a bunch of little squares on it, right? Okay, so how far can you see the squares? Say you're on a giant chessboard. You're on a gigantic checkerboard, 40,000 kilometers. How far away can you see the squares still? You think you'll see all the way to 40,000 kilometers, a bunch of white and black squares?
Yeah. So I can see 40,000 kilometers. And so, what's the thing of checkerboard?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is, you would never see the entire surface of the Earth if it was 40,000 kilometers. You're only going to be able to see so far because you're too low, right? You're too close to the ground. Like put your face on put a face on like a soccer field, right? Your head all the way down to the ground. You're not going to see the whole field, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so you'll never see all of the surface. But the thing is, the globe says, let's say you're 2 meters. Let's say you're 2 meters off the ground. The globe model says that the horizon, you should only be able to see. I think it's 8 kilometers.
Yeah, so I can see.
We can see way. We can see way. My point is, we can see way farther than 8 kilometers. We can see 40 kilometers.
Sorry, so what means like I can see 8 kilometer, and then I can see 40 kilometer.
No, the globe says only 8, but we can see 40.
Yeah, we cannot see.
Hold on, I'll show you. I've seen 40 miles.
Yeah, you see 40 miles. So
you can. So this is something. So Lake Michigan is in America. It's one of the Great Lakes, right? So from one side of the Great Lake, you can see the city of Chicago, which is 52 miles away. That's something like, I don't know, 71 kilometers or 68 kilometers. You can see the entire city of Chicago.
Oh yeah. So yeah.
So you shouldn't be able to. But the point. What I'm saying is, if the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see Chicago, because Chicago would be underneath the curve of the Earth.
Chicago.
So maybe hold on, maybe someone posted it. So yeah, Sheepdog posted in the side chat, right? In the side text chat, he posted a picture.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're seeing Earth is flat because you see no curvature, and you can see.
No, because we see too far. We see too far. We shouldn't see that far. Chicago should be underneath the horizon. Yeah, we see way too far. Way farther than they say we should see.
Yeah. But if Earth is circle, you can see that far too. You know, it's so big. It's 40,000.
Yeah, but I'm giving you, according to their math, how big they say it is. We should not see that.
Yeah.
What we're saying is that yes, they say the Earth is this big. You should see this far. But when we go out into the world and actually look and check, we can see farther than that, a lot farther. Right? Yeah, I know it's hard to deal with. So let's say I'm trying to give you an example. So if you're 2 meters above the ground, you know what the horizon is? You know what that is? In English, horizon, what it means? If you go to the ocean, right, and you're 2 meters off the ground, the horizon should be 5 kilometers away from you. After 5 kilometers, things should start to disappear. But that's not what we see. We see a horizon that's way farther than that. Did this guy bounce?
Yeah.
Did you pull the ripcord? Jumped out the airplane? Without a parachute?
I think it's up. It's wild that he thinks that you should be able to see 40,000 kilometers. Like, well, if you could see that on the globe.
I know, that's freaking cuckoo, man. The things they say sometimes.
You would see the back of your head.
They don't think.
But I loved it though. He never knew how big the Earth was. He just believed that it was too big to see any curvature, and it looked flat. Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Earth's too biggie. Except ships go over the horizon.
That's it.
How long you been here, Sheepdog? You just got here, didn't you?
Yeah, like 6-7 minutes ago.
Yeah, if you scroll up to like is that 1025? So there's this Skywalk Bridge. So there's a MBTA train station, and it goes like the exit. Like one way goes to the buses, the other way goes like across. They use it as like a rail yard, so it's a series of tracks. So they have a skywalk that goes all the way across it. So I took a picture. So it has like glass sides to it, and the glass sides are completely flat. So I took a bunch of pictures. I made a little GIF, animated GIF. So the camera is like on the sidewall. That's all glass. It's just completely smooth glass panes. You can see that even at this little short distance, the corner of this little sign disappears. And this sign's only halfway. It's not even all the way at the end of it's not even all the way at the end of the skywalk. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna do a bunch more. I'm gonna do some more work over there next time I go in that spot. But it's like a 800 feet long skywalk with smooth glass on both sides. that go like 800 feet. So you can't say that it's curbing. You can't say anything like that because it's a sidewall. And it's made like the structure itself is steel. So you're not having steel bending glass. So any curvature argument just is going to fly out the window. No pun intended.
No, that's pretty cool, man.
It's just so long. I need a slightly longer camera, a slightly better camera than an iPhone. The iPhone caught it okay. It's really long. I thought it was I thought it was 450 feet. It's actually 800 feet. That sign there says no electric bikes or scooters because people just would try to frickin' fly down that thing at 100 miles an hour, kill people. Look at the side check. Look how cool this shit is, bro. Oh, yeah, okay. Step right up, Globe Defenders. Step right up. Come one, come all. Or you just have questions for us, like, why do you think the Earth is flat? Go right ahead. So, globe Earth, there's first I'm gonna read you a definition of something, then I'm gonna have you tell me. I'm not gonna ask you a question. Degrees of separation refers to the concept known as the small world phenomenon, that all people are connected through a chain of acquaintances, with any two individuals in the world being 6 or fewer steps apart. For example, two people who know each other are 1 degree of separation apart, and a friend of a friend is 2 degrees. The idea suggests that there's a relatively small number of connections can link any two people on Earth. So my question is, how many degrees of separation are you from somebody that knows the Earth is a globe? Knows, not believes, knows. As in been to space, seen the Earth as a ball, or any one of those things. How many degrees of separation?
It's the SI unit for a degree of separation.
It's I think the units are
Kevin Bacon.
I think the units are in yeah. I think the units are in Kentuckians. It's on the inbred scale.
It's the angular width between the teeth.
How do you compliment a girl from Kentucky? Nice tooth.
You know, NASA made it. NASA closed the number of degrees of separation for people with the Apollo program. The way they diversified all the sourcing of every nut and bolt to every small business across the rural landscape of America.
I mean, that would be a hell of a research project to find out how many parts and pieces they subdivided the Apollo program into, right? Because say you have like even a paint, right? That even the paint is composed of like composites, and there's some company out there was like, we made the chemical that they added to the paint, that they added to the freaking widget, that they added to the Apollo thing.
Listen, I hear this story a lot. Like, I moved to the country after living in big cities for most of my life and career. And like, I met a guy in my neighborhood here who has a machine shop. They do CNC machining. He's like, yeah, my grandpa, like, we had Apollo contracts, like machining bolts or something for the Apollo program. And I live out in the sticks.
Yeah, I lived in this Western Massachusetts, which is pretty rural, and there's a little I don't remember what they make. They make there's some sort of machine shop, but they made some component for the Apollo program. You know, some little freaking rivet or doodad, who knows what it was some little piece of metal.
Right, so now everybody thinks that it's closer, right? That they've got 1 or 2 degrees of separation away.
Yeah, if they didn't go to the moon, why did they send me a check to make a screw?
It's the same for people today in the space industry, the modern space industry. You know, they work on these private company programs involving space. They think they're much closer to what's really going on than they actually are. Because part of the whole thing is to make it accessible, right?
Yeah. So when I worked at General Dynamics, they had, now I don't know what they were wiring, but they had electricians that just wired these panels. They went into who knows what, right? They don't even know what they're wiring. They just have a schematic and a diagram. They're just soldering the fucking wires together, right? And all these, like when they're done with a component, it goes into a lock cage, right? Then there's a chain of custody. So all this is classified crap, right? But they don't even know what they're building. You know what I mean? They don't even know what the thing they're doing even does. They're just wiring it together, using a voltage tester, making sure all the connections are right. It has some freaking output. They run some test kit on it. It's a pre-designed device. They plug it in. It does the calibration, analysis, all that. Well, it works. Put the quality control sticker on it. Stick it in the cage. Done. Start all over again. But these are the people. These are the so-called satellite engineers, right? People like Charlie. People like who's the other guy that used to say he did
Josh
that?
Here.
Big Fokker.
Yeah.
So this is what they're doing.
So
They're just like wiring a panel that they have no idea what that panel even does or where it even ends up.
Oh, totally. Or they think they do, right? They have their class.
Yeah, once it's out of the shop they work in, they have no idea
The
what
classified
happened.
terror line is, no, it's not really X, it's going to be Y. This is actually for Y. So you'll have like redirects of everything where different compartments say that they're doing things for other things around them, but the other things around them are entirely different things themselves altogether.
Yeah, and what if like you're working at one of these places, you get the inkling, well, this can't possibly be for that thing that they said I'm making this for. It couldn't possibly work. But I'm making $170K a year, doing virtually nothing. Am I going to speak up? Get my wife to divorce me, leave my kids destitute? Or am I going to keep making this thing that doesn't do what it's supposed to do? I guess I'll just keep making it.
Right. And the smart ones might get frustrated because they realize that something is amiss. And then they quit without knowing really what happened.
Well, also, what I found out is that even a lot of times, like, if you have some engineer investigate, like, say you're doing something and you're going over the schematic, and they come across something that isn't part of their task, their assigned task, but it seems like it's odd. They bring it up. They're just that isn't a task I assigned you. Never mind that. Ignore that. And even if they do, like, hey, here's a problem. Oh, well, we're gonna have to print out the blueprint. Okay, and then print out the blueprint. Like we have to get time on this freaking 12-foot fucking plotter that that's hooked up to a fucking Windows 3.1 machine, and then we're gonna have to look at that with a fucking magnifying glass. So that'll be like 2 weeks from now. And like 2 weeks later, like hey, do you still need that? Because we're ready to run through. Like, oh, forget it, dude. I don't even care anymore. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Whatever their initial motivation was, that was 2 weeks ago. They don't care anymore.
That's funny. I got to step away from the mic, but I'll be listening.
All right.
Be back later.
Hello?
How's it going, brother?
Hey, nice to meet you.
So what brings you here?
Hear me?
Yeah, you. Yeah. Why'd you join the chat? You curious? Are you
good.
curious?
Yeah.
The topic of the chat is flat Earth versus round Earth.
I understand. Hello?
Yeah, I hear you, dude.
I will say this, India. One of the things I do look for.
They're totally confused, sheepdog. They're like, this is the English hub. What's this Flat Earth channel doing here?
I do look at their profiles when I find out who's talking, and determine like their mastery of English. I guess that helps me understand how to talk to them a little bit.
Oh, what level is this guy at?
Who was it?
I think it was Marcus.
But I've noticed that like if I come at them real harsh, like they know English or they know the subject, they get scared and run away. So if they're not fluent,
Yeah, I mean they should. They should run away. I mean, technical terms don't. They're the hardest thing to learn. You know what I mean? When you're learning a new language, that's totally an advanced skill.
For sure.
Way beyond like conversational English. I mean, we talk technical terms, and people that are fluent in English don't understand it, right? So, what chance does somebody that is not fluent have? Not much of one.
But I will say this: the people who are fluent in other languages, and English is like their second, third, or fourth language, tend to be a little more genuine when it comes to the conversation. There's almost like a level of arrogance, and when they know English or English is their primary.
Yeah. I mean, anyone that's learning two languages, I'll give them credit. I'm not gonna condescend to. I'm not going to bash on them not knowing English because, man, if I tried to speak their language, I'd be 10 times worse than they are at English.
100 times. Like, I wouldn't even know any words. The fact that they're like kind of, sort of effectively communicating, it says a lot.
Yeah, but I saw your post. Yeah, vision is not Euclidean. You got that 100% right. It's approximately Euclidean, but it's not exactly Euclidean.
Yeah, it's weird.
It can't be. It absolutely can't be because your eyes themselves and the internal part of your eye are curves. So it can't be Euclidean.
Well, and that's how it is with every lens. Like everybody's like, "Oh, look, you can take a photograph from an orthogonal view, and it looks Euclidean, but it doesn't. It literally bends around the lens."
There's actually a video on my YouTube channel about this by Vortex Puppy. Now the video's kind of long and boring because it's technical, but he goes through like diagrams and shows like the difference between Euclidean versus non-Euclidean just from the orthographic view and like GeoGebra, the difference between purely basically this thing is like we have spherical vision, but we're in a Euclidean world.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what we're trying to make sense of, in this topic. Why do we have spherical vision in the Euclidean world? And is the world spherical and we have Euclidean vision, or do we have Euclidean vision or spherical vision and the world's Euclidean? You know what I mean?
Holy crap, dude. You just wrote a hit song. We are living in a Euclidean world, but I am a spherical girl.
Dude, I don't want no spherical girls. You can have them all.
Okay.
Now they can be curvy, but not spherical.
Yeah, I actually made a post about that. That's funny that you said that. I'd never heard anybody say it before, but it said it told you that you had Euclidean vision in a spherical world, when really you have spherical vision in a Euclidean world. I wrote that post like almost a year ago. It's funny how people come to the same conclusion.
What is this?
Oh my god.
What's up? Is that Livia?
What?
How are you, Livia?
Good. You?
Good. So it says that you understand English pretty well.
Kinda. I don't know what to say on that thing. Bye bye.
That's it.
Bye.
is there a way to, like, when I open up your YouTube channel, search only videos in your YouTube channel, or do I have to scroll?
Yeah. If you click the videos tab, when you type in the search bar, it'll only search the videos in that channel.
Oh, okay. I always thought that was the way, but whenever I do that in other people's channels, like, things don't pop up. Like, I know I read the title right.
I mean, I've noticed that too. Sometimes it doesn't work, but most of the time it works.
I've done that on your channel, searching for stuff, and it just video not found. I'm like, that's bullshit. You should link your YouTube channel on your Discord connection.
In my profile, it is linked.
I don't see it.
Pretty sure it's linked. Hold on.
So Reddit, Spotify, and that.
What? Hold on. Yeah, all the way at the bottom it has it. My profile, yeah, it's linked. So there's 4. I got one for. What the hell is this? Yeah, Spotify, X, Reddit, and yeah, my YouTube. Sorry, it's the last one.
It's not showing up on mine.
That's
They're
freaking weird.
censoring you, Indio.
What else is new? Hey, better. It's your only chance. This the only chance they got is censorship.
You know what? Hey, I'm gonna go check right now. But I've searched your name before, Indio 007, and it's seen anti-flat earther pop up.
I know, right? Hey, you get the most flack when you're over the target. Dude, I love the hate, man.
Whoa,
They don't
Flat
get
Earth
I love
people.
it.
What's up?
What's up, Flat Earth?
You
just
love
call
the
Flat Earth
hate?
people. I love the hate from anti-flat earthers. I love it. I love that they hate me. I want
Guys,
them to hate
anybody
me.
here?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Test.
What's
Can
up?
you hear me?
Thanks, good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You guys having a particular discussion?
Yeah. What's the
well,
title
I mean,
of the room?
Jesus, your internet connection is fucked up.
Who, mine? Yours.
No, I just said it again. Like you're saying something, right? Just repeated what you said.
I think it's on your end.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I have a bad internet connection.
You seem a little
Hold on a
delayed.
second. Okay, now. Yeah, delayed probably. So what's up, people? Is it better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Damn. You have a latency issue, man. Like you're like 2 seconds behind.
Oh fuck, what can I do? It is what it is. Sorry for that.
No, it's okay. We will make do. So this is the Flat Earth channel where either you can ask us questions about Flat Earth or you can tell us how you know the Earth is a globe.
I'd rather ask questions.
Okay. Sheepdog is here to answer all your questions.
So, appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right. So, I guess you guys agree to the principle that the Earth is measured as a flat Earth. Am I getting this correctly?
It's measurably, observably, and practically used as flat.
Interesting. Yeah. By mathematics, right?
By engineering.
By engineering. You guys are growing up a community. So,
Well, that community is not the purpose. The purpose is to give people information that maybe they didn't have before. So they're presented with the claim that Earth is a giant ball whizzing around in a vacuum orbiting the sun, but there's evidence to the contrary of that maybe they didn't know about. And that's what we do. We give information on what the evidence actually is. Because when you're told the Earth is a ball, they do not give you any evidence. They just tell you that and expect you to just believe it. But if you go out into the world and check what they claim is true, it isn't true.
I heard about this. Like, it can be measured as a flat Earth, as he said, from engineering point of view. And yeah, I heard about this equation and all this stuff, but you can also say the same about the round Earth, can't you?
Can you? What makes you think that?
Well, because both sides have a lot of like evidence for their claims. And actually, life taught me like never to take something for granted.
What is flat Earth's best evidence?
Well, I can come back and give you all those because right now, like, I remember something about measuring this mathematically. There was some guy arguing about this and they couldn't, like, shut him up because he was fully prepared and he had a logic. Like, they couldn't explain the things that he was saying. And yeah, like in a way, I think mathematically they are very weird shit. So physically, I just think, I'm not taking anything for granted here, but I think Earth is round. But mathematically, there are a lot of things to support that Earth is flat. And also there's a lot of things to support that Earth is round. What do you think, guys?
The Earth is round. It's round.
Yeah, but the discussion here is it can be measured as a flat Earth. They are not claiming that the Earth is flat. They are saying that it can be measured as a flat Earth.
Am I getting you guys
Yeah.
right?
Yes. If you go out and measure the Earth, the surface of the Earth does not curve. Okay? So if the Earth is a ball, the surface of the Earth, which is covered mostly in water, has to have curving water. The oceans have to curve, lakes have to curve, ponds have to curve. Now, obviously, like a pond or a swimming pool is going to be too small to measure the curve, but we should be able to measure larger distances to see if it curves, such as the distance of 40 kilometers. On 40 kilometers, the Earth should curve down 127 meters. Okay? So if I take a laser...
127 meters.
127 meters, right.
Okay.
So from 10 feet, so from 2 meters above the surface of water, if I take a laser and I shine it and go to the other end of the laser, 40 kilometers away, that laser should be 127 meters off the ground.
Okay.
Starting at 2 meters, 40 kilometers
just
away,
a second, please.
127 meters above the ground. That's what the globe Earth says. But when we do tests like this is not the case. The laser is parallel to the ground, parallel to the water, the entire way. Because I heard you say, like, there's globe measurements and flat Earth measurements. There are no globe measurements. You just think there is, but there are not. And the reason we know there are not is because we've talked to thousands of people and asked thousands of people for these globe measurements, and not a single person has ever produced one. They just say, yeah, they exist out there somewhere. Well, who did it? Oh, I don't know. The scientists. Which scientists? Oh, I don't know. Eratosthenes, he stuck sticks and shadows into the ground. Well, what did he measure? Well, the length of a shadow. So not the Earth. No, he measured the shadow. So we're asking for direct measurements of the Earth showing it's actually curving without constructing some idea in your head about how measuring something means something else is curving. Right? So this is the situation. That the claim doesn't match reality. That is the entire topic in a nutshell. They said Earth is a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. We said, okay, let's go check. And when we checked, that can't be true. You can check too, and you'll find out it can't be true yourself. You don't have to believe us. We're not asking you, hey, believe us. We're saying, hey, go check. They said this, go check to see if it's true. Now, is anything that I said unreasonable? Mike, check. Is this thing on? Am I talking to myself now?
No, I hear you. They just have a mic. They're probably doing research right now on how to debunk flat Earth.
Yeah. They're going to autocomplete their own thoughts with ChatGPT. You know, Dandelion is pretty freaking smart. She came up with she said that ChatGPT and these things are, I was explaining to her how they work, and she's like, oh, that's basically just an autocomplete. It's just auto-completing. Like, you ask it a question, and it's just like, because it's just like predicting like the next word in a series of words. It's just auto-completing, right? What it thinks the answer is based upon the data it's been fed. Which made me realize, like, these dudes are auto-completing their own thoughts with freaking online large language models. Oh, I think
I think
flat Earth debunk. Auto-complete my thought of flat Earth debunk.
what's up, AI?
It's fucking sad.
Let's do a couple record corrections. So, Homie said these guys are not saying the Earth is flat; they're saying it can be measured as flat, which means he's trying to sneak it in there that the agreement that we all experience the world locally flat, but it's actually a globe. That's what he was trying to do there subtly.
Alright, sorry guys, I had a phone call I had to answer and now I'm back. So where were we?
Well, where we're at is telling you, brother, we were telling you that it's not the case that we simply agree that the Earth can be measured flat, but it's actually a globe. That's not the case. No, the Earth is actually flat, brother.
Oh. Okay, so why do you see it this way? Like,
Well, in order for the Earth to be a ball, that means water has to curve around it, right?
to curve around it. By gravity, you mean?
Well, that's the claim, right? That the water is curving around the ball, and that gravity is holding the water to the ball.
Yeah, that's the claim.
Right. So when we go out and make long distance observations, we discover that the horizon is not where they tell us.
From which perspective you talking about?
It's funny that you use the word perspective. You probably don't even understand what perspective is, but from a 6-foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
From 6 foot away.
From 1.7 meters high, as far as the horizon.
I don't know.
Roughly 4.5 kilometers.
4.5 kilometers. Okay, this is what we can see in our own eyes, right? Oh, you're talking with equipment.
That's what they tell us, because the ball has to curve at a certain rate, because they tell us the Earth is a certain size. Now the problem is, we see much further than 4.5 kilometers.
Yeah, I guess there is a point in that. But maybe the altitude play a role in this?
1.7 meters.
1.7 meters.
Now, if you want, we can get even smaller. We can get down to like a half a meter.
Okay, half a meter. What about the half meter?
Yeah, we can make observations from around a half a meter in height.
But you're gonna have obstacle in front of you unless you choose a place.
Water. That's why we go and look out over water.
Oh yeah, water. Like it's a good place to for observation. I guess you can. There's gonna be a lot of empty space. You can just look forward. Yeah, have a meter and make observation. What am I going to say?
Well, the horizon should be at a certain distance away, and let me plug it in real quick.
Okay, can I ask you something, guys? Like, is this group just to discuss the flat Earth thing? Can we take this from another perspective, philosophical perspective, to the flat Earth? Something related to this? Oh, it's just why?
Yeah.
I'm interested, like, why everything should be this way? Like, I don't know. Okay, so what do you think? Like, okay, so the people may disagree on this point, right? Like flat or round, and I agree on something like, yeah, it can be measured. Because I don't remember exactly the details, but I went behind this long time ago, and yeah, this discussion was a dead end. You know, like there was some kind of way of measure it to be a flat Earth, but also mathematically. And I'm not saying it's guaranteed, and I'm not saying it's deniable. You know, like it's kind of those situations where
you don't know.
You don't see a point in it. Yeah, you don't know. You just.
I know, but you don't know.
Don't know, right? Like, but
I know.
you.
There's a difference. I know. I went out,
but I don't know
made
you.
my own observation.
Okay, but you gotta have to be an open mind to this, right? Because round Earth people
I'm more open-minded than you are.
Plenty.
I promise.
I don't know. I don't know you. So yeah, you could be. You could not be. I don't know. I don't judge anybody.
Well, I mean, like I give you an example of how open-minded I am. I used to believe that the Earth was a ball floating in space around the sun, spinning at the poles, and that the moon was orbiting the Earth. I used to believe that until I opened my mind and I went out and made my own observations because things didn't make sense. That no, that's not right. I shouldn't be able to see that. Let me go check for myself. So I opened my mind, and then I had a change of mind when I realized that what I was seeing doesn't match what they tell me.
Okay, I want to know what comes after that. Okay, so now we get this point. What do we take from it? Is it just something for ourselves, or is it?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
I no longer.
Honestly, hold on, Chief Tug. If we measure you to be, 2 meters tall, that's what you are. We don't have to reach any philosophical conclusions about that. It's just the way it is. We're making is statements, not ought statements. Right? We're just saying, hey, this is what it is. What you do with that information is up to you.
Okay, for me personally, it's a huge thing to take because it goes against everything in our world, I guess. From schools to university to education to, you gotta ask yourself,
no, it
what
doesn't
does
go
come
against
after
the world.
that?
It goes against the stories you've been told. The natural world is what it is. It doesn't require human beings to reach agreements about what it is. Right? We're just measuring and looking at the natural world for what it is. Okay? Just because you decided to adopt a bunch of stories into your worldview because somebody told you that when you were a little kid, that's none of our business.
I'll say this much. I'm no longer imagining myself on another world far, far away in this imaginary universe. I actually enjoy the reality that this world presents. And the magic of nature and, all of the life that is in this world is actually beautiful and amazing compared to the world's ending and we need to take care of it or develop a space program and go to another place because this one's dying and failing. I no longer have those thoughts, and I actually get to enjoy the world that I'm living in right now. So you want to talk about that?
I want to point something out.
It's
what changes. That's what changes.
That you have a bias, okay, in that you think that flat Earth is ideologically driven. It is not. It's not driven by any ideology at all. We have Muslims, we have Christians, we have Jews, we have, people on the right, people on the left, all political viewpoints, anti-statists,
witchcraft,
communists, you name it, every possibility.
I'm familiar.
We're not ideologically driven, but the reason you're thinking about flat Earth is because you're trying to because you're making an equivalent comparison, globe Earth versus flat Earth. So what drives globe Earth must drive flat Earth. The evidence for globe Earth, the antithesis is flat Earth. No, this is a completely different angle. We are not in the same boat because the globe Earth is never observed. It exists only in the imagination of men. So one of the questions I asked, and I'll ask you, you know what degrees of separation are?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do you know what degrees of separation are? So like a friend of a friend, right? So say you have a friend, and then a friend of a friend knows Kevin Bacon, or a friend of a friend of a friend knows Kevin Bacon. So that would be like degrees of separation, right? So if it's a friend of a friend knows something, then that's 1 degree of separation. If it's a friend of a friend of a friend, that's 2 degrees of separation. So let me ask you, how many degrees of separation are you from someone that knows 100% through their own personal experience that the Earth is a ball?
Well, to answer your question, I have to go through different points, please, if you allow me. Like first, I didn't say.
As long as you tie it in,
guys,
dude, this isn't a dodge. It's a pretty simple question.
Yeah. First, well, for me personally, it's a complicated question. Like first, I'm here just trying to enjoy a conversation with you guys because. For me personally, I'm like just human being. I'm a small number. Even if it is like that or it is like that, I'm not going to be able to change anything. I'm just in my own small bubble trying to live my life. As a second thing, I can tell you I don't judge any group of people. And I know that Earth people are like a faction.
Dude, it's not the topic, dude. The topic isn't sociology. You're making all these comments about this group, about what we do, about how I feel. This isn't about feelings. You have a bias. You think that this is something that's ideologically driven. You're wrong, dude.
I am not saying ideologically driven. Like your friend made a comment, okay? He said I enjoy things like the nature. Like nature, he enjoys. He doesn't think he's in this negative. And I agree with this kind of perspective. It's more optimistic to feel this way because also they are it's fucked up. Like they always say it's fucking dying and everything. They keep putting this negativity
let me ask you, Elia,
yeah, please.
what percent of like how sure are you that you live on a ball going around the sun? What percent?
Well, at this point of my life, I'm not sure of anything. I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. At this point of my life, because
is there anything that you can be certain of?
Sorry, he didn't ask you to give a yes or no. He asked you to give a percentage, like 75%,
50-50,
99%.
50-50. If you want numbers, I can tell you 50-50.
What's the other 50%? If you're 50% sure that you're on a ball, what's the other 50%?
The other 50 is I'm on a flat Earth.
Okay. Now one has to be correct. They both can't be correct, right?
Why not? Maybe we exist in both worlds.
My God!
Well, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
I don't know, guys. That is why I joined the group. I'm trying to listen to different perspectives.
This is getting frustrating. If a line is not curved, what is it? Let me ask you another way. If a line is not straight, what is it?
We could take different shapes, like a triangle, like an angle, like a circle.
Shapes. No, at the moment, I'm just talking about one line.
Okay.
So he asked you, if the line isn't curved, what is it?
I'm kind of like losing the point here. So can you explain more?
Not past
What
like
is
second
it?
grade geometry. You're being obtuse on purpose. There's no way that this is a simple question that you passed in second grade geometry. Now all of a sudden you don't know the difference between straight and curved. How is that?
No, that's because English is not my native language. I can't explain. No, wait a second, guys. The whole group is about English. Do you remember? I'm not a native
Yeah,
English
but you're fluent.
speaker.
You're
You know
fluent,
straight?
Elia.
You know what straight
So don't
means?
play games.
You know what
Guys, I
straight
swear
means,
by
right?
straight.
You know-
Yeah, I know what straight means.
Okay, do you
Yeah.
know what curved means?
I do.
Okay, then what's the problem here?
I don't know what's the problem, guys. Okay, can you please
Either cognitive dissonance or
take me,
trolling. I'm trying to figure out which one.
We've
Can
asked
you
you the
please,
same
guys,
question.
calm down. Be patient with me a little
We
bit,
are,
okay?
but we can't have patience for a grown adult that is failing second grade geometry right before our eyes. How can you fail second grade geometry and be learning a second language? You're learning the wrong thing right now. Go back to like basic shapes, circles, triangles, lines, squares. Go back to that. And then when you finish learning what you should have learned nearly 25 fucking years ago, then come back. Because we can't have the conversation if you don't know basic geometry. Because the Earth is a globe is a geometric claim. It's saying, hey, Earth is a sphere. Sphere is a geometric shape. If you don't know geometry, we can't have this conversation.
You could do better. You could teach me.
Teach you second grade geometry.
Why not try? Maybe I'm not
No,
stupid.
you already know what a straight line is and a curve. You said you knew that. We just asked you if the line is not curved, what is it then?
I just forgot the name. Okay, can you say it? Maybe I will understand you, but you guys like.
Or maybe you're just a liar. That's what I'm settling on.
Why would I lie? Why would I like? Hang on a
that's
second.
what all
Why would I
liars say.
waste my
Usually
time?
Liars, instead of saying I'm not lying, they say, "Why would I do that?"
It's a good point.
You're not even a good liar.
I'm not trying to argue with you. It's a good point,
You're
but
not
I'm
even a good
trying
liar,
to
dude.
like.
You know the difference between straight and curved. You're playing a fucking game, and now we're sick of it.
Guys, the first step. Let me just say something.
Yeah, you're not going to recover from this, dude. There's no words that are going to come out of your mouth that are going to get you to recover from this bullshit that you just tried to pull. You're not going to fool anybody. You're not going to trick anybody. Not on YouTube. Not even the Glovers are going to buy your bullshit.
Now, I get that you have this kind of people. I'm telling you, I'm just a small human being. I'm not here to. I'm just, I'm at work, actually. I'm going to say,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Now,
tell
I
you
learned what
something.
straight and curved were when I was a small human being. Okay? When I was
Okay,
like
maybe
7.
you were lucky enough. Maybe you were lucky enough to experience things
Yeah, I had a crazy
had to
education
deal
where
with.
they taught me like basic shapes. But you've already admitted, as Jedi pointed out, that you know the difference between straight and curved. You know they're the opposite things. Okay? So when Sheepdog is asking you a question, what's the opposite of this? It's like you all of a sudden you've gone brain dead. Okay, really simple. It's
Because I
straight
forgot
and curved, opposite properties.
Okay, opposite
Are they
properties.
opposite?
Okay.
Are they? I'm asking you.
Straight and curved. You're asking between the straight and curved.
Yeah, the opposites.
Oh.
You know what opposite means, right? Like black and white.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
So
straight and curved opposite.
is. But what is curved? Like we're talking about light being curved, material being curved.
An
we're talking about
surface, like a
now he doesn't know what lines are.
It's like, dude, we're just talking about basic objects, surfaces, shapes. The surface of the Earth, my friends, please. I'm going to be patient with you. The Earth is said to be a sphere, a ball. That means the surface should curve. When we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure curve. We measure straight, horizontal, flat. You understand what I'm saying, right?
All right. Yeah. You can like calmly explain it. Okay.
Good. So we're going to be talking about lines and surface descriptions and simple geometry. That's all we really need to talk about.
Hey, Elliot, do you know where the chat is for this room? You know where the chat? How to access the chat in this room?
Yeah, I know.
I posted a picture or an image. I posted an image in the side chat. I tagged you in it.
Yeah, let me
do
check
me a
it out.
favor and identify which line is curved.
I can't even believe we got to do this. This is fucked up.
Okay, the curved point is B, the straight line is A.
Okay, cool. All right. So in order for the Earth to be a ball, it needs to be curving, correct?
Correct.
Right. So the next thing you need to know is how big the Earth is in order to find out how much it's curving. Right?
Yes, correct. But I think they are saying that they already have the numbers, right?
All right. So here's the translation, right, for a 1 foot observer height with a 10-mile observation. All right.
Picture. Is there gonna be a picture?
No. It's a screenshot of an Earth curve calculation. The distance to the object is 16 kilometers. The eyesight level is 30 centimeters. The distance to the horizon should be 1.97 kilometers, and the object should be obstructed by 15 meters. You understand that?
Yeah, just a second. I'm trying to open the speaker and just talk to you at the same time. So if you can please explain the picture to me, so I could. Okay, so got it now.
Well,
I'm looking.
go ahead and read the image for yourself and walk me through it.
Okay, distance to the object. We have number 16. What does this? Oh, 16 kilometer. Okay.
Yeah.
Highest level. All right, 0.3. Distance to horizon 197 up. Okay, all I see is number. I can't understand these numbers. What they mean?
Right. So that's what the globe Earth predicts. Right.
Okay.
They tell you the Earth is a certain size. They tell you that it's 40,050 kilometers. Right.
All right.
Around the ball. All right. It has a radius of 6,371 kilometers. That's what they tell you.
Okay.
All right. So then when they tell you that, they're telling you that if you are looking at something and you drop your eyes down to 30 centimeters above the water, that you should see the horizon at 1.97 kilometers away, so almost 2 kilometers. Right? And then anything beyond 2 kilometers should start to be obstructed from the bottom up as it gets further and further away from the horizon, correct?
Okay.
All right, so this is the observation that I'm talking about. I posted another image in the side chat for you. Now these numbers are in metric, but in the image it's the same observation. We're just using feet and miles instead of meters.
I wanted to ask you about this. Does the numbers here are meters or miles you're talking about? in the picture.
So
Does the
again,
M
I
represent?
translated the image into meters for you above the image. These are in miles and feet, but I've given you the translation in the image above where it tells you that the object is 16 kilometers away. The eye level is 30 centimeters. That's the eye level is 1 foot above the horizon or above the surface of the earth, 1 foot observation height. The distance to the horizon, 10 miles, or not 10 miles, the distance to the object, 10 miles, and the distance to the horizon should be 1.22 miles, which is 1.97 kilometers.
Oh, a woman. Who would have fucking thought?
Okay.
So in the image that you see, can you tell me where the horizon is in this image? Is it behind the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or in front of both oil rigs?
Well,
A, B, or C?
D maybe? Like, I don't
C?
know. I don't want to lie. I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm
But
just asking you to be honest. Like,
between them, like,
don't want to
just
lie.
give me your honest opinion. Like, where's the horizon at? What do you see?
isn't supposed to mean horizon like is the end of distance that you can see?
They tell you the horizon is supposed to be where the Earth curve begins, and then everything behind that begins to fall away, right? Boats disappear bottom up, sunsets.
Yeah, because it's curved. That's what they are saying.
Right.
Okay.
And so with the Earth being a certain size, if you're only 30 centimeters off the ground, the horizon should be 1.97 kilometers away. Right?
Okay.
Where is the horizon in this image?
I'm guessing. I'm only guessing. Because I mathematically do not understand
A,
this
B, or
fully
C?
yet. What does the A represent?
Is it A, B, or C?
I guess it's A,
It's a
right?
multiple choice. It's a multiple choice. Where's the horizon?
I guess it's A. It should be A, right?
Why would you pick A? The horizon is where the Earth and the sky meet in your visual view.
Oh, wait a second. It should be. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm starting to get this, but please be patient on me. So, you're saying that it should be C, right? Because.
Well, that's what we observe, right? It's not that it should be C. That's what we're observing it as, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if we go ahead. So if we see the horizon at C, that means it's behind the oil rigs, and what we should be seeing the horizon as much closer, and it should be cutting off the front of the oil rig because the oil rigs are supposed to be behind the geometric curve. But instead, we see the horizon much further than what it's supposed to be. So that now it makes the horizon not a geometric observation because it doesn't match the globe. What it now becomes is some kind of an optical effect based off of how our perspective works, where everything converges off into the distance. And if you look at it based off of the way that your perspective works and that, like how lines work in the in your view, that horizon's probably much further than 10 miles based off that observation. Much further than 16 kilometers is probably like 30, 40 kilometers at least, if not more.
Interesting. So, okay, so, like, from my own personal life, how am I supposed to take this?
I don't know. That's for you to decide. We're just giving you the information, man.
It's okay to be troubled by it, man. It's only natural. When we first saw this ourselves, you're like, no way, really?
But it can fuck you up, right? Like you're gonna have to. You can't separate this. There are a lot of things you're gonna think about them. For me, it's like sarcasm, you know. Like it goes against everything. So
yeah, but listen. When they first told you when you were a child that the Earth was a ball, did they give you any evidence that that was true? Any?
You know, the pictures and the books and
the pictures.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
You
what if they
got the
said
pictures.
Santa Claus is real and they gave you a bunch of pictures? Would that be good enough?
Yes.
Well, I guess for a child,
He said yes. Yes, it would be good enough. You'd be here arguing for Santa like a crazy person.
For a child, I'm arguing from perspective of the child, not from perspective of an adult.
Yeah, for a child, just the pictures of Santa would be good enough too, right? So, but you're not a child anymore. So, you were presented something to believe in. Okay. You adopted it. You were told this is true, and you accepted it, and you carried it along. And that's all it is. It's just a story you've been told about what the world is that you accepted. Because a lot of times we hear things like, how do they hide the Earth is flat? They don't hide it. They just presented you with a different thing that it looks flat, but it's actually too big to see. And you just accepted that idea, right? You accepted the idea that the world is some sort of optical illusion where what you perceive is wrong because you're just a little tiny ant on a beach ball. You accepted that. They didn't present any evidence of it, but you just accepted it. Now that's what should be shocking you is why did you accept that? Why did you hold on? What you should be shocked by is why people accept this idea that their entire reality is an illusion so easily.
Wait, I remember something like this. You get like a few points. The ship, you know, the most popular one was about the ship. When you see the ship on the distance, like
but Sheepdog just covered that. Yeah, we understand that. What blocks the ship though is the horizon, and Sheepdog just went over that the horizon can't be what they say it is. Sheepdog just went over that with you.
Okay, there's another something I remember about the shadows also.
The sticks and shadows?
Something about the shadow. Yeah, this is something the way that shadows appears gives a proof that Earth is round.
No. Okay, because that has a problem too. First of all, it isn't measuring the Earth, and second of all, that it works on a flat Earth too, but they don't tell you that. If the sun is closer than they say it is, that it would work the same on a flat Earth.
Yeah, if they told you it was closer and smaller, it would work just the same.
Okay, but you guys seem cool with it. I'm not gonna be cool with it. Like, you know, it fucks up every foundation you have in yourself. Like, you're gonna have to ask questions.
How does it fuck you up? Like, how's it?
Yeah, dude. What space mission were you planning on going on that it fucked you up so bad?
He was this close to boarding the rocket. First you can't get on.
Here, I'm just gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off real quick, okay? So, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat because you know the difference between a curved line and a straight line. So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening on Earth and above Earth is only happening over a flat Earth.
Okay, what about the satellites? What about the satellites that provide us with
Only
images?
happening over a flat Earth. We just established there's no curvature, man. It's just an optical effect.
You were so close to writing one too.
Okay, but now you can
Hold
access
on,
the
hold on.
His
You have to
ticket was for
cancel your satellite
2026.
classes, dude.
2026, he was going up, bro.
Yeah, the answer to your question is there are no satellites in a vantage point sufficient to take a picture of the entire Earth that can be verified. Okay, so your claim that these satellites are taking images, they're not taking any images that could prove what the Earth is. Does that make sense?
No on.
Okay.
Well, come back, then go on. They're going to waste more time. So you got to think about what photographs are,
to
right?
be honest,
It's just an image. Listen for 1 second. So there's an image, and someone represents that image as something, right? They say, "Hey, here's this image. This is an image of the Earth." Okay. Well, how do you know that that's an image of the Earth, or even that's what the Earth even looks like in the first place? There's some level that you have to trust what they say, right? You can't actually test or verify in any way. Well, in some ways you can, because you can measure the thing that they say that the Earth is, right? Because they take pictures of the Earth that show curving oceans, and if we can measure that the oceans don't curve, then we know that the image has to be bogus. So there's some degree of faith in all of this, right? Which goes back to what I just said, is that you were presented with a story and you chose to believe it.
Okay, first,
what should shock you is that it was so easy. That's what should shock you.
Okay,
why did you buy it so easily?
Can I please make
ahead.
some, I don't know, questions?
Yeah, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, first, where to begin? Okay, so this will make you you're gonna have to go to other perspectives. Okay, I'm still in a level of not accepting, not denying, because this is my personal life, from a small perspective, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. I'm just a human being, okay? So you're gonna have to look at this philosophically, or whatever it is, just small human being trying to understand what the fuck is happening around them.
Yeah,
right?
but
So I'm not a scientific guy.
But the people that told you the Earth is a globe are also just small human beings.
And we are looking at this philosophically, right? If the Earth is not curving, right? If the Earth is not a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, that means the satellites aren't orbiting the concentric circle of orbit around Earth. That means the moon's not doing a concentric circle around Earth. It means the Earth is not doing a concentric circle around the sun. The entire story is wrong. So we know what it means philosophically.
I get you, but this will make you wonder, is this just because we're all humans? Is this just stupidity? Is this a conspiracy theory? Or they are doing this specially, whatever it is? It's gonna raise up a lot of questions in your mind.
Yeah.
Or you can just choose to not give a fuck and...
Well, I asked you the most important question. Why did you believe it in the first place? Because listen to this. We all experience the Earth one way. We all experience the Earth as not moving. We don't see the Earth move. We see the sun move. We don't see the Earth curving. We see the Earth as flat. And someone come along and said, none of that's true. They said, none of that's true. That's all false. Your observation of reality is completely false. Why did you believe that? That you can't trust your own eyes, that you can't trust your own senses. That's the philosophical question you need to ask: is why did you let a stranger tell you that what you experience as a little human being is not real?
It's not just a stranger, you know. It's like the people who take care of you.
It is a
also,
stranger.
like your parents, your.
But what do they know? What do your parents know? Did your parents come in here and prove the Earth is a globe?
I mean,
They'd
they
be just
were
like you,
stuck
man.
in this.
They're like you, right? They believe the story too, just like you did, and your grandparents believed it, and their grandparents, right? And so on. It's just like a Western tradition that's just passed on from generation to generation. Nobody knows themselves whether it's true or not, but we all just accept it.
Correct. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, and that's the point. Is like, why was it accepted so easy? How come nobody checked? Well, we checked. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Well,
we checked, and we're telling you that if you go check, we're not saying believe us. We're saying go check yourself. If you go check yourself, you'll see that story doesn't hold water.
Okay, you can't just say that and expect me to, like, this is a terrifying thing to believe in, you know? It's like a scary thing to believe in. Because you're gonna be a.
But there's another I wanna share in. What about like the argument of the previous explorers who did circumnavigate the entire globe? Do we take their argument, or we just drop it dead?
Circumnavigation is okay. Circumnavigation.
Like we have Magellan and Sir Francis Drake.
All Magellan did was hug the land, dude.
On a flat Earth, brother.
He didn't find the land. He'd circumnavigate the entire globe.
Okay. What is circumnavigation?
Does
it mean going around in a circle?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So can you go around in a circle on a flat Earth?
Well, that's what he did. He went from.
Yeah,
all
can
the
you
way
go
from
around
Spain.
in a circle? Yeah, he didn't go in a section. Yeah, we know. Yeah, and it's no problem on a flat Earth. That's what we're telling you. It's not exclusive to a globe.
It's a circle. You can draw a circle on any surface. The hell? Circles are two-dimensional. That by definition are flat, dude. Right? So you can draw a circle on a piece of paper. So I'm sorry for being frustrated, dude, but listen to that stuff. Again, it's like a circle. Simple shapes, mate.
Yeah, if you look at his actual route that he took, it wasn't like he went around the circumference of the Earth.
Hey, Jedi.
Actually.
Anyway, guys, I have enjoyed talking to you a lot.
Yeah.
Like, you know, this is a place for practicing English in the first place. And I enjoyed talking with you, all of you, a lot, guys.
Friend.
I'm gonna stay on you.
Hold on, brother. Cool story. I hope you attend my class that I'm going to hold in the English Hub. It's called Shapes for Foreigners.
Excuse me, how it's called?
It's called
Can you write it on the chat?
Yeah, Shapes for Foreigners.
For foreigners. Okay, Shapes for Foreigners. I got you. It's gonna be inside the group? This group?
No, it's going to be where I teach it's where I teach third world nations what shapes are.
Okay, Mo Feed. Look at. Hold on 1 second. Mo Feed. Look in the side text chat. Okay, what I just posted. That image is Magellan's route. Okay. Now that we've dispensed with that, we can move on.
American Freedom Shapes. Twists.
Like, why
Okay,
it's
so
like that, though? I mean, 1 second. So,
can Did you put up a link?
Is it like this
there's
is
gonna
supposed
be a
to be
link?
like it's still like the argument of that. That's the why the Earth is flat, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. You're saying that circumnavigation is impossible on a flat
I didn't
surface.
say impossible. No, I said it's possible.
Then how did they prove the Earth is a globe by circumnavigating?
Well, it's just the journey of it.
Yeah, and
Like
I just posted it in the chat. Is that a globe in the chat?
The experience of it. What?
I mean,
well, yeah. How else you can document it?
In the chat, dude. In the side chat, there's
I
a
would just like to
picture.
point out that
That is their route.
are all distorted.
How do you know that, Panda?
Is there a
How do you know that? Hold on, Panda. How do you know those distances are distorted? And what are the distances?
Because economically, that doesn't make any sense. That math.
Economically,
exactly. That's what I want to comprehend. That does not make sense.
Economically,
I mean, that would be amazing if that was. I mean, for airlines companies at least, they would just. I mean, they would be all using money endlessly.
There's nothing about airplane flights, ETOPS requirements, or any of these things that go along with it. Yet he claims economic proof.
So Panda,
taking long routes when you can just take a long route. You know, it's just. I mean, that map doesn't make any sense, and it needs to constantly be changing directions. That doesn't happen in the globe.
By the way.
Okay, Panda, you're done babbling. So thank you. I think you just proved the flat Earth because every airline in the world has to be subsidized by the U.S. government or by the governments of their countries. Shut up! Stop interrupting.
You're just lying.
They're all bankrupt. They all will go bankrupt.
You're just lying, man. You just
why are you so over talking me? Shut up.
I mean, it's impressive.
You got 1 second to shut up, Ofin. Okay, shut up.
No, you're just lying.
Okay, I'm just lying that all airlines are subsidized by the government.
No, they're not.
That's a lie. Okay, give me a private company that does not take government subsidies. One.
Literally Qatar and UAE.
They don't take any government subsidies. They don't take any government.
Airlines of all airlines, you say, are not subsidized by oil. Okay.
Like, well, do you think they're broke? The fuck? They're long.
They are broke.
He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's just in here bloviating because he's upset that flat earthers are real.
Yeah, we know.
Your response to my argument is that companies are subsidized by the U.S. government. Well, you definitely have a lot of content.
On flat surfaces.
No, the argument was airlines would lose money. They do lose money.
How
they
then? It's a private
subsidized by the government.
You honestly don't know.
He's just lying, man. It's getting me crazy.
Okay.
How there are so many private companies that run by the airlines?
Because they're subsidized. No, I said
they're
subsidized.
Not subsidized.
What does subsidized mean? What does subsidized
they're
mean?
Not. Wow, he's like changing.
What does subsidized mean?
They're not
I'm going to ask
subsidized.
you the 4th time. What does subsidized mean? What does it mean?
Oh God,
what does the word mean? What does the word mean?
Whatever, man. Whatever. You can believe in your own lie, man.
You're going to say they're not a thing when you don't even know what the word means.
Well, Jared, explain it to me. Explain.
No, you're the one who's arguing. You know what subsidised means, so tell us what it means.
Yeah, it's government subsidizing private
No, what does subsidizing mean? Don't use it in the definition. Tell us what it is.
Right. Well, literally, government just supporting some companies in a form of financial aid. Well,
yeah, that's right. So you're claiming United Airlines gets zero money from the government. Zero.
Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense. It's not an argument. Yeah, you don't know.
Then how they run on deficit? Is that what? But what's your argument? Are they running on deficit? Is that what you're saying? All the time? Just they are like an economic burden to ride a plane right now.
Yes, that's what's being said to you. Jeez. They do not make a profit. They are subsidized, bro.
They are. Goddamn.
No, they really, really are.
Who pays for the air traffic controllers? The airlines?
Oh, man. Have a great day, guys.
Who pays for the radar systems?
Buy them a feed.
Good. Oh my God, butt hurt, dude. Rub some salve on it, man.
I'd like to know what our new guest thinks about that.
And put the definition of subsidized in the chat.
So he was saying, wow, I mean, doesn't flat Earth cause you to question everything and have existential crises?
Financial. It was beyond the power
we got
of the
another
state.
mumbler in the chat.
God of the gospel producing something to reduce pieces of the pie.
Are you okay, mate? Do you need some help or something?
Speak up. What are you mumbling about?
Okay, so.
Okay, so guys, can I ask you a question?
Hold on.
What?
No, hold on.
What
No,
is,
no, hold on. I'm gonna.
the
No,
point
no. We're
of-
gonna. No, wait a second, dude. Yes, United Arab Emirates subsidizes its major airlines, Emirates and Etihad Airways, in the form of direct financial assistance, discounted infrastructure, and loans with no repayment obligations. So that's a wrap. They do lose money. Every airline in the world loses money. So welcome to Flat Earth. If that's your argument. If the Earth was flat, they'd lose money. They lose money, so the Earth is flat.
Yeah. If that was it, yeah.
That was easy.
Yeah.
Okay. So
just talk about the financial situation of airlines to prove the Earth is flat. That's a new argument. Now I'm going to make that. Global Earth is the Earth is flat because airlines lose money.
To be fair, I've never heard that argument before, so colour me surprised. That's a new one on me.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's a good day. We finally got a new globe argument.
Good times.
So guys, can I ask a question, please? Do you believe like this group is monitored, or can you ask freely, or what is the case here about this?
You work for the government?
No.
You work? Oh, okay, then no.
All right, so
you don't just lie about anything to make the world
like
be
you're
flat,
saying
mate.
they. Who are they?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, so it's not our claim, it usually comes along with the question. You ask us, why would they lie? Well, could you tell me who they are?
Aren't they us?
Question, right?
Yeah, so why do we lie to ourselves?
It's not us.
Because you're crazy?
No. It's part of the human condition, dude. You're asking us why people do things that's associated with the obvious human condition. There's multiple reasons why people lie. Should we go through them all? I mean, what do you want?
You're assuming they even know why they lie. Some people just lie because for no reason at all.
Yeah.
But why are you guys lying then?
So what's the lie?
You said that the U.S. government controls the airlines companies because they are
No, I
subsidized
did
by
not
the U.S.
say that.
government.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
It's on
That's
live.
a straw
You can just
man.
pull it back.
That's a straw man. No one said that.
It's on
no
live
one
stream.
said
You
that.
can't pull it back. Do you want me to
Yeah,
screen
that's
share?
right. No one said the United States government controls all the airlines. That's a lie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna put the live, and I'm gonna check.
That's right.
Please do. Please.
You also said the United Arab Emirates does not subsidize its airlines, and it does.
Yeah, why would you lie
the one who
about
said
that,
that.
dude? Did you just lie?
Oh, maybe
You said
you
that the U.S.
didn't
government
lie.
controls the airlines
Maybe
companies
you
because they
were
are subsidized by the U.S.
mistaken.
government.
Maybe you didn't lie.
Why are you lying about airlines to defend the globe?
Listen, he didn't say that, but the government does control airlines.
It's
they
on
tell
live.
the airline
It's on live
where
stream.
when they. Yeah,
You
you're
guys can
supposed to be
check it
pulling
out.
the clip.
It was like 5 minutes ago. You guys can check it out. It's on live stream.
Yeah, and post
Okay,
it.
how about that?
Flip it and post it.
Yeah.
How about this? I'll get it.
You guys can check it out. He's on live stream.
2020.
No, you do it.
I turned on like 5 minutes ago. It was Indio who
No,
said
that's okay. We're not going to go find your evidence. You go find the evidence and you post it. The evidence that I said the United States government controls all the airlines in the world. Go find that and post it.
I mean, your friend is doing it. I mean, it's all on live stream. I mean, the evidence is right there.
Off the top. I mean, dude. I mean, look, we
You
could
guys say
just
stuff
let
and
this
then you
go,
say you didn't.
and it's not a good idea for you to speak for him, dude. We could just let it go as you misheard and mistaken, right? Or do you want to die on this hill? That's what you heard. The evidence is going to be produced, and you're going to be justified, right? That the road you want to go down.
Or why would you lie about airline companies and about what flat earthers said to defend the globe?
He's busy looking.
Here we go. Guys, I think one of the problems, like when you get in discussion with these types, it's can always be aggressive. Kind of feeling negative a little bit because I was hoping for an optimistic sphere. Like a place where you can get discussions optimistically.
Then go get a hooker. Go get a hooker then.
Yeah, didn't you hear that guy yapping at us earlier? Like strawmanning Indio's arguments left and right?
Just get the guitar out and sing Kumbaya.
Yeah, but
if you want an optimistic feeling, go get a prostitute. She'll tell you whatever you want to hear.
For the record, these conversations usually start out pretty calm, but since most of the people that come in here as Globe believers refuse to listen or concede to simple points, it gets very frustrating. So it could be calm and civil if you would just listen and concede when necessary.
I didn't even ask for a concession. All I said was all airlines are subsidized by their respective governments, which is true. The government pays for all the infrastructure. All of it.
But remember, guys, I want to just make a small comment, please.
Go ahead.
Guys, I just want to make a point so you remember this. The case would be completely true for you guys if you have your own website, if you have like your own how to say this correctly in English. Like,
are you freaking kidding me right now? You think a website makes a difference about the Earth?
Yeah, if we have a website,
no, I'm just kind of
without a website, it's a ball.
No, guys, just please let me finish the point I'm trying to do. Because you are dealing with a lot of people who comes in, who comes out, and argues, not argues. Remember, you guys in a place that called English Hub. So people are coming in to learn, to practice, to say, and
also
like for me personally, when
sometimes very rude. Doesn't matter if they're coming here to learn English also. Sometimes people are very rude. And make your point, dude. Can you just make it quicker?
And you're making these generalizations about why people join this server. 300,000 people on this server. They join for all sorts of reasons. Okay? And the fact of the matter is...
Agreed.
We've been doing this. We've been talking to people. Tens of thousands of people. There have been over 200,000 people on the home server. It's probably 300,000 now. We don't need your advice. Sorry to say that. You're new to this. We are not.
Yes, you could look
Dude, it's like somebody that just picked up baseball yesterday telling fucking Roger Clemens how to throw a pitch. It's crazy.
No, it's not like that. I'm not trying. Maybe I'm like, look, educationally, probably you have way higher education than me. So I'm not arguing about that.
No, I'm talking about experience. I'm not talking about education. I'm talking about experience talking to people about this topic. We didn't just get here. I started debating this topic in like 2018. I talked to hundreds thousands, probably tens of thousands of people. And you're like, maybe you should do this. Why should I take your advice? What do you know?
I'm not giving you an advice. I'm just giving you an opinion. Just an opinion. As a human being, I'm not just trying to dictate here anything. It's just like the way I received it.
Is it an educated opinion?
As just a guest who went into, this is how you welcome your guests? Like, consider me any human being who entered your home, okay? You have your home. You said that it's an open invite to my home.
Yeah, and
okay?
you're telling, yeah, and you, right, correct. And you've entered my home, and now you're a guest in my home, and you're telling me how to rearrange my fucking furniture.
No, that would be rude, okay? I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you, like,
that's why I am.
Thank you for your invitation.
You're being rude.
No, sorry, guys.
Jesus.
Can I just add something? Well, I did went to the live
It's not like
stream.
he entered a tent or anything, right?
So I did enter the live stream and I did check it out, and he said that every airline in the world has to be subsidized by the U.S. government. And if you guys look it up, minus 11 minutes, he did say that, so I am right.
Okay, now, so post it in the chat.
I posted it. It's
okay.
It's minus 11. I cannot clip.
I'm gonna check it too.
You guys can check on minus 11 minutes. You guys, by that time, I mean, just remove like 15 minutes from the live stream at the point that it is now, and you see him saying that.
Yeah,
you can do math.
I want you to post it.
Yeah, post it, and then also get a sound clip of what your accusation was, because you said we said the United States controls. Yeah. That was your claim. You strawmanned us, so get us the clip of what you accused us of as well.
And also,
goes, man. No, you're saying I want me to go to live stream again. I mean, I can go to live stream again.
What was the next two sentences I said after that? What was the next two sentences? Panda,
no, you didn't say anything else.
Sentences? Oh yeah, I did. What was the next two sentences, Panda? You disingenuous fuck.
I don't know. You pull it up. You put it here. Pull it in the chat.
No, that's your job.
You said you didn't, and I proved that you did. So I mean, jokes on you, I guess.
I guess context is important.
No, if you posted it in the chat, then you would approve I did. Post it in the chat. Why are you so reluctant?
Maybe he needs flat earthers to help.
Seems that way.
Like, why do we always have to do their
you've been
homework
doing
for them,
this.
right?
Homework, Jesus, you guys. You know what I just realized? I realized that I don't want to be at any side of you guys.
Yeah.
Because because this is so like fucked up. Like everybody is just taking his point and he's ready to kill.
Hey there, I helped you. Now you're no longer here. Problem solved.
Did you move him to the vegan room?
I'm waiting for Panda to back up his claim. You know, YouTube has a clip function, right? It's right in the interface. You can just clip exactly where you're listening and then post the link.
Did it go dead, or was that just me?
Now Panda's trying to find the evidence for his claim.
Oh, I found it. I know exactly what was said. I can't wait.
I know, right?
Now, why would he even? Let's think about this. Why would he even try to do something like this? Don't believe flat earthers. They say stuff that's wrong. He said the United States government controls all the world's airlines. He's wrong, so the earth can't be flat. Don't listen to him.
If you clip and stop what you said, yeah. Sorry, India. If you clip what you said and don't let the rest of your sentence or thought not be heard, then yeah, that's what you said. But if you let the rest of it be heard, you clarify it.
Yeah, I know. I know what I said.
I know.
I know I'm like almost misspoke in the beginning, but I fixed it in the middle.
Yeah. Wow, this is what we've been degraded to. And they ask, why would they lie? Maybe we should ask Panda in a minute.
He's gone beyond lying. He's intentionally trying to deceive people actively for like 10 minutes.
I'm quiet, actually.
Well, Elia, why don't you tell us why this dude would come in here and lie? Why did the other dude lie too? Why they come in here and ask why would they lie?
Lying.
When? What was that?
You did say something. Then you said that, oh, I didn't say it, but you did say it, and I proved it.
No, all right.
So you're lying.
Dude, you understand what censorship is, right? This is what you're doing. Indio made a full statement. You're clipping out the beginning of his statement. He later in his statement clarified it wasn't just the individual United States government, it was all governments subsidizing airlines. You know, the countries that have the airlines, like the UAE, which has demonstrated to be true. So at the moment, my friend, you're being charged with deception, censorship. You're dishonest.
However, if you do want to cop a plea, we will accept a plea of retarded.
How's my connection? Horrible.
Better than it was.
Yes, Qatar has provided significant government support or subsidies to Qatar Airways, which includes a combination of state aid, equity injections, potentially lower operational costs like airport and fuel fees. This extensive government backing has been criticized by competitors as a market distorting practice. Yep. So that covers them both, UAE and Qatar. Now think about how adamant he was that I was lying. No, you're lying. You're lying. I'm not listening to this. And he quit over it. He quit the chat over it.
Are you feeding on Glober tears again, Indio?
Oh, yeah. It sustains me.
He's opening a bar.
I'm opening a bar, that's right. We got different bottles, man. We got atheist Glober tears, we got NASA fanboy Glober tears, we got government apologist Glober tears. We got the gambit. I think the NASA fanboys are the ones that cry blood.
Dude, I used to be all into that romance of space. All the planets, all the battles, all the treasures yet to be discovered. Then I realized reality is nobody's ever going to any distant anything, even in the heliocentric worldview, because the energy problem, the infrastructure problem, the waste of time and money that it would be to even try to do that rather than just fix the Earth. It's like, hey, we can't fix the Earth. Solution, let's go to another planet and fix that. Like, how does that even make sense, dude? You can't accomplish fixing the Earth. How are you going to accomplish fixing anything else?
thought the Earth was our first go. So next planet, that would be the second go, and it'll be better than the first one. We didn't know what we were doing with the first one, but the second one, we know what we're doing with the second one. It'll be fine.
Well, look, here's the ironic thing: is that we have to take things from the place we can't fix to the other place that we can fix to fix that, but we can't use it here.
Exactly. That's like the catch-22 is that you'd always end up being forced to use anything on the Earth because that's where you are at the moment. It's never going to go to another world. The only hope would be interdimensional teleportation or something, where you instantly arrive. That way, the logistics are basically as if you never left the Earth. When you need something, you just reach through the teleport and grab it from the bench. You know what, dude? I've watched enough movies to know that teleporting through interdimensional space is a bad idea. You remember that conspiracy about Star Trek transporters? Where they're basically killing you and then just making a copy of you with your memories so that you actually die. And the new you is actually just a copy. So every Starfleet officer is actually dead. You know what else was funny about that show is that nearly all the species, females, were sexually attractive. It's like, what are the odds that a intergalactic species from far away would be perfectly compatible with Captain Kirk? Like it's all like it's so fantasy. It's so obvious that it's fantasy projection. But for any of you guys who are wondering, if you want to eat potatoes made out of poop, you can do that right in your own backyard. You don't need to go to Mars.
Well, space is a great racket. You know, they can say, oh, see, your tax dollars are going to space exploration. Meanwhile, they've been stealing hundreds of trillions of dollars from us. And we got Tang and microwave ovens and non-stick pans that poison us.
To a steel pan guy, make sure you get that clad stainless steel. So you know the guy gets this this oil. It's called algae oil, and it burns, or it maintains its oil without burning at 550 degrees. So you can get that smoke point. Cook your steaks really well. But it costs $50 for a thing of oil, which is kind of a rip-off.
Why would I need 550 degrees to sear a steak? Like oil for that.
Yeah, that's just what the guy does. That's just his little his niche and how he cooks his steaks on the steel pans at the high heat point without burning the oil. I don't know. Maybe he's a grifter. But I'm not spending $50 on the oil, but I will spend $20 on a stainless steel pan from Marshall's. That will save my health.
Well, I bought a cast iron grill pan, and I used to use that in a commercial kitchen with commercial burners, and that would give you a nice sear on the steak without overcooking it.
Yeah, for sure. I use the Gordon Ramsay method, where he just sticks like half a thing of butter in there and just kept like marinates it in butter. Butter keeps on marinating it. Oh man, it's not even steak at that point. It's literally like butter and meat.
So I put the butter on the meat after I'm done cooking it. I don't cook it in the butter, because butter will typically brown too much. And if you have the wrong temperature, you're going to burn the butter.
Yeah, you're right. That happens sometimes.
Now, if he was using ghee and then put a little butter at the very end, I would say, okay, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, barbecue is the way to go for steaks.
No, not really. Believe it or not, the barbecue, charcoal, sure, but propane or natural gas barbecues, no. Because steaks do better under infrared heat.
Who are you, Frank Hill?
Dude, I cook all my steaks with 50 BMG, straight to the face. I'm not 100% sure if that's true, but supposedly if you hit the side of an animal with a big enough round, you can cook the meat.
Well, with the price of beef today, who can afford to eat steak?
Dude, I get my a lot of my meat from the Veterans Center.
Pause.
Yeah, what's it called? Oh man, what's it called? Not American Eagle. No, that's not it. Oh, Veterans of Foreign Wars and American Legion. That's what they're called.
Thank you for your service.
Places have. Thanks. A lot of those places have food pantries and stuff that they do. You can get a lot of good meat there.
I haven't eaten a steak in 3 months, maybe, and then before that, another 3 months. Yeah, steaks ridiculously expensive now. Even when they put it out like 30% off, I still like. I can buy so much more food with that money. With that $15 or even $10 for a steak, like I can buy like 3 days of food. Like, yeah.
Well, I was at Costco just now, and they're starting to do thin cuts of steak now, because I guess people don't want to pay for the thicker cuts because they're getting too expensive. So they cut them thin, so it looks like you're getting 5 or 6 steaks, but in reality, you're just getting half steaks now.
Yeah, it sucks because I stopped eating pork. So like, when I was like first out of high school, living by myself, like, bro, pork chops, you get like freaking 4 pounds of pork chops for like $10-15. You put that in the freezer, it lasts you like months. Now it's like, oh man, not the same anymore. I do buy bulk chicken breasts, but
Ugh.
it does get tiring.
I'd rather eat pork than chicken constantly. I can only eat like chicken maybe once a week.
Really? How so?
Because it just has little to no flavor.
Yeah, that's why you marinate it in different things every time. Like, you know, I got like lemon and pepper. I got like a honey jerk one. You know, I got like a spicy Southwest.
Yeah, but I don't have to do that for steak. All I have to do is put salt and pepper on it, and it's done.
Yeah, true. I would say steak is like one of the best tasting foods alone, like nothing. I mean, well, sushi. I like tuna a lot. Really good. But
Yeah, salmon as well. I can
salmon,
enjoy
yeah.
salmon. Actually picked up some salmon from Costco today because it was cheaper than the beef. Which is what? Like what?
That's wild.
But even their prime cuts that have not been butchered, those are still ridiculous in price. Especially during barbecue season, they like push the price of everything up. Like a top sirloin cap, you know, just in the vac pack there. Last week it was like $30 a kilo. I'm like, no, because I used to buy that for 15 or less sometimes.
Oh.
Sometimes as low as $13 a kilo. I'm not paying
That's why
30.
That's why I buy my steaks and meats off season and then just freeze them until it's, time for an event.
Yeah, I want to buy like a quarter cow or half a cow from a farmer and pay like less than half the price of what they normally charge.
Hunting season has just started, so I might go hunt down a deer, maybe a bear.
No moose?
Maybe whatever I can find. I got my. I'll get a bunch of tags. I got like 5 different tags.
The problem with moose is that it's just too damn big. Trying to bring it all back. Deer is nice sized.
Yeah, it should be fun. Freaking gutting the thing. Not.
Yeah, I'm curious to find out if egg prices have come down.
What's up, people? Hey, what's up, Neil? How are you, bro?
I'm chilling. How's it going in the Lounge down Andy?
Land Down Under?
Hey, who am I talking to? Roots.
Well, I'm from the UK, dude.
I know. I was like, fuck, my bad.
Yeah, it's as it always is here. Miserable
across the
weather.
pond. Yeah.
Yeah, miserable weather, but we keep our heads high anyway.
Yeah, in Canada, the summer's going away, and it's about to be rain for the next 6 months.
Yep, time to go on holiday, dude.
I might, for the first time ever in my life, travel outside Canada. Well, since I was 14, anyways.
Yeah, from talking on here, I've noticed there's quite a few Americans and Canadians who have never left their country. That's interesting, but I suppose when you've got a country that big, you don't need to go far to see the sun, right?
Yeah, well, where I live, we got all 4 seasons, right? So, not really an excuse to go unless you want to go to, like, Mexico, right, in the winter, or, like, a Vegas trip. But, yeah, we don't really need it here. We got all 4 seasons.
Yeah, and the country here is so vast. Going from one province to the other is almost like going from another country to another country, depending on where you originate, right? In Europe or something. Right? You go to France from England, it's like, a couple hours or whatnot. Here, that'll take you maybe to the next province, if you're lucky,
Yeah.
There's a lot of... You just go up north, right?
Finish.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. We UK was part of the European Union for a while. As you know, they left. There was a little bit more freedom of travel then, but still, the whole idea of going to another country where they speak another language, completely different culture, that's what is required to see the sun at this time of year in the UK.
Yeah, for those type of things, yeah, I understand.
And seasons work perfectly on a flat Earth for anybody new who wants to talk about flat Earth, by the way. Just thought I'd get that in there. What about you, 20 Cups? Have you been abroad?
Very little. Earlier in my years, went to the States a couple times, West Coast and East Coast. Apart from that, I have not been overseas. That's one thing I've had in mind. It's like, maybe someday, But, yeah.
So hold on, you're not from the States. Are you from Canada?
I'm in Canada, yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay.
East Coast.
Yep.
French land. Croissant land.
Yeah, don't hold that against him.
Why would I? I'm British. I feel like we have a lot in common with the Canadians. Not to mention the weather.
Yeah. 4 or 5 months of snow is on its way, or 5 months. Yeah, it's more like 4. You guys don't get snow over there, do you? Like bad winter storms and shit?
Yeah, we do. Not like you guys.
Yeah.
Though.
Oh yeah, okay.
Not historically, but the Thames used to freeze over in the 19th century.
Okay.
Some good British knowledge there, Brayley.
We had back in February a storm over 2 or 3 days. We had between 3 and 6 feet of snow.
Wow. Yeah.
Something like
That's a lot.
that. Like a lot of snow. It might have been 4 days. Okay, excuse me, right? Shit like that. They're rare, but they happen. Well, yeah. You go hibernate for a couple days, and you wake up and you can't get outside your door because all the snow, right? Can happen. It has. Well, the door part, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's how much, Couldn't get into my car easily.
I don't think I've had a winter that bad since 77.
Right, yeah. Normally it's a gradual build-up to that. It's manageable, but,
But a couple of years ago, there was St. John's, Newfoundland was getting snow every day for the entire month of December. And so they interviewed the guy who was responsible for snow clearing for the city of St. John's. And I was laughing hysterically because he just kept saying, well, we don't have anywhere to put the snow, so we're dumping it in the harbor. And he kept saying the word harbor several times. I was just laughing. Because I think they got 10 foot of snow just in December, and they had nowhere to put it, so they just had to dump it.
Yeah. Like some Canadians will say roof instead of roof. The roof, RUF.
Yeah, and a boot instead of a boat.
A boot.
There's
also
little words that we say differently. In Canada, you will say, what's your mailing address? And in the States, they say address.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you go online, you buy something, right? It always asks you two addresses, billing and mailing or something like that, or shipping, whatnot. Like they specify, right? So I think we've just adopted that. Or was that a thing before? I don't know. I'm used to that,
I think it's just a case of it being shortened.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not drastic like, a trunk and a boot or a hood and a bonnet.
The only American accent I had the most difficulty understanding is Mississippi.
We all do.
They talk like the Cajuns almost.
It. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Are you guys doing YouTube automation or something like that?
I don't know what you mean, but we are answering questions about the shape of the Earth.
So, does anybody want to recommend a topic? Get the ball rolling.
You can't get it to roll. If it was rolling, you couldn't detect it.
I didn't even intend that as a pun. So we're detecting no axial rotation. The ball cannot be rolling. We got some new people in the house. Aram, welcome. I don't know if you spoke to anyone before. Nora, welcome as well. Pisaliler, welcome as well. Probably butchered your name. But yeah, guys, anyone? There's another guy I've not seen before as well. ! Zane. Welcome. Feel free to open your mic. Any questions? If you want to start a topic, feel free.
Let's start with an easy topic. What is the horizon?
Good one. What is the horizon?
Because I think most people are confused as to what the horizon is.
Do any non-flat earthers have an opinion on what the horizon is? Or any flat earthers have an opinion on what the horizon is?
It's the apparent conjunction between the earth and sky.
What, it's not the leading edge of my sphere?
Negative. Similar to a hill, you'd be able to notice and measure the curve. Since it's not a sphere, the horizon is always changing distance based on specific weather conditions. Because it's always changing distance, we know it's not a fixed shape causing the obstruction or disappearance of an object.
That was well said. Does anyone disagree?
Absolutely not. And I would add one more thing. If it was the leading edge, that would be at a very specific place, and we could measure that too. It would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Will give you the distance to the edge of your thing that you might believe in there.
So, guys, what if I said refraction is the reason why we can't find the edge? What would you say to that?
Then you're committing seppuku. Because you're saying you can't see the geometric curve and it's only apparent. And now you have no position to say that you are looking at a geometric shape. And you would never be able to tell me the distance to the curve because you would never see the drop over distance. You would never be able to measure that ball. Also, your refraction requires the radius value to be specific. And since you're unable to specify the size because you can't see the drop over distance, you're just begging the question.
God damn it.
What happened?
So there's no evidence for the geometric point of curvature on the horizon being a fluctuating position. Is that fair?
That would be a stretch for me to believe because you're telling me if it is a sphere and the distance to the horizon is changing, that means the size of that sphere is changing.
Well, is there a group of mainstream people who believe the Earth is growing? I definitely heard that before. You heard that one? The Earth is growing?
Yeah, the expanding Earth theory.
Yeah.
Is that like the Big Bang theory where the Earth grows in size despite not changing its density or mass? Or is that how the hollow Earth theory began by the expanding Earth theory?
I saw it on a video that said if you remove all the water, the Earth fits together perfectly. Therefore, the Earth is expanding.
What?
This was many years ago.
Yeah, it was what's his name? Neil something or another came up with that expanding Earth theory.
I want to say I saw it on Vsauce, but I don't think it was Vsauce. Damn, so no geometric horizon then. That's interesting.
Yeah, Neil Adams is the guy who's pushing like the expanding Earth. So I commented on one of his videos that, well, how would that work on a flat Earth? He's like, "Oh, the Earth isn't flat." So he'll believe it's expanding. He just won't believe it that it might be flat.
Anything but that. Hey, what's up, Rick? Rico XI, what's up? Seth as well, welcome to the channel. Proxy Truth. Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Feel free to chime in. Open your mic, say hello. So for the new people that joined, Flat Earth is not a disk in space. That would be still in the globe cosmology. We don't believe in a disk in space. We believe in empiricism. We believe that you can use your own senses, your own logic and discernment to know that the Earth is not a spinning ball. It's not a belief, it's just empirical knowledge. Why would they lie? Well, why would they not? Why would you lie? You lie to your friends all the time. Your mom? You lied to your mom when you was a kid about dumb things. Parents lied to you about Santa. I think told you that some lies are necessary for a good, easy life, especially if you're married. My wife asks me if this top makes her look fat. There's only one answer to that. You bite the knuckles and you stare at her.
Not the dress that makes you look fat, it's the fat that makes you look fat.
You're in trouble if you say that.
Gotta be truthful.
Sometimes you want to be lied to as well. You know, if your wife's had a bad day, you don't necessarily want to hear about it all the time, right? I said, lie to me like you lie to your boss.
Where'd all the crazy people go?
Well, it's like he said, the Earth's not a disk in outer space, and they all ran away. It's like they had no more arguments. We got CB in the chat. He's lying to himself all the time. Now he's Trunks. He used to be Gohan.
Yeah, the usual tactics of trying to get these guys to speak up isn't working today. I don't know what's going on. No disk in space.
Yeah, let me
No
say to him, everything you learned about the horizon is wrong. It is not the geometric edge of a sphere. It is the optical diffraction limitation of your eyesight.
Hey, do you want to go into a bit more detail on diffraction? I feel like it's a subject that we don't cover enough, especially when it comes to the vanishing point.
Yeah, the diffraction limit is essentially that due to the physical size of our eyeballs, we are limited to what we can see. And that limit is the diffraction, is when two rays of light are too close together, and once they're too close together, they sort of overlap. So they become sort of like one melted in together light beam. So you cannot differentiate one object from another object because they're sharing the same light path. And you can easily see that with car headlights. If you watch car headlights in the distance, they appear to be almost one headlight. And then as they get closer and closer to you, they'll start forming like a smeared headlight. And then when they get close enough, they'll finally start differentiating into two separate headlights.
And it's
so today I learned the Spice Girls song "Two Become One" is about the Rayleigh criterion.
So just to continue in the spirit of learning then, so at the point of this convergence, you'll get what's called a diffraction line into the vanishing point. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's usually difficult to see under most conditions because the points of light will form Aries disks, right? And my profile image is an Aries disk. And that's when you have like a well-defined image of a point of light. The lenses and the round, that's what happens when you look through a round lens, round eye. You get a disc around the point of light. And that's the diffraction starting to happen there. But for most regular photographs that you take, everything is too bright to actually see the like the Aries discs. And I had to heavily manipulate one of my photos to actually, so you could start seeing a little bit of the Aries discs. And let me find that photo.
So what's the best? Is there a lab equivalent of this observation? I guess not, because it's only apparent at distance, right?
Yeah. It's there needs specific conditions in order to really break down an image into its components. But most of the time, everything is too bright, basically. Everything is too bright, so everything sort of bleeds out everything in the image. So it's difficult to make out certain things.
So for the new people and the Globers here, why is this relevant when it comes to bottom-up disappearance, or the apparent bottom-up disappearance, or bottom-up disappearance for a ship, for example?
Yeah, because essentially what you're seeing is an optical illusion. Is that when the ship's hull is too far away, the ship gets dimmer and dimmer, but the water does not get dimmer and dimmer. The water stays the same brightness, but the hull of the ship gets dimmer as it goes away. And eventually it will hit a spot where it'll be too dim to see versus all the light reflecting off the water. But it may converge even before that if it's the right angle. But eventually, regardless of what it is, if it gets far enough away and it gets dim enough, you will never see it. That's why daytime observations over water is usually the worst thing you could do. Nighttime observations over water tend to be far nicer because you don't get the reflection off the water. And you get better imaging. Assuming you have a decent camera.
And how can this affect the sun? Do we see these kind of effects on some sunsets under certain conditions? And if so, what kind of features and characteristics by the diffraction line or, at the bottom of the sun, what would we expect to see if we were able to see these effects?
Yeah, if you look closely at most sunsets, like you can find thousands of recorded sunsets on YouTube, and their most common denominator between all the sunsets is that the sun isn't a perfectly spherical object going below the horizon. It starts turning into a blob and it starts melting into the horizon.
So can this effect squish the sun at the bottom, giving it more of an oval shape, rugby ball sort of shape?
Yeah, exactly. That's all the different rays of light all trying to be squeezed into one specific angle, and it causes massive distortions and melting altogether. I posted a quick GIF here of the green flash sun, but you can see that the sun loses its shape. Parts of it sometimes disassociate itself from the other, and then eventually just squishes itself into the horizon.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because people have seen, we had that recent solar eclipse in 2024. That's what happens when you have a solid object go in front of the sun. You get a very clear line crossing the sun, but we never see that at sunsets. The sun never maintains its shape. Turns into a blob.
What do you make of the one I've posted, Rayleigh? It shows that this is happening slightly above the horizon point. Any comments on that one?
Yeah, that's essentially the same thing. It's the sunset is basically turning into an optical illusion.
So apparent bottom-up disappearance isn't caused by physical obstruction. Interesting.
Yep. And unfortunately, not everyone has the ability to live near a large lake or a large ocean to see these sunsets.
What other things can give the appearance of bottom-up obstruction?
My favorite is railroad tracks. Almost everyone lives within probably 30 minutes of a railroad.
And I mean, be specific. So far we've got the natural resolution limit and diffraction into the vanishing point. And what I want to do is, if we name all of these things and imagine that all of these things can be present on the same day.
Not imagine, just recognize what you're experiencing.
If you're aware of this, why the hell would you say that it's the Earth blocking the sun? Well, all the different ways that the sun can appear to disappear from bottom up.
And like I said, anybody can increase the diffraction limit of their eyesight. All they have to do is use a pinhole. Get a piece of cardboard, poke a hole through it with a pin. Make sure that piece of cardboard is opaque to light, and then look through that little pinhole. And you will notice that you get to see less and less. And all we did was reduce the amount of light going to your eye. Guess I should try that the next time I go to Lake Ontario. Put a pinhole filter in front of my camera. I'm not certain how well that will work because my sensor's not super sensitive. But I'm certain somebody could do that with if they had a decent DSLR lens that could go greater than f/22 in the stops. So they could take the identical photograph of the identical scene, all at the different f-stops. And then that would, the tightest f-stops, the highest numbers would give you like that pinhole effect.
Deposit check. Deposit check.
I can take you to make a mobile.
Yeah, Indio, just give us your PIN.
Shit, man, you guys heard me? I thought I was on mute. I checked before I did anything. Whack.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, who cares? I don't really care. I just like, I looked at Discord though, and I'm like, okay, I'm on mute. So I'll use this app and deposit this check. And apparently you guys heard me, which is kind of fucked up.
The app may have unmuted you. Because if you mute your mic, it might be like a system mute of the mic, and the app might unmute it.
It's weird how two apps could use the mic at the same time. That's kind of weird too. Because it worked in my Bank of America app too at the same time, if you guys heard me. Correction, not my Bank of America app, theirs. Shit ain't mine.
Hey, mute your mic, buddy.
Oh, that was relaxing sleeping sounds.
That was his vibrator.
It's 50% off at NASA.com. We bring rockets to the next level.
Red Rocket, yum.
Yo, what's up?
You know, stuff.
Yeah, so what is the topic here?
Read the name of the room.
Flat Earth is real.
You ever experienced anything different?
So, Flat Earth.
Yeah. Like, example, we had a blind guy who recently passed away. When he would describe things, he would say, I'm constantly walking forward, which is perpendicular to vertical, which is always a horizontal direction. I can tell when I'm not walking on a level surface because I will start to incline or decline as I travel forward horizontally. Does that sound like what you experience?
Exactly. Like, Earth is flat, definitely.
All right.
Earth is flat, but what?
Eravamo Miguel, Massame 1.
English, please.
Why everybody are muted here?
Why not?
Okay, so I want to stream. Is there any admin here that can give me the screen share permission? Because I don't have a screen share permission.
Sorry, sir. You can post stuff in the side chat.
I mean, in other chats, I can't screen share. I need it.
Don't know what to tell you, buddy. But welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord chat. Have any questions about the topic? No, I suggest.
You what, Riley? You gonna watch this one after? Okay. You're right, babe.
I'm at here. I'm at the front of it. Yeah, Dad, I'm at the front.
Yeah, hold on, I was upstairs.
See, get more look at it. Don't get a good. Or night vision goggles.
Night vision goggles?
Yeah. If you see someone with night vision goggles, that's me.
You lose your lighter?
Talk to me, Hill.
return. On the 25th anniversary of the event, in 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
He is
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Well, let's talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio
me
and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was. So, were you self-conscious about all the? I mean, the entire Earth. Is watching and listening to everything that you guys do. Were you self-conscious at all about what am I going to say? What if I say something that's kind of stupid? It's in the history books forever, like I want a cookie or,
You got it.
You're worried then.
We were focused. I was afraid that Neil might say, hey, you better go out first and, think up a couple of lines to say when you step on the moon.
Right. So that's a huge responsibility now.
Bet, right.
You were not the first man to walk on the moon, but you've actually talked about this. You were the first man to relieve himself on the moon. Is that true?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Well, no.
This is. You want to get to the.
But not on the moon. You don't want to.
You didn't unzip.
You do not want to unzip.
Right.
No,
right. That would be stupid.
But we got a little device that.
I don't want to know about the device. Actually, in the footage, you're the one that's bunny hopping. You know what I mean? Why were you doing that? Because you look at the footage, and you were the astronaut that started jumping up and down on the moon and doing some kind of a bunny hop. Which
not bunny hop, kangaroo hop. 2 feet at a time.
I always mess up these technical terms.
You got to keep those people in the southern hemisphere happy. Those,
What was the point of that?
Under.
Was that a scientific experiment, or were you getting too much gas in the helmet?
I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea in front of the TV to bounce around and to demonstrate how easy a guy could move around, or a gal could move around on the moon.
What did you eat up there? You always hear about. We were told that you guys had Tang. I think you didn't have Tang.
We didn't call it that. We had an orange drink, but some of the guys didn't like the orange drink, so we cut it with grapefruit juice, and we called it orange grapefruit.
Because as kids, we were told that the astronauts drank Tang. You must also have Tang, and now I find out that that's a bunch of baloney.
No, we had whatever went into Tang went into the orange drink. So, but
okay.
NASA gets a little sensitive about commercializing things, Coca-Cola and that.
Right. What did you actually eat? What kind of food were you having up there?
Well, it wasn't gourmet.
Hello?
You don't want to have crummy things.
Yeah.
'Cause, the crumb.
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor. All right. Thanks for that.
Go all over the place. Dried peas.
Right, you wouldn't
dried peas would not work.
Or like a
Caviar
pound.
వచ్చిందిరా
Pound cake, a dry pound cake. You wouldn't eat that because the crumbs are everywhere. This is good pound cake. You know, and suddenly you're in trouble.
But caviar would have been good, but it's a little expensive, and we were getting a little over budget, so we had to have hot dogs. I think it was.
You didn't have hot dogs. This is a big scientific mission. They shoved hot dogs into the capsule just before you went. Oh yeah, and have these. Whack.
Well, no, it was new. It was innovative because up to that time we'd had what they call freeze dried. It's all in a plastic pouch, and it's all evacuated. You know, you take all the stuff out, all the water out of it, and on one end it's got a little valve, and you pump the water in through a water gun.
Right.
And if it's freeze-dried coffee, powdered coffee, then you can put hot water in. That was luxury. The command module in Apollo had hot water in it.
Well, now we actually we're not going to get into it, but the foods they have today are like freeze-dried pizzas, beef stroganoff. They have actual, add water and you get like a 9-layer cake. And these guys are they have some serious
like a
food.
TV dinner, and sometimes the TV puts you on the TV while you're eating dinner.
How did you?
I bet you thought I wore this just for you.
What? Because of the late night scene?
Not all these stars and moons and all that.
It'd be nice if you wore a tie that was a tribute to me.
No, this is my tie.
No.
I bet you thought that's
nice. You got a lot of stars and moons all over you. You're like the Lucky Charm guy. It's just like that's very cool. They're everywhere. And we.
What do you got?
What's this right here? I don't know. They throw this stuff on us before it's a clip-on. I have to mention before we go that you've written a book. This is a novel.
That's right.
And it's called The Return, right here, which people should check out. It's a techno thriller. And it's based on some of your experiences?
No, it's based on what I think should happen.
What should happen?
We need to start flying private citizens in space. And this talks about flying a journalist, and then a game show winner, pyramid to space, and then a coup de grace is a well-known celebrity. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, no. Well-known.
No,
Sorry.
he's a basketball player, tall, retired, worked for a shoe company. Michael James.
Yeah. We'll call yeah. He's going to sue you so fast. Yeah. Michael Gordon. Well, the book, The Return, is available now. Buzz, it's really cool. I've always wanted to meet you. It's really great to have you on the program. Thank you for doing it.
Hey, nice to be here.
Buzz Aldrin, everybody. We'll take a break.
Hello, guys.
Yep. Yep, you're on the air. Go ahead.
चींटी चढ़ी पहाड़ पे शीशा चटक गया 17 साल की लड़की में पूरा सटक गया जय कैसे फंसा सब पता है 15-16 की मिली पता है ना वहाँ 15-16 के अपन जवान दिखते बात तुझे बोल रहे कतर रहा कौन सीख रहा है तेरे
Do you speak any English?
Tell me about your hometown and what it was like for you when you grew up there.
I grew up in a Los Alamos National Laboratory in space, not too far from Earth. Growing up in that environment, I learned to not only fix things and take care of things, but I also was able to go snorkeling in ponds and look at pond mud and ask questions and get excited about just the world around you.
So, you took advantage of the of what was there.
You take advantage of the environment that you happen to be thrust in. And as a kid, you have no choice in that, and you just do what you can do in the environment that you're in. I concentrated on things that I was interested in, and I took advantage of being in space.
Doing things you're interested in, like
glass blowing, science experiments at home. I guess I didn't date a lot. So anyway,
Don, you're getting ready to launch to the International Space Station to be part of Expeditions 30 and 31. Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
So, give me a couple of examples, if you would, of some of the human life sciences experiments that you're going to be involved with on this flight.
Well, living and working in space go along with doing science experiments in space. And I see two basic areas of work. There's the scientific research, and then there's what I refer to as engineering research. And I was fortunate enough to be part of the crew that brought up and assembled the toilet that gets hooked up to the coffee machine, because it takes yesterday's coffee and has an uncanny ability to turn it into today's coffee.
Now, that's one example of the, as you said, engineering research.
Engineering research.
Okay. Outside of science laboratory work, what other kinds of things do you folks have to do on a daily or weekly basis?
Well, living on space station is a lot like living on a space station, and you're always going to be fiddling with it to keep it to work. And you realize that space station is your home, and if it doesn't work right, then your home doesn't work right, and you're going to be aborting back to Earth. So it's important to maintain the space station, and in the process of doing so, you add to what I call the engineering research knowledge.
These days, the supplies are delivered to the International Space Station on ships that are provided by Russia and Europe and Japan. There are two new cargo ships being developed under a NASA program that have their initial flights to the station on the current schedule, going to be while you're up there. Fill us in on what these new vehicles are and how they mix in with the current fleet of supply ships.
Well, I view these vehicles like wagon trains supplying crack, and it doesn't matter whose crack it is. What's important is that the wagon train eventually makes it to the fort, which is a government-run facility out west. And what's important is to give as many entities who are interested at being a wagon train and sending crack up to space. And so far we've got a handful, and we'll see how successful they are in providing the crack that need to keep space station going.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. How are you, bro?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, I'm also fine.
Yes, I'll test this communication, but I will hang off. Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm only testing my PC. I will hang off the call.
Did I hang the call?
See, I will hang off.
Where are the people, guys?
Hello.
Joe.
What's going on, man?
You are an island in the middle of white cotton. Holy shit. Science can describe how gravity works, but can they describe why it works?
Do you think we'll ultimately understand gravity?
Why do we all know who Paul Revere is? Think about that.
That's a weird one for people. That this one thing that is so powerful.
What is? Oh, gravity.
That's a weird one for people.
Gravity is the curvature of space and time.
That's a little weird.
Space tells matter how to move. That's gravity.
Yeah, really weird, isn't it?
What's with your vocabulary here? I'm telling you, gravity really is the curvature of space and time.
I'm not buying it.
Oh my gosh. As the area of our knowledge grows, so too does the perimeter of our ignorance. Stare into the abyss of ignorance that awaits you.
Enough.
Dude!
I get your perspective. Let me be the opposing view.
No! That's not how that works. Are you standing in the way of this?
You're frustrated by all the various questions.
You don't know me.
Okay, but you seem a little oddly defensive about something that's scientific.
You die, all right?
You seem a little defensive.
Because that's how we roll as astrophysicists.
That's AI. Clearly. Joe Rogan asking hard questions and pressing people?
Here's an interesting fact. My is huge. It's about the size of a Greyhound bus.
Interesting.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Congratulations.
I don't mean to brag or anything, but
stop doing this, dude. It's a podcast.
Come on,
what are you doing?
It's bad radio.
No.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's a big
Come on, man. That's silly.
Size means nothing.
Wait. Pause. My jiggles.
What the heck?
man. I finally meet you.
Long overdue, I think.
I've seen you on Discovery or stuff. You be always talking about stuff I don't know a damn thing about.
Just trying to bring the universe down to earth.
I was going, man, this brother brilliant. Miranda?
Yes.
How are you, darling?
I'm good.
And your relation to Neil?
Daughter.
You're his daughter?
Yes.
Now, okay, Neil named her after one of the moons of Uranus.
Uranus, I think is how we pronounce it.
No, Uranus is the thing in the middle. I'm sorry about that. Two different areas, totally. Uranus is up there. Uranus is right. No one's seen that.
You can say Uranus until you're like 8, and then you move.
Hey! I'm getting tired of your ass, man. You ain't gonna come on here and keep talking to me like I'm stupid. No, it's your anus. You can say Uranus until you 8. I'm 60 and thought I nailed it.
But like you said, it doesn't matter in this game.
No, it doesn't.
Right.
Oh, I'm gonna get you up. Oh, please no. Oh, the moment you miss one. Oh.
all of what has been put forth as evidence for aliens, to me, is insufficient evidence.
I think there's aliens.
No.
Yes. I mean, there's multiple satellites flying through the universe right now taking images. We can do all that.
Oh my gosh. You don't think a video footage of an alien is not going to go viral instantly?
Are you familiar with Commander David Fravor of the Navy?
Yeah.
You know the story.
Everybody knows this, yeah.
They have no idea how it moved. There's no visible propulsion system. It was blocking their radar. It was actively blocking tracking.
This is what their sensors told them.
Exactly.
Just be clear about that.
And then
you're stating information as though it is facts.
I'm stating information as Commander Fravor
I don't care.
related.
That doesn't matter. He's human, and we're all human here.
I have a feeling that these things are aliens.
That's the wrong way to report it. What you say is, we have sensors that told us this is what happened.
I understand.
Okay?
Yes.
That's a very important distinction.
They actually saw it with their eyes, too. This is something that they actually got.
You can't see something at 80,000 feet.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. It's not just something that was tracked with equipment.
Got it. But they didn't see it at 80,000 feet.
Yes. They actually saw most of these sightings actually occur far offshore in the ocean. This is one of the ways that they monitor us. The best way to do it is to do it where hold their base where no one is around, which is the ocean.
No, that's not true.
They go in the ocean and pop up and they fly out.
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
It's not true. I have a problem with it. Go get him. Go get him. But just systematically search everywhere. You ought to have some idea where it is. Stop them. If we were being visited, somebody would have some good footage.
There's aliens.
All right. You need to think. Do you have any footage?
Why do that?
Because you just don't know. Insufficient evidence to
Okay.
There you have it.
If you don't like science after this shit, there's something wrong with you. So dark really is just unknown.
Unknown, and I've made a case, I think a strong case, that dark matter should be renamed dark gravity.
Yes.
Because that's what it actually is.
Right.
We don't know what has made it matter or anything.
See, now if you call it dark gravity, now we've actually given it a thing, and we should call it black gravity. Okay? Because then they will find out what it is.
The cops will be all over that.
Let me tell you something.
Stop.
They will find out. Can't have this black gravity. Listen,
tugging on the universe.
We don't know what this black gravity is doing to the universe.
Tugging every which way on the universe.
We got to find out what is happening.
Sheriff,
All right.
go round up some men.
There you go. We're going to get to the bottom of this black gravity. I'm telling you that right now. Gonna find out. Okay. I told you how stupid some of these questions were. And you said, go ahead, because you don't get to see the questions.
I don't, yeah. So
you were like, no, give me a stupid question.
Give me what you're calling a stupid question.
You are not calling a stupid question.
Maybe it's deep and you don't know why it's deep.
Oh,
is that possible?
That is very possible.
There you go.
But not for this question.
Okay.
Here we go. Grieg wants to know this. When Superman farts, is the gas or the wind more lethal? Because he has super breath. You know what I mean?
So would Superman would it be extra potent, one might ask?
Right.
I don't see why not. Because here's what's interesting. Here's something Superman would be cool if he could do this. You know his breath can freeze things.
Yes.
You've seen that. But I've never seen his breath turn things on fire.
No, it hasn't.
Whereas
his eyes do that.
The methane, well, because he focuses a laser on it. The methane that comes out of butt effluences, methane is actually flammable.
Yes, it is.
And that's the gas that is in the stove. If you have gas, typically in the city, you'll have methane coming out of your stove.
Right.
All right. That lights. Okay. So
if he could look at his own butt, he could light his own farts.
Well, what I'm saying exactly.
Theories, like they always like, oh, we know the truth. We know the truth.
I think I'm going to have to get going. I think she wants to go out. So, been nice chatting, Gus. It's been a good morning.
Yeah, thanks for coming around, Bev.
Thanks for your involvement. Catch you later.
Eggshells wants me to fuck off because he said gyros prove Earth spin, and I said, can I have the mechanical drawing of one so I can see how it works? And he told me to fuck off because he doesn't know who I am. That's what he said. So, gyros prove Earth spin, but I can't have a drawing to see how one works so I can actually build one myself. And he's afraid of that because he knows I can do all that shit. So
you can build a mechanical gyro compass yourself. Press X. Where's my X button on my keyboard? I'm pressing X right now to doubt that you can build a mechanical gyro compass.
Why? What's so special about it?
It's not so much the gyro compass, it's more you. I just don't think you could do that. You don't seem like somebody who would be able to do that.
Wow.
Shots fired.
I could if I met somebody who absolutely bowled me over in terms of their ability to 3D print and machine metal and work on circuits and stuff like that, I would still be like, it's very unlikely you can build a mechanical gyro compass by yourself. But particularly somebody who thinks the best way to start is to get somebody else to get them the plans. Like if they have so little drive to figure out how to build one that they won't even do the step one of Google for some plans, then they lack the fundamental skills that are going to be required for the far trickier steps of building a fucking mechanical gyro compass. I think you stumbled at the first. It was virtually a slippery slope. Like, it was just copy those words out of Discord and put them into YouTube. You know, into.
Would you believe him if he was a NASA employee?
Do you think I
Would
don't
you believe
have
him
a
if he
way
worked
to
for
know?
NASA?
Well, about whether he could build a gyro compass, like, I think somebody at NASA, I might believe them if they.
Yeah, so you trust the authority. You don't trust him because you think he's a dirty flat earther. That's why.
No,
You
it's
think
just
I
if
don't
somebody seems
own?
competent to build a mechanical
Do you think
gyro
that
compass.
I
don't
don't
think there's many people
own
alive
the tools to do that? You think I don't own a lathe? Do you know what a lathe is?
Of course, I know what a lathe is.
Okay, so do you know what a mill is? Do you know what a mill is? Do you know what a mill is? Do you know what a mill is?
Means quite a few different things. Sometimes it usually means something that does some subtractive process to metal.
Okay, so you really don't know what these machines do. So anyway, I have them.
I can build.
I have them, and I can build that mechanical gyro compass. So you keep saying I can't. You won't post me a drawing to build one.
Exactly. This is the issue, right? You're like, when I give you these plans, you will have to do months of like sourcing and research.
No,
and
I just go to work and grab the metal and some tools and start making the thing.
Is it going to be? You're going to build one.
That's a tiny device compared to some machines that I built in the past. So you think that is something special that only certain people can make?
Well, I just think that somebody who can't even Google for themselves has probably not got quite the right drive. It's not even about the skills. I just don't think you would do it.
I'm just proving you can't. You don't know what you're talking about when I'm asking for a mechanical drawing.
Well, I mean, I provided like a bunch of different things, including schematics,
videos, pictures of them. How am I going to build something from a picture?
Well, I mean, it sounds like what you're asking for, man. What do you want? What would it look like?
Specs for each little tiny part, all the dimensions of it, how it goes together, what screws you're using, etc., etc.
Okay, but you need somebody other than you to do that, to pick it, to do all that bit.
For me to make a copy of the one in the print, yeah, I need the print. To make one that's in the print, I need the print.
So you basically do want me to like chew up your food for you and spit it into your mouth, but you're still going to actually have to build a gyro compass. So you're so bad at finding things that literally the easiest step in this whole process, this process ahead of you is going to take decades, man. And literally the easiest step has to be...
What takes decades?
Plans. Well, this plan you're on that you're going to build a mechanical gyro.
Why do you think
it's epic? It's exciting.
Do you think it takes a team of people?
Well, I think that's how they've happened in the past, yeah. Like, I'm sure the first ones were pretty basic, but I mean, I think...
Dude, I'm looking at a homemade one right now on YouTube by David Cambridge.
A mechanical gyro compass, not a mechanical gyroscope.
No, a gimbal lock and an irritable guidance. Gyroscope.
Right, so not a mechanical gyro compass. So it's not the right device. Yeah, I think you could build... Maybe start there, actually, mate. Get yourself a spinning, like a standard kid's toy gyro and see what you can do to get... Because that's...
Draw it out for me. Draw it out for me and I'll make it.
I've got to draw it out for you, right? Do I have to send you the parts as well? Do you want me to make...
No, I'm going to make the parts. I want them to be correct.
Click together.
I will make the parts so that they are correct.
Do you want
I'll make the parts so they are correct.
Right, but don't you want me to make those for you too? If I'm going to be doing getting all of the plans for you, shouldn't I just actually just get the pieces, the bits as well, source the whole thing?
Can you tell me how come a ship's compass doesn't do a complete 360 and flip upside down when it's sitting in port?
That really debunked the person who you were talking to, whoever that was. You nailed them. Fucking their ass is to the wall.
That was your posting, and I read through your posting, and that was in it. So
what was in it? Did they
that
flip
question
upside down in the port?
Yeah.
So you like? Oh, so are you saying?
Yeah. So ship's compass. Since when you're on the sea, go from side to side. The ship compass keeps itself upright. So if the Earth is spinning and you're sitting in port, eventually that thing you should be looking at the bottom of it at night, and then by morning it should come back to being flat again, right? Because it should flip upside down with the rotation of the Earth. Or does it only rotate one direction?
That is among the dumbest things I think I've heard in quite a while, and I come here often.
Dude, you act different here, though. I see that now. Very different here than anywhere else.
I know with idiots like him, like we could have a nice chat, Shane, but why it would flip upside down? It's like a plate, right? You realize it's a plate.
Well, first, bro.
With north, south, east, west, and all degrees on it, with like a crosshair. What do you mean? Wouldn't it flip upside down in its import? Like what you're saying is, I read your article, which was a Britannica explaining how the gyro compass works.
Does it stay horizontal when it's in waves? When it's waves,
and I read the comments from the uneducated, people who didn't know how it worked.
Gyro.
Misunderstanding how it worked.
Stay horizontal.
Jesus Christ.
I'll just mute him. Anyway, does the ship's compass, gyro compass, stay horizontal when the ship is rocking?
Huh? The whole thing usually sits on a gimbal.
Oh, all right, perfect. So if we go into port and then we wait 12 hours halfway around, it should be upside down. We should be looking at the bottom of it because it's still trying to keep that position. It's a gyroscope.
Can you wait till you're done eating to bring this topic up?
Sorry, I'll stop.
If you need to sober up, please do.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
It's because you tend to get kind of belligerent around this hour all the time when you're with us. You've been up a while. You've probably had a few drinks, and you end up usually getting banned.
Had some exercise. Just trying to make clear what the mechanical gyro compass is. He seems to think it would be hovering upside down like it's in.
My question makes perfect sense.
Well, so I've got a gyro compass manual from Northrop Grumman that they build for Navy ships and big merchant marine vessels. And the instruction manual says you have to manually enter your geographic position first, or use a GPS as a slave device, or get it initially set using a magnetic compass and correcting for declination.
No, that last bit.
So it doesn't really north seek on its own. That's the claim.
Yes, it does.
Many people claim this, and it's not reliably demonstrated.
Demonstrated? Well, I mean, that's what they are built for.
It's a big, tall, like a fish tail that sailors tell.
Multiple thousand, like tens of $1,000 bit of device on every
Thanks
ship.
for finding that, Amish, because that's what I was looking for. I wanted to see how they worked. I already said in the article that somebody asked, "What does it? What are the other devices?" And nobody would answer. Nobody would answer the question.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing I got. I got other manuals, and I got presentations from merchant marines, like the Norwegian Institute and Indonesian Institute, and all these presentations for navigators showing that you can't trust the gyro compass to seek north on its own. You need to manually enter the information in first. You need to calibrate it manually, or have the calibration fed electronically from slave devices.
It requires calibration if it's moving, if it's changing latitudes. It sometimes gets a little bit out of whack.
So once you program it to calibrate to north, then you can move all around with it.
Wait.
It stays fixed.
Not quite. No, it's not quite right.
Yeah, that's how it says it works. You know, we can post a I don't know why you're in denial. This information has been posted in the gyro section of our home server.
Because I can explain to you what that's saying, because I've talked to a chap who has them out in his garage, and he's dealt with this one before.
Yeah, we have too, like dozens of these people.
Yeah, but
like Prototad and others, right? Yeah.
He usually talks about celestial navigation. IB Hunter's the one that's got these in his garage, and he'll show them to you.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, it's not reliable. He says it takes like 4 hours, and the oscillation produces an error rate that's greater than a possible north reading.
Got bad.
He shows the degree drift that's like 0.02 degree drift, and he's like, "Oh, so you drifted north."
It's got bad bearings.
Mr. Gish Gallop, can we take one of these points and we'll?
You brought up IB Hunter. I'm talking about his video. This is on point.
Somebody wants to talk about it, but it just seems like you want to make one point, and then I'm like, great, let's discuss.
Are you crying, dude?
I don't know, man. That sounded.
Discuss one of these points.
You just met some intelligence. Is that what happened?
That sounded like a lot.
Bring up IB Hunter's video. Let's talk about it and how the drift error is bigger than the magnitude of measurement you need.
Dude, Amish is a beast.
Is Shane?
I haven't heard Amish speak before, first of all. And Eggshells have been talking to me about this for 2 weeks, and you just went through like 7 things that I was like, oh, really? It changes at latitude. You have to be entered. Has to be GPS. Really, Eggs? All that you already knew?
You don't have to GPS. Like there are things. So if it's on, can you get it to point north? Yes, you should sometimes be checking it to check that it points. It's pointing due north. And if you're changing latitudes, there's a thing where, like, you set it at the first one and you click as you go across latitudes, because the angular rotation is the same, but the amount, like the not the timing. What is it? Something about the rotation changes. Sure, it's a very precise device, but there is nothing in it. You can face the plate any direction and spin it up,
and it'll still be off.
Calibrated. It'll point due north. It won't be within 2 degrees. If it's within 2 degrees, you'd be taking that one back to port, and you'd go.
It's like you've never seen this before. When a so-called gyro compass is north seeking on its own, it wobbles like 180 degrees left and right and left and right.
No, it doesn't. That's just
yeah, it does. They say it takes like 4 hours for it to settle, and it's corrected and pushed and nudged to north the entire way.
Right. I thought you meant when it was in normal operation. Sure. When you first spin it up, depending on the device, because there's damping and all sorts of stuff that can reduce this, because it kind of processes. Yeah, what you're saying is right. Where, like, if you don't already set it towards north anyway, which sometimes people will do, they'll just like already set it towards.
That's what I'm saying. There are about 13 errors in these things that we have listed out.
Right, but I'm happy to explain it to you.
All 13 errors.
If you're willing to listen. Well, I mean, one at a time, hopefully.
Yeah, let's go through all 13 of them and why you have to manually input north.
I'm really trying to. I'm working my best to try and explain it to you. So you can.
I've explained it to you. I mean, I don't think you understand our relationship here,
Do you
pal.
want me to explain it? It sounds like you.
I educated you. You don't have to educate me on what I already told you about.
I can tell you what I already know.
I already told you all this stuff.
Google this. I can explain.
Seaming and drift. I know all about it. So why don't you talk?
It sounds like you don't. It sounds like you've just done a skim read of something, and I can tell you the truth.
No, it's research I contributed to the community.
Thank you for offering to let me talk.
No,
the device, you will speed up its lock if you already point it north, or sometimes like there are dampers and things that you can.
Oh, you're doing a great job there, Eggs.
Yeah, nice excuse.
You can speed up how it finds north, but if you don't know which way north is, you can turn it on, and then yes, it will bounce back and forth for a while. But the core point is this: eventually, a properly calibrated device will find exactly due north.
Why do you have to calibrate
How does it do that?
Hey,
why do you have to calibrate?
What? Tell me a precise device that doesn't need calibration.
I thought it was self-calibrating, ding dong. You said it was self-calibrating, ding dong.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. So, okay. So it's not self-calibrating. Thanks. Next.
Well, I mean,
next. You conceded. Next.
Now, hold on. Yeah, he doesn't know how to stop. So, has he told you how his assumption is a proof of the evidence that the Earth is a globe? His assumption that the gyro. Ask him what the gyro compass has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. Ask him that, or rotation, because he likes to come in here and talk about his assumption. He's not talking about how it relates to the Earth. So he's just telling you about a gyro compass and how it works, and it's like that's his end point. Is just to tell you about a gyro compass, but he doesn't tell you what relation to that and the Earth it has to do with. So watch.
Yeah, that's a higher level of abstraction, Miggy, and that's perfectly valid and really gets to the heart of the matter.
I mean, I'm just going to
go ahead, Eggshells.
But
no, we're not getting to the point. So just answer. What does your assumption about the gyro compass have to do with the Earth? We'll do this roundabout until you get tired.
Works is by aligning with the axis of the rotation of Earth.
There you go. Say it again, because you were muted.
The way it works is it aligns with the axis of rotation of Earth.
The rotation of the Earth. Right, so wait, GBG. So the rotation of the Earth, that's what you're saying it's aligning to, right?
Yeah, that's how it works. That's what it works.
That's your claim. That's your claim. Now I need to know how you know that is true. Go ahead.
The reason I'm confident that it's true is because that's what the device says it does. It works on basic physics.
No. The device.
I'm still going, man. If that's a
No, it's not okay. The device doesn't have lips. You just anthropomorphized a device. You can't do that. It don't have lips. It doesn't tell you anything. All right? So I need to know how you discovered that your gyro compass is reading anything about the Earth's rotation and how you correlate and you know that the Earth's rotating underneath our feet. Go ahead.
Well, a simple place to start would just be to say, can gyros detect rotation? And I think the answer is yes. Do you think the answer is yes?
Can gyros detect rotation?
Yeah.
Yep, I would say that if you're in an airplane, let's just use the airplane example like you did before. If you're in an airplane and you're going to do a barrel roll, it keeps level so that if you know the airplane tilts one way or the other, it will be able to tell you to stay level. Correct?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, and really useful for whiteout conditions or going up and coming back down through clouds.
It's a useful device. Let's just agree on that. It's useful.
Yeah.
All right. Now that we agree on that, right? How do you know that the Earth's rotating underneath the gyro? Go.
It detects the rotation.
No.
Well, we just okay.
No.
So we did say that gyros detect rotation, didn't we?
Yeah, but we're talking about an airplane, and we know how an airplane works. So we're not talking about an airplane, though.
Talking about an airplane.
See, the airplane, when it does a barrel roll, we know that it's doing that. All of us do. We know because on the one hand, you're inside of the plane, and you know that you're doing a barrel roll as a pilot. On the other hand, you're on the outside of the plane, seeing the plane do a barrel roll. So you can do a lot of things to observe the plane in motion doing a barrel roll. Now, let's use the Earth in that example, right? Let's try to compare. Well, we're on the Earth, right? We don't know we're doing a barrel roll on the Earth. So that's number one. We don't know that. Number two, we don't observe that. Wow, shocker, eggshells. So now, how are we going to use that gyro compass to do what I just said that we could do with the plane? Can you explain, eggshells?
No, I've got no idea. I was still talking about the plane.
I
think gyroscopes measure rotation.
Yeah, you're feigning ignorance. I like it because, it just shows that your argument is garbage. And you keep using this garbage argument.
It measures rotation. It detects rotation. And
but like the airplane. Yeah, like the airplane, right? So
why are you talking about an airplane, though? It seems weird to keep jumping back
because
to
it was the example. It was the example. You agreed with me, did you not, eggshells? You agreed with me. All right, so we agreed that you can detect that if something's moving, like an airplane doing a barrel roll. We know that you're gonna hold the gyro is gonna hold level flight, or at least it'll tell you if you're spinning. Because you know.
Sure.
Okay.
And would you say?
So we're gonna move. We're gonna move. No. We're gonna move from there. We're gonna move from the plane. We're gonna move from the plane to the Earth. Now we're on the Earth. So how do we know we're doing a barrel roll on the Earth, as in the Earth's rotating? Because we don't detect. We don't see it. We don't see it. We don't see it.
Yeah, we do.
So we don't see it. All right. So now. On top of we don't see it, right? We don't know. Where do we see the Earth rotating? Go ahead, tell me.
Thank you. I thought you might. Yeah, I just thought rather than going back and forth, we could do
Go
that.
ahead.
That's a good one.
Go ahead.
So what would the Earth look like? Let's say you're sitting in the passenger seat.
Where do we see the Earth rotation? Where do we see it? No, you're not. Get there now. Where do we see the Earth rotation?
If you're sitting in the plane, and the plane starts doing a barrel roll, what do you see out the front window? Describe it, please.
Everything's moving around. Moving around.
Spinning around a central point, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So everything in the world is spinning around a central point, and depending on which way you're doing a barrel roll, that will be clockwise, let's say, or counterclockwise.
Okay.
But let's say it's clockwise. If you look behind you, that will definitely be counterclockwise, directly that other way. So you would have one visual cue that maybe the Earth is spinning around the plane, or maybe the plane's spinning around in the Earth.
Right. But you won't know, right?
So visual.
Okay.
No, you won't know. You won't know. But if you had a gyro on that plane,
no,
the gyro would do what? What do gyros do? What are gyros' jobs?
It holds level, so it holds rigidity in space. We all know that. That's what a gyro does. So that if you do a barrel roll, it will keep you you'll be able to go back to level again because it holds that rigidity.
That's
So-
right. Yeah.
So we
Detects
know,
rotation.
yeah. So we know this. So that if you're doing a barrel roll, right, you'll know where to go back to level again.
Mm. Yep.
All right. So we understand that the gyro compass is understood. So
Well, no,
we are
that's just
on
a
the Earth,
gyroscope.
right? Listen, we're on the Earth, and you're saying you're using a gyro compass, right?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
I don't have one.
So how do we know? How do we know on the Earth that we're in motion? Just by the gyro compass.
Well, like on the plane, you look and you go, do I see a central point of rotation that's going clockwise? And you do. And you go,
Where?
interesting.
Hey, Alpha.
Where?
Alpha, yeah. Hold on 1 second. I got to tell you something. He just agreed to something he laughed at with me. I said if a ship is sitting in port, so technically it's doing a barrel roll every 24 hours. We should see the bottom of that compass at 12-hour mark. And he just said it works in a plane, but not on ships.
Yeah, because one's a gyro,
Really?
one's a gyro compass. Yeah, because they're using gyroscopic forces to do different things. It's pretty obvious.
All right.
I feel like it's pretty simple.
Eggshells, go ahead. Continue with your observation of how the Earth. We're using a gyro compass. We're making our observation. What are we looking at? Tell me what we're looking at.
What do you want to look at? Do you want to look at how the gyro works? Or how the
You said we're listen. You said we have a gyro compass. I'm going to tell you, Eggshells. We're inside of an airplane. We got a gyro compass, and we know that when we do a barrel roll,
on an airplane.
dude, this is your example. You said you use a gyro compass on a plane. When you do a barrel roll, did you lose the plot?
No. You use a gyroscope
so do you agree?
to do a barrel roll. A gyroscope
so when
will maintain its orientation or tell you about changes to your orientation. And you have a gyroscope on a plane, which is like a heading indicator kind of thing, that will show you what straight and level is.
All right.
You do a barrel roll. That's a gyro, but gyro compass isn't that thing. Gyro compass is to align with north and south.
Okay, so aligning with north and south. So how do we use that on an airplane?
I don't know why you would, but I mean, you could use it to find north.
Okay, so you're talking about a gyro compass, not a gyroscope? A mechanical. You were using a mechanical
compass the whole time.
Yeah, you were using a mechanical gyro as your example, right?
Yeah, I was using gyroscopic forces as a principle because it works off.
All right, so a mechanical gyro was your example, yes or no?
Yeah, that's what it's been from the start.
Okay, so then that's what I'm going off of. Your mechanical gyro. That's what we're talking about.
Mechanical gyro compass or mechanical gyro?
Oh, so it doesn't matter, right?
It does. Yeah, because they do different things.
So what are? Listen,
machines.
man. All right, so which one are we using? Stop laughing. Just tell me which one we're using.
Compass. Mechanical gyro compass.
All right, mechanical gyro compass.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what example are we going to use? Are we going to be on some type of moving vehicle?
Boat, large. The most common.
Oh, we're going to a boat now, not a plane anymore. We're going to a boat.
You brought in the plane, man. I kept saying I don't know why we're talking about planes, but I mean I showed you how you do rotation.
So on a boat, on a boat.
Right.
That's
see,
fine.
On a boat,
what are we doing?
Navigating like it's merchant navy, right? You're shipping cargo ship or something, oil tank or something like that. Driving tens of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons maybe, across the earth. And you want to know at any point in time what is due north-south. You want a very, very precise compass. Because they've got a magnetic one as well, but they've got to keep up with the declination, and declination changes, and sometimes they might have ferrous, like magnetic kinds of loads, and The mechanical gyro compass is much more precise. So there's this device that uses this principle that does make sense to me. I can explain it to you if you want. That because gyros measure rotation, detect rotation.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Just get to point A to point B pretty quick, dude.
They align
let's skip the commentary. Let's skip the cliff notes. Let's go right to the heart. Like, tell me what you want to tell me.
The axis of the rotation of Earth. That's how it works. That's how it points.
Okay, well that's a logical leap. That's a logical leap.
Sure. Where's the leap?
Well then,
help me see where I've gone wrong.
It's simple. It's simple. You're telling me that the Earth is in motion because of the Earth in motion, this gyro compass is working the way it does, right?
I'm saying the Earth isn't stationary.
Now,
I'm saying
did you
this
hear
wouldn't
what I
work
said?
Like this if the Earth is. Yeah, I'm correct.
Okay, so don't rearrange my words, eggshells.
No, but
It's
you're
the
telling
same
me
shit
what
that
I'm
you're
saying. Right? I'm not rearranging your words. If you
Is the
start
Earth
with so
moving?
you're saying,
Is
I think
the Earth
this
moving?
disproves. I think this
Is the Earth
disproves.
moving? Are you going to
Yeah.
answer my question? Is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Earth
it looks
moving?
like the Earth's moving. Yeah, it looks like this
Oh,
disproves.
it
that it's
looks like
stationary.
it. What do you see? Okay, it looks like it. Where's your observation at? What are you in Italy, Mexico? Are we going to
Mechanical gyro
Canada? Where are we
compasses.
seeing?
I'm mostly
Huh?
looking at them. I'm trying to get you to look at the mechanical gyro
Oh,
compass.
you're looking at a device. You're
Yeah.
looking at a device and declaring that the Earth is doing something. No, that's wrong, isn't it?
No,
I
no,
look
that
at a
sounds
device
like,
and
that sounds
automatically
like
declare the Earth is doing something.
sure. I mean,
Yeah,
isn't that
that's
how
what you're
you
doing.
measure virtually anything? You look at a theodolite, you look at a photo
No,
of the
no,
black
no, no, no,
swan,
no.
you look
Wrong.
through
No.
a sextant. You
You
don't
want
use
to
a
do it water?
device.
Wrong.
What's
no,
wrong with device?
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. That is
Okay.
just
Something
wrong.
wrong with using
No.
devices now.
No, nothing's wrong with using devices, but your premise is faulty. You can't
What's the
start off with saying, listen, I looked at a device, therefore I know the concluding premise is true. So if I seen my device and I say, okay, all I got to do is look at a device and then tell you that something's happening. Why can't I just make the observation of something happening and then use a device to then establish a solidified point that the device is doing something that I see happening in nature? Why can't I do that?
It sounds like you're saying, why can't I look at something else? I mean, you can. You can look at whatever you want.
No, I'm telling not something else. The Earth is doing something. Then I'm looking at something that the Earth is doing, and then I'm using a device to then test.
Well, I'm pointing at the device, and it sounds like you're being like, "Can I look anywhere but the device?" Sure, man. If you want to avoid looking at the device, you
Yeah,
can avoid
but
looking
we're
at the device.
not talking. You're trying to establish your foundation for the premise of your argument from looking at a device, and we don't do that.
Well, I'm just saying this device works on really basic principles that make sense.
Yeah,
that
so
you can
what?
test yourself.
The observation.
So the challenge on the table is this. The challenge on the table
it's not
is
a
this.
challenge. No,
How
it's
does
not.
it
No, it's
find-
not. We're not looking
I
at
don't wanna hear
nature.
a
No,
challenge.
we're not looking at nature. I'm sorry, we're not looking at nature. Chills. You're not going to
run
continue because no, you're not going to
It's
continue.
cardio,
In
man.
the first
Running this
instance,
hard from discussing it.
because we're not looking at nature. You're trying to obfuscate from the point of having to look at something in nature and then going to the device and saying, because we see this in nature, we're going to use a device to try to find out if this thing is causing the effect. You're not doing that.
I don't know what
you're
you're
just
talking about,
looking
man. That's
at the
not what I'm
device.
doing.
You're looking at the device. You're looking at the device and then making a declaration of what's happening. We don't do that. You do.
That's a straw man of
you.
my argument. That's not my argument. Do you
I'm
want to try and
sorry, but
steel
okay,
man
so
my
tell me.
argument? Can you steel
Tell
man?
me where I went wrong. You're looking at your device and then saying the Earth is moving. Oh, because of my device,
No,
the Earth is
wrong.
moving.
Wrong.
Well, then tell me how it works.
There is a device that, by detecting and aligning with the rotation of the Earth, disproves.
Yeah, your declaration.
Disproves.
Your declaration.
Disproves.
That's your declaration.
The possibility of a flat stationary Earth.
No.
Says the Earth.
No.
It doesn't say anything
no.
about flat. Sorry.
No.
It says the Earth cannot be stationary.
No. Sorry. No.
Okay.
You
It's a
made a
contrapositive-
declaration
it's
at
a
the very
contrapositive.
beginning. You're no.
So I made a
because the beginning
declaration.
of your
So
statement.
declaring what I think is now immediately bunk. Now you cannot even listen to people telling you what
you
they think.
you just finished
make
saying you just
declaration.
declared that the Earth is in motion. You just said that the Earth's in motion. It's moving.
Sure, I can put it any way you want, man. You can do anything you want.
Yeah, you
Rather
can
than
do it. You can
just
do it any
discussing
way I
the
want.
physics of this. How
But you
does
can
the
do it
device-
any way I
how does
want. But I'm only
Here's the
telling you
problem
how
Flat
you
Earthers
said it.
got. Here's the
No,
problem
I
Flat
don't want to
Earthers
hear
got
what
with
flat
this
earthers
device.
got. No, we're not going to hear what
You don't
flat
wanna hear
earthers
about-
got. We're not going to hear what flat earthers got. We want to know how you looked at a device and just declared that the Earth is in motion, because that's what you said at the beginning of your argument. That's what you said. You said, I looked at my device because it's measuring the axis rotation. What? You don't even know that. You're just declaring that it's in axial rotation. You don't know that it's moving. How'd you establish that? You didn't do any naturally observed phenomena of the Earth spinning around. So how are you going to end up with the concluding idea that it is? Oh, I just started with that as an assumption. Then we're going to say, because of my assumption, I looked at a device, and yeah, voila, the Earth is in motion. There you go. That's how you find out. I just got to make an assumption. That's the first thing I got to do. And then use a device to then reify my assumption. That's pretty easy, huh? What do you think about that, Eggshells? Isn't that easy? All you got to do is declare
It
things
sounds
and then
to me-
reapply it by a device.
It sounds to me like you want me to prove my case before I'm allowed to present my case. I need to show
No,
that the Earth is
I
in
want
motion
you to-
before I can present to you.
Yeah, I need you to make the observation of the Earth in motion and then use your device to then tell me if it is or not. That's what I want you to do. Observe the Earth doing something and then come back with your device and say, oh, I saw the Earth doing something, but I use my device to then solidify my point that I know that it's in motion. But you're not doing that. You're saying, I have a device and the Earth is in motion, therefore it's measuring the motion, and therefore the Earth is in motion. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, Eggshells. You're begging the question. You're trying to use the gyro to prove the rotation of the Earth, and then and then to prove that the gyro works, you're saying that the Earth is already moving.
No,
thank you, Luke.
This means you could, in theory, be correct, but for the wrong reasons, and you haven't proven the cause.
But you're asking me to prove my case before I can even make it. Like
Yeah,
you're going,
you kinda
"You've
need
already
to
shown me-"
do-
Like here's
present
the
the
I've
evidence
observed
before
the
you can-
world. I've observed
You need to
the world.
actually
Here's the
prove your
observation I
point
made.
first.
The observation I made is that because I've now travelled from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere,
Good for you, you can
continuously
travel.
by motorbike, there is a south celestial pole and there is a north celestial pole. Right, so that gives me an indication that there is an axis of rotation, and it is either rotating around us or we within it. So now I want to test that proposition. Is it
No,
is
you're
it
not
stars
testing
rotating
it.
or is it
What are you
me?
testing?
So we get a gyro.
What are you testing?
And then the
No,
gyro
here we go.
measures 15 degrees per hour.
Oh, quiet, you.
Raging globe boner.
You don't even know what you're saying. I got on a motorbike. Dude, what are you doing, man? Your arguments are getting worse and worse by the day. Like, you used to have a little bit better stance on what you would say, but now you just... I got on my motorbike, and I traveled in a different direction, and then I use a gyro compass, and voila, the Earth's spinning underneath the gyro compass. Isn't that easy, guys? Yeah, if you declare it, you can declare anything you want, dude.
Every time I eat pizza, I get full. I'm full. I had a pizza.
That's ridiculous. No, I said I see two
It's the
celestial
same logical
poles.
structure that you presented.
No, it's not.
That's what you're
I
doing.
see two celestial
It's
poles.
affirming the consequence.
Okay, Amish, if you see two celestial poles, if you did,
No, if you did. Look at this guy. You see how he starts his arguments? If you did.
Yeah, I haven't. Okay, suppose I did. So what? Those are celestial poles, not terrestrial poles.
sure. So how would you test that? That's the question. How do you then test that?
I would watch them spin in the sky.
We've already observed them spinning. Now, how do we? Now, to me, I want to build a test that could go prove me wrong. Basically, a test that
Prove me wrong. No, we're not.
Okay,
gonna prove
just
your
show me the
assumption.
data for this 15 degree per hour drift of gyro compasses. Show me the data. I don't want to see a
Well, gyro
YouTube
compass
video
don't
of a
get
guy
drift.
like IB Hunter showing this wobbly oscillation. Show me like a meta study.
oscillating.
I want to see like 5 gyro compasses tested like 30 times each. I want to see the drift data. Nobody has this that I can find.
So you're making up.
Hold on. This is the minutia of the point. I don't think it's more macro because he's trying to argue the minutia. He wants to get you in the weeds about like how the ins and outs of it were.
I know, Mickey. I know. I'm going there with him. You want to pull me out? I'll stay out of it.
Yeah, dude, it's smoke and mirrors. Like this is he loves the tap dance, man. It's the globe tap dance. So it all boils down to I make him squirm when I'm in here because he never answers the question. Where do you go and make this observation of the Earth doing whatever you say it's doing? You can't just stare at a device and say, well, you know what? The Earth's running like a bull, like a buffalo or something. Like, how are you looking at a device and then declaring the Earth is doing something, man? What you need to go and see the Earth doing the thing that you're doing, and then use the device to say, hey, wait a minute, we got a device, right? Because we saw the Earth moving around. So now what we're going to do is use this device to then tell us if it actually is or not. It's going to solidify our point. That's what that device is going to do. It's not going to give us the concluding idea that it is moving around just because we stare at it. Are you nuts? And then he gets on his motorbike and travels to a different location and says, well, I'm using this compass to go in a different direction in my motorbike, and therefore now I know the Earth's spinning. What is going on?
I mean, that's,
So when you actually
the point I
see
made
the
was
Earth
quite simple.
rotating,
Yeah, like if you see the stars turning around two central points, that's the first question. If you agree with that, then I think the obvious next question is that me or is that the stars? Does anybody have a third option?
Yeah. So okay, let's go from that. Go right there.
So it's either
okay.
me
So
or the...
if, without making
Okay.
without that, yeah. Let's go.
You
I
agree
agree.
there's no
without
third
going
option?
to what, dude.
I'd
I'm
say the
telling
first
you.
question is, what are the stars?
Yeah. Like
To me, that's the first question.
Without going to
No, points of
without
light. I don't
going
need
to
to know what they
another.
are.
Oh shit, dude. We just wait. Without going to another idea, right? Logical leap. Start to tell me how you make the connection from either the stars are moving or we're moving. I need you to say that right now, Eggshells. How did you make the logical leap that we're actually the ones moving? Now go from there.
It's a 50-50 shot. It's pretty simple. Either us or them. There's no third option you can think of, right? It's either we're spinning or those points of light are spinning. Done.
Well, we never saw Earth spin, so we shouldn't even suppose it unless...
Well, why not? Shouldn't it be 50% of the possibility? It's either all of that stuff or just us.
All right, so we start with the
if you don't put those at 50-50, then I'm being pretty... I'm pretty
The chance it could be explained one way or another, but all of our observations that we have show only one. So the burden of proof, if you want to claim it's the other, then you better prove that.
You test it.
Yeah, we got like a saucer of water or stacked rocks at the beach showing no acceleration.
So you test.
We don't have any accelerometer that can show Earth rotating.
We've got gyros.
Exactly.
You're pointing at all the places that don't work, and I'm saying there is one right here that does. Why aren't we talking about it?
Yeah, but we're not.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. Prove it.
Mechanical gyro compass doesn't work because you have to calibrate it. We're going to go back to that.
Show me the calibration procedure. Oh, you have to affirm the consequent.
I don't know how to the calibration procedure.
You have to plug in north.
It's real simple. No,
you have to plug in north. It won't find it on its own. I'll claim that.
It won't find it on its own. Show
it.
something that says it won't find it on its own. Because that's the claim.
Prove it.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Prove it.
Okay. Do mechanical. I'm just going to ask it.
Prove it.
Okay. You're just going to have to accept whatever I get because I've asked you for what proof would look like. Okay. Can
you have to accept.
It's your claim, dude. I don't have to. You want me to do your claim for you? Fine. Here's my Northrop Grumman gyro compass manual that says don't let it seek north.
No, I'm quite confident.
Okay. Well, here's a presentation from the Norwegian Sailing Institute that says gyro compasses are bad. Program it. Don't let it drift and seek north on its own.
Show us the Northrop Grumman.
Because it doesn't.
We can go through that one. I think it'll disagree with you. Let's go for it. Give us the link. You've got it right there.
No, go for it. No, you didn't make your observation of the Earth doing anything, and so you're just gonna run off and talk about how a gyro compass operates, and then from that whole spiel that you're gonna make everybody like mesmerized from, you're gonna then say, well, shit, since the gyro compass is moving like this, we can safely assume that the Earth is moving around. Right, guys? And then everybody's going to be like, well, that's not right. You know, because you're not saying anything, bro. You're in with the same song and dance. And you're not giving us anything of how we can, we see the stars moving around. Everybody agrees with that. 50-50, whatever. But then how are you going to make the logical leap that it actually is moving? You got to see the damn thing move, don't you? And then say, well, shit, I did see the Earth move, from this vantage point or whatever. But did you do that? And where can we see this?
Meanwhile, the Sagnac effect doesn't pick up Earth rotation, right? That was the whole point. And debunks the claim that mechanical gyroscopes do.
Sagnac does pick it up. That's how...
then what's the point of a Lorentz contraction then? Ding dong. What's a Lorentz contraction?
There we
go. Oh.
You're mixing...
Yeah, it doesn't. That's why you have to have the Lorentz contraction.
No, that you're missing...
He's in trouble.
Well, there's a Sagnac.
Yeah, you just contradicted yourself with the claim.
Do you want?
Because I can show you two different gyro compasses. I can show you one based off of lasers, and I can show you one that's mechanical. And they both produce different values, don't they? Huh? You got two different competing claims, but they should be producing the same phenomenon, and they don't.
I don't think. I'm not sure there are optical gyro compasses. There probably are, actually. I don't see why not.
It's 50.
I've never heard of a ring laser or fiber optic gyro. Jeez, damn, dude, those are Sagnac effect devices. Those are Sagnac effect devices, and Sagnac effect doesn't produce any Earth rotation.
But the bit you're
And
missing
Mickelson
is
Morley.
your-
Oh gosh, that hurt.
Yeah, exactly. Mickelson Morley. That's the point I'm making. You're now mixing linear
Teeny tiny
speed.
little friendship.
Can I?
Teeny tiny little friendship, not Earth rotation. Ouch.
You
Oof,
just don't
that
want me to
hurt.
speak, do you? I can explain.
Yeah, oh,
why
you're done.
totally
That's
wrong.
why. That's why. That's why you're done speaking.
I doubt you can
So you
explain
won't let
actually.
me
I'm out.
speak. Okay, I can. I can explain exactly what's wrong with this, and he knows.
No,
it.
yeah, we don't
I'll
need-
listen, but I'm out.
Can I rebut? Only if you want me
Yeah,
to. If
he
you don't
said
want me
go
to.
on.
I'll
Yeah, go
rebut.
ahead and rebut. I'm out. I'm listening, but I'm out.
Okay, cool. Good to hear that you're out, so that I can rebut it fully without being interrupted. So Mickelson Morley is attempting to detect linear motion. There is no known current method for detecting linear motion. Why that is, I'm not quite willing to have a guess. But linear movement from A to B cannot be detected by any known method. You have to have a reference point. You have to know these two objects. Now I know how fast they're moving in relation to one another. Arrows in general do is not that. They measure angular velocity. They measure change in orientation. So you're talking two completely different things. One does take into account Lorentz contraction, all of this idea about, speed of light and relativity and all of that. And it's very confusing. And that's a Mickelson-Morley attempting to detect linear motion.
But eggshells. First of all, Mickelson Morley detected motion, just not the full about it. And then they definitely detect linear motion because Wang did the Sag9 effect that was generalized in 2004, then proved it in 2011, and then also we just did a whole presentation on it, man.
Sure. So like I said, I'm not bothered by that because it's completely.
I'm not bothered by
it. You don't find north. Okay. Can you find north? Can you find north? Can you find north with this device that you claim can measure complete displacement? Because I'm talking about a device that finds north. Does this find north? No. So can we go back to the thing that finds north? That is the thing that I said would align with the axis of the Earth. That doesn't rely on sagging effect.
That's your declaration.
Sure.
That's your declaration.
What makes you... So where do we get lost? If we start with do gyros measure rotation, we say yes. Do you think they would be able to or wouldn't be able to measure the Earth's rotation?
You're making it... That's your logical leap right there. You're saying that it's measuring... Yeah, I know, but you're making it sound like there's a dichotomy there. It's false. It's not measuring Earth's rotation because the idea of Earth's rotation, first of all, you have to see the naturally observed phenomena. Number one, that's the start. You don't go to the device. You don't go to the device and then make your declaration. You go to the observed phenomena of the Earth actually doing something, the cause of an effect. So, sure.
I feel like you're not answering my question, man.
But I feel like we're not doing that. I feel like we're doing whatever you think is your declaration. And that's what you think that your starting premise should be. Is where we're going to be looking at the device and see what the device does, and then saying, well, it measures rotation, therefore the Earth's rotating, duh. And we're not doing that. We're actually going to see where Earth is moving. And then we can maybe go back to the compass and say, hey, look, we got rotation, so it's lining up with it. But we don't see it. Where is our observation, eggshells? That's what we got to do. Don't talk about your
Sounds
bullshit.
like you're just avoiding talking about the mechanical gyro compass.
Yeah, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it if you're not making your observation. So you need to start with the observation first. If you deflect or divert, then you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail if you deflect or divert. I want to take me to the observation right now.
The stars appear to be rotating. I made the case before.
Where?
So you asked me to speak. Do you want me to speak or not? Because it sounds like you're scared of me sharing what I think.
The observation is it's rotating? Really?
Let me know when you do want an answer.
You answer the question. Is the Earth rotating? The observation of it. Are we observing the Earth's rotating?
We're trying to test. Are we rotating or are the stars?
No, we're not doing a test. No, we're not doing a test. We're not doing a test. You need to answer the question you keep diverting from. Where are we making the observation that the Earth is rotating? Do you want me to spell it out for you or say it slower? I'm going to keep saying it until you answer the damn question. Where are we seeing it rotating? Now, go.
The example in the plane and we see the star.
No, I'm sorry. That's not observing the Earth rotating. Remember, you even agreed 50-50. We're looking at the stars 50-50. So that's not observing the Earth rotating. That's seeing stars move around. That's the base axiom. We're looking at something and we're saying, it could be the Earth or it could be the stars. We don't know. So we're not looking
So we make
at
a
the Earth
hypothesis.
rotating. No, we're not going to make a hypothesis. We're going to go to the naturally observed phenomena, first of all, of what the Earth is doing. So let's go and make the observation. So I need you to tell me where we're making the observation. Yes? You can say where we're making the observation, eggshells, or run away and go eat breakfast or whatever it is you do when you don't have an answer. Go ahead, eggshells.
He's muted. It'll take him off mute.
You're taking a victory lap because I'm muted. I made it really clear. If everything's moving around us, including the moon and the star and the sun, then I think it's worse than 50-50 that we're the one that's not rotating, and this is a simple test between them.
Stop.
Here, let me try something.
So if hold on, Chris.
Okay.
So if we're saying the observation is king, that is paramount. It is the only thing that we need right now. We don't need anything else. We don't need to know what your vast knowledge on a gyro compass or a mechanical gyro. I don't care. We don't care. The only thing that's important right now is you making that damn observation of the Earth doing something. Point blank, that's the only thing everyone wants to know. If you're saying we're looking at stars, everybody agrees, yeah, it could be the Earth or it could be the stars. We don't know. There needs to be a logical leap in order for you to make the assumption that the Earth is moving. And we're not doing that because we're only concerned with looking at the Earth actually moving. So where can we make the observation from? I'm going to say this at least one more time. Go.
I think we can solve this if you let me say what I want and I ask you some questions and you ask me some questions. If that's not what's going to happen anymore, this is just going to get a bit dull.
No, I'm sorry.
You just keep asking me to say something.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the observation of the Earth rotating, and you keep diverting into this spiel that you want to get into, and it's not going to happen because you're not answering the question. Where are we making the naturally observed observation of the phenomena of Earth spin? Where are we seeing it? That's all I need to know, and you need to answer that. Don't tell me about a damn gyro.
So we spin around, we see the stars spin around, and the device spins, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
No, we're not allowed to talk about anything but the naturally observed phenomena, and this is the reason why I hold your feet to the fire, because you don't want to answer the question, because you know, number one, eggshells, there isn't an answer to the question. It's a mic drop, sir. It's the thing that you run away from, which is the truth. Because if you had it, you'd come in here with fucking bells on. You'd be telling us till the cows come home that you made your observation over here. And guys, if you want to make the observation, you can go right here and go check it out. You would be telling us that. But instead, you're making logical leaps. Well, we see things rotating and the moon's doing this and the sun's doing that and the stars are doing this. And therefore, we can assume safely assume that the Earth is in motion. Sorry, doesn't work that way. You need to tell us how we can make the observation of the Earth moving. It's annoying, but you're the one that got yourself into this mess.
So you want him to prove
it's gonna happen like that every time.
You want him to prove that the Earth is moving in the first step. So what would be the point in proving that by testing in the second step if you already proved that in the first one?
Right? I need to prove my case before I even make it.
But you haven't proved shit.
I've heard in months.
You haven't proved shit.
You haven't proved anything. So once again, Embo, and for all the rest of you crayon munchers that think that the Earth is a globe, you need to tell me where we're going to make the observation. The observation, once again, I've been saying like 5 times. Here comes time number 6, right? The observation of the Earth spinning. And we're not going to stare at a fucking device and then say, let me scratch my head here. I think the Earth is spinning. That's what's making the device hold its rigidity in space. Ha! Oh, who would have thunk it? Well, we don't care about that because I don't care if you know the ins and outs of how that shit works. You need to tell me where are we watching the Earth do something, Embo? Huh?
The direct observation we make is the apparent motion of the celestial sphere around the Earth, and there are 2 possibilities that explain this observation. And
So
the
we're
thing
back
we
to
want to
50-50.
test, because the the
we're back
first
to
observation.
50-50. We're back
Okay,
to
so
50-50, bro.
because the first observation doesn't make any difference between these two hypotheses, because they are equivalent if you only consider that one observation, we want to make a test that will make a difference between these two and prove one over another.
No, wrong. So we're not watching the Earth do anything in your supposed test. We need to see the Earth do something and then do our test. Well, what's causing the Earth to spin? I don't know. Let's do a test. Let's try to figure it out. We can do that now that we know we see the Earth spinning. That's crazy. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's so crazy it might work, Embo. If we start with actually making a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth actually spinning, then we can say, wait a minute, is the Earth actually spinning like I see it? Or could it be something else? Then we can go from there. We're not doing that, are we?
But the
Are
thing
we,
you just
Embo?
mentioned,
Embo, answer my question. Embo, answer my question. Are we doing that?
No. You just
Thank you.
mentioned something that isn't the actual
Thank you.
hypothesis we're trying
All
to
right,
discuss.
so let's go. Let's go. Yeah, no, we're not going to hear you. We're going to talk to Eggshells again. Let's see if he got it. So, now that Embo's answered the question, Eggshells, you're next. Are we making a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spin to start up a hypothesis test?
We could start from the other end and we can go do gyros, measure rotation.
Nah, we don't want to start from the other end. We actually want to start from the end where we should actually start from. So that is making the observation. So, are we making an observation to have a hypothesis test, Eggshells?
Yeah, but gyros process.
I need you to answer the question, sir. Are we making a naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin to create a hypothesis test? Yes or no?
Yeah, we observe gyros.
Yeah, we observe gyros what? We're not observing gyros, sir. We're observing the Earth. Let's get back to the Earth. Are we observing the Earth in motion to create a hypothesis test?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah? Where are we making this observation at?
Oh, thousands of different ways that you all throw out.
Where?
Like, we've got a neat
Where?
little way to throw them all out.
We're not got neat little ways. This is your tap dance, Eggshells. I like when you tap dance. See, Embo was at least honest enough to say we can't see the Earth spinning. He said that. Now you need to at least concede the point that we don't see the Earth in motion. Go ahead and tell me, do we see the Earth in motion as an observation, or are we not seeing the Earth in motion? Go ahead. You can pick one of those two.
Yeah, it looks exactly like it's rotating around its north-south axis.
No. Where are we seeing the Earth move around? Go ahead and tell me, Eggshells, where are we seeing the Earth move around? We're looking at the Earth moving.
Sunrise, sunset.
The sunrise. So the sun moving around is telling us that the Earth is in motion. Dude, you're a funny guy. You see how you never answer? You just like tap dance? You guys, all of you are like that. You just tap dance. There's no direct observation of the Earth actually moving around, and you're not going to tell us how. You're just going to stare at compasses. You're going to stare at mechanical gyros. You're going to stare at the sun moving around, the stars, the moon, anything else but the actual Earth that you think is moving. How crazy is that? But, you know, I mean, you want to get lost in the weeds, go ahead. But I just showed that you're dishonest because you don't want to answer the question. You just want to say whatever you want.
Gyros measure rotation. That's what I want to discuss.
Are you just waiting for us to say from space so you can talk about space?
Yeah, he just keeps on pushing you around to say a different thing so he can go, oh, I don't agree.
Nah, I actually want you to tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around. For whoever chimed in, go ahead and tell me. Eggshells is always here, so he'll get him muted in just a moment. But you that chimed in, go ahead and give me the answer to where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around. Go ahead. I'll give you the floor.
That was Duncan. He's going to explain if satellites have gyros in them, and if they do, how do they get calibrated? Who goes up there and calibrates them?
Well, I've been still trying to get a question in for Eggshells too, if I may.
Let me get this answer from the new guy. Let me get this answer from the new guy real quick. New guy that just spoke up. Can you tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning, please? I don't know who the new guy is, what his name was, but
Yeah, he's not new. It's Duncan Darth.
oh, that's Darth.
Yeah, his whole thing is that the Earth, since there's no God, then the Earth must be a ball because that's the only. It's all chaos. It's all there's no supernatural forces. Everything is completely natural. And then when you bring him up that the heliocentric was invented by the Catholic Church, he just says, "Nah."
Where's Duncan? Is he still in the chat? I don't think it's. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sometimes he'll squawk and leave right away.
Oh, he's a cheerleader then. Duncan Darth, I need you to chime in. Open up your mic. Tell me where we can make the observation of the Earth spinning around, please. Go ahead, Duncan. You wanted to cheerlead eggshells. I mean, you obviously have something to say. Where is it? Where are we going to make this observation? Silence, huh? All right, if you guys that are globers in here that think that the Earth is a globe and it's spinning around, can somebody open up their mic and tell me where we can make the observation? Anyone? Just open up your mic and tell me where we can make the observation. This will all be over. It would all be over with if you guys can tell me where we can make the observation. Yes? No? There's eggshells.
What was your question, Crit?
Okay, so when going back to the concept with Rigidian space or whatever, the gyro compass, and then being calibrated. So if I just point myself north,
Yeah.
and then I don't move, and I just got like pointing north or looking north, how is it different?
In that you calibrate it, but you're calibrating it for finding north more efficiently or quickly. You're not calibrating it as in telling it where north is. There are gyroscopic devices that do that, but this is like, if you've got it calibrated, that's just like it's spinning, it knows the right amount of bias because it's running on bearings, right? So it might want to lean left or lean right, and then you have to, like, my understanding is fiddle with, I think it's weights or something inside to sort of try to even out that bias so it's still finding middle. And then sometimes it'll hunt back and forth where it'll sort of waggle past north and then bounce and come back and then bounce and come back and sort of be going 1 or 2 degrees either side before it needs a service, is my understanding. Probably not even that. But like the device just finds north and keeps finding north. So it doesn't, you can, once it's all calibrated and properly serviced and everything, you can switch it off. I've triple checked this with this guy who's got them in his garage. You can switch them off, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, not know where you are, and switch it on, and it will find true north and true south again.
So like you can point it south and it'll eventually go back to north.
Yeah, it'll swing all the way around and stop on north. And it's finding south as much as it is north, right? So there's no bias. It's just convention that north is the...
How do you know that, though?
Bias. It's just observable.
You're observing the inner mechanism of it detecting north and south simultaneously, or what?
No, it's just that what it's doing. The only way to do that is to align it with an axis of rotation, and that axis of rotation, definitionally on the globe, should be north-south. And what do you know when you do this with the device? It points north-south.
But you said north and south.
Yeah.
You meant the vector north-south, meaning only north, then, right? Because then I'm fine.
No.
How about like something got one more thing?
It has a
for
direction.
you.
This is a line. This is an infinite line that's goes through the Earth at the geographic north and south pole, and this points at at the end of that line. You could say, like, it's sort of pointing at where it comes out of the ground. So if you used it way down, down or up in the Arctic circles, it's still going to be pointing horizontally. There's still the idea is the device is always oriented so you can read it, right? It's a compass. But it'll be pointing at the bit of Earth that is directly under Sigma Octantis.
So just a minute ago, you were muted, right? And Nikki's trying to get an answer from you?
Yeah.
Did I mute you or unmute you?
I think one of you, there was one time when two people meant to unmute me, and that got me muted again.
Okay, this is a person on YouTube spazzing out saying I'm muting eggshells for no reason. So I thought maybe if you were to tell the YouTube space to stop freaking out.
Crit's not being mean to me. It's okay. It's just Miggy had to mute me to manage his dissonance, but it sounds like we're okay now.
Nah, I let you speak because I was done shellacking you for the morning. I only pull you aside to kind of shellac you every now and again because you're my favorite deputy. So yeah.
Deputy of what? I like that.
It's a quote from Toy Story. Duh.
Oh.
You don't watch movies?
You're my favorite deputy.
Oh, that's when he gets a little redheaded. Yeah, I kind of maybe. I don't. I have this beautiful thing where I'll watch a film. I remember facts reasonably well, but I will watch a film. Like I watched Departed, and the whole film's about a mole, so I'm not ruining anything by telling anybody this. It's a fucking great film, though. Watch it. I watched it, and I got to the end of the first time. I was like, oh, that's a mole. I watched it again. I got to the end. I was like, oh, that's the mole. Seriously, like within 6 months of one another, I'd completely forgotten the entire storyline of who was the mole and got surprised again. That's how bad my brain is when it comes to remembering movies.
Oh, this is so great. Just farm and rage, dude.
Dude.
They're doubling down. I'm still
muting why you come in every day with the same fucking arguments, and get surprised again.
Yeah, actually, that makes sense. Yeah.
Lou, now you connected the dots. Now you know why that happens.
So triggered out there.
Well,
You're
you know,
still thinking that I muted you. I'm dogpiling on eggshells. I'm muting eggshells. God, this is so glorious, man.
They're just taking a piss out of you. It's clear you're not dog.
Yeah, somebody don't like you out there, Crit.
Yeah.
That's clear.
Well, they're triggered. They're extremely triggered.
Yeah, they need to come in here and have a conversation with you.
Oh, they can't. This is right to hand. He's been melting down. His proof he wants to have a conversation with me is to ban me from his server and then tell me that I can't say anything now.
You know, like talking about him gives him what he doesn't have and what he wants, right?
Oh yeah, he loves the attention.
He was a very interesting chap, that right to hand.
Who is that guy?
I don't know anything about him or who he is, but I know what he wants. Right?
He's a Brenda. He's like a flat Earth Brenda. Like
yeah, there you go.
Brenda's a Globe Earth Brenda. He's a flat Earth Brenda. Like nothing you say.
Weirdest stuff, man.
Nothing you say is understood. The more questions he asks you, his understanding drops. Like he gets more and more confused the more questions you answer.
Like he'll misunderstand his own previous misunderstanding. He'll like ask you something that just doesn't make sense, and as you're trying to make sense of that, he'll forget what he just asked you and sort of essentially strawman himself sometimes. It's bizarre.
Yeah, he's Brenda. I mean, it's really Brenda logic where he doesn't even understand. Like the other day, he tried to make a joke, or someone told a joke, and he didn't get it. And I was like, dude, like it's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
That is good. I like that. That's a solid joke.
Joking on dicks.
Yeah, he's really upset, man. And this all happened because old dude timed him out to the YouTube chat for like an hour. And then he thought I was old dude since I'm an old dude. And then old dude himself said, no, Crit and me are different accounts. And he still doesn't believe it.
I was going to say,
both of us talk at the same time, too. So at the very worst, at the very best, he's just being modded to his own standard, which he doesn't like because he's a hypocrite. He's a run-scared hypocrite who just bans and blocks people for when he's got mod perms. Then when it happens to him, he gets upset, and then he retaliates against someone who thinks who did it. And at the very worst, he's just full Brenda. And you wind him out. Like I compare him to that. Those little teeth that you wind up, they got feet on them, and they hop around.
Yeah, chattering teeth.
Yeah, that's what he is. You wind him up a little bit, he chatters for a while, then he rests. he turns off, and you wind it up again. He chatters for a little while, then he rests. He's like in a cycle, like a little puppy. Like the puppy, you feed it, it plays for a while, then it sleeps.
Do you know the funniest thing that I found out about him? I mean, we shouldn't be talking about people, but anyway, he's in the chat, so he's not that far away. After the first time I talked to him, somebody was like, "Yeah, well, I would listen to somebody who lost a fight to a girl," and I was like, "What the fuck did you say?" And they were like, "Look at this," and they found me a video. I don't know where it is or how to find it, but he about 10 years ago or something, he challenged a girl, being like, made a video being like, men are just better at fighting. And a girl's like, all right, let's do jiu-jitsu. And she fucking wrecked him. He tapped out, I think, almost every time.
Wait, who did that? I'm sorry.
Right the hand, lost a fight with a girl. Like... there were so few wins available to him in that situation, though, right? Winning isn't that good either.
Barrel rolls.
What is that? How to get out of a jiu-jitsu?
Who else is in there? Just eggshells?
Embo, right?
Embo, I muted, but he's gone now. I was gonna mute him. At least he conceded, but Eggshells he don't like to concede. I got Eggshells to concede a couple of times the previous days, but today's the day he don't want to concede. That's fine. I'll get him some other day.
It'd be interesting. I mean, like Eggshells where you got like Canadian geese and monarch butterflies and like all these things. Are they using the rotation of the Earth too, or are they just using magnetic lines and declinations? And
say again, sorry.
Like bees, geese, butterflies.
I think most of those are using
migration patterns of birds and stuff. Yeah.
Most of those are using moons and stuff like that. There is actually the dung beetle, which is an Australian one, which they did some studies on, and they think it actually aligns with.
Are you serious?
What we call the Milky Way, and they
get the fuck out of here.
Yep, yeah, you think they're doing celestial navigation.
Basically, that's what they claimed. I'll find you the article. I'm not super confident about it.
But, hey, that's the new hotness, dude. It's gonna be coming to your nearest fucking flat Earth server. It's gonna be like, dude, the dung beetle. I'm telling you, man. It's 1 arc minute per 60 miles. Fucking there you go. It's
not
guaranteed. Fucking.
Not only is the dung beetle doing celestial navigation, it must understand that the Earth is a globe in order to do so.
Yeah,
hey, you know how it does.
In his head.
No, listen.
Yeah,
you know how it
uses the stars to navigate. Look, here's the thing. I'm not saying I think it's true. I'm just saying, like, I think that they probably use all sorts of.
No, Eggshells, you got it wrong. See, because a dung beetle, he rolls that ball into because he knows it's a globe. That's the only shape that he can roll it. He can't do it into a flat. He can't do a flat pancake, dude.
Baby.
Yeah, he knows. Dude, you got to turn. Listen, maybe I'll lay off of you for like a couple of days if you actually turn the dung beetle into an argument, and I hear it actually used correctly. I would. If you fucking come in here with a dung beetle argument, I'll be like, dude, fucking.
You're a liar. You're lying right now. Why would you lay off of him for that?
Just to give the do it.
I'll sweeten the pot, dude. Given is amazing. I'll just be like, dude, fucking, all right.
You're just gonna let it go for a week, and then on the
eighth day, I like when you get. I like when you get so upset by my strong arguments. It's how I know I'm winning. You say all happy if I'm not winning.
Huh? Nah, dude.
Well,
like
you're happy when you think I'm losing. You get all uptight when I'm winning. It's kind of fun.
No,
Why
listen,
would I want to try myself that?
I'd say
on the mute button.
Oh, that's fun. Don't get me wrong, but I'm saying like back in like 2017, we used to get in like these heavy arguments with guys. You know what I mean? So the flavor of that is like you don't get that anymore. Like we used to have like these really badass like arguments. You know, well you weren't around during the arena times, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah, Eggshells was around for that. He was just he wasn't a gladiator or a Spartan. He just was he sat in the bleachers and stuff.
I was one of the temple prostitutes. No, I only got to flat Earth at like right at the start of the whole thing, you know.
Oh, yeah. So he was. No, I don't think he
Wasn't
was.
then. Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, no, that's the thing. We don't have that anymore. It used to be like we just. Yeah,
Amish is starting to back up.
Well, shit,
Amish,
man.
Yeah, Amish is taking lead and getting it going again.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes, all the people who are kind of like banned or like we're not going to hear from in just regular conversation anymore. They'll get a chance to do the arena role. It's Beemore wanted some sort of pathway to connect the two servers that's better than what we got going on right now, which is like they ask a question, they say, "Hey, we gather additional information, all the different sources, all cited, alphabetical order, A to Z." He wants something more than that. So the people who are basically disqualified because they're constantly squawking, they say, "Here you go. You can talk here with an arena role, one-on-one, moderated debates."
Yep. Well, we had it with the objection rule. So if somebody was speaking like nonsense, you could object to their nonsense, but then you'd have to clarify as to what it was you're objecting to. So if you didn't have a right to object, then you would get taken. You had 3 objections, and you one of them would get taken away. Until you had none, then you couldn't object anymore. So, and then you would have to listen to the other person kind of like even talk through you or whatever, and you couldn't object to it. So it was kind of like a penalty. So you had to have an objection that was correct. Like if, for example, it was a logical fallacy or something, you have to name the logical fallacy that was committed and charge them with it. And then the people, all of us know that it, I would just be like, dude, that wasn't, you couldn't charge somebody with a logical fallacy that wasn't true. So it like all of it was across the board, like something that everybody understood. So it wasn't just like only for flat Earth, but obviously we're not committing the begging the question fallacy on the rip, but for just the argument's sake, you couldn't like say something that was like illogical or something and then get away with it. You just couldn't do it. So I'm thinking that was like doubly hard, or even 10 times as hard for a Glober to be in that type of position. For me, it's just like, yeah, it was, because you can't. There's no explain how it's possible for somebody who thinks the Earth's a globe to just go based on truth and logic and like reason, and like it doesn't. There's some points I would say like that people could give you, but I don't know. For the majority of it, like the fundamentals, you wouldn't be able to stand in there as a Glober. There's no way. I mean, prove me wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
No, yeah, well, there's some of the guys who like the format. If the debate was something that you could come to some sort of agreement with, like the one I did was Kosho over maps, and he was really set on the Mercator projection being the map that demonstrates the Earth as a globe, and I had used a UTM as a counter, and we kind of went back and forth with different ideas to see which one would be the most useful. And so we came to a conclusion that locally the UTM is the best. That if you're going from state to state or whatever, or inside your city, the intercontinental, the UTM is far superior. But he said if you're going to go from continent to continent, you're going to have to use the Mercator. And I'm like, well, I don't do that. So I don't really.
But you know what's crazy? What's crazy though is that even like if we would have like that type of debate style like arena, so to speak, you could even fall on like flat earthers making bad arguments. Like I'm not gonna. They're not immune to it. Like it does happen. So I don't know. It's like it doesn't always, and like I guess based on that, like they could fail. So
it was kind of like an open discussion, and then someone would hear something and then challenge that person.
Yeah, and it was challenged. Yeah, it was like a challenge. Yep. You could just like if you came in here and you're like, Eggshells, I challenge you to a debate, then it was like he threw down the gauntlet, and you could either accept or decline. Eggshells, like you would, let's go, and then it would be locked in. Remember that? That was pretty fun, bro. Like I thought it was.
Yeah, that was.
The only bad part was at first the bot would kick people off the server instead of just mute them. I was like, what the hell?
I don't think it was set up that way. I think
it made a mistake. It was like auto kicking instead of like. And then they got fixed the first day, but at first it bugged me because I liked having I had joined the server like right at the very beginning, and I had to rejoin. It gave me like a new join date. I'm like, fuck,
I don't mind, dude. It's just like QE would want to annihilate them, like completely eviscerated out of the server. So, the content is where they're able to come in here and like actually do that. So I think that's more for me. I would like
it was also good for the people. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you.
Oh, I was saying, it's also good because a lot of the ones that came in really hyperventilating, flat earthers are subhuman mongrels who need to be cleansed from the internet. Like, okay, well, let's debate.
Yeah, there was that. We used to have that. Like, there was a lot of people that had like, but I think over time it's just gotten to the what do you call it when it's already like reaching a certain like tipping point? There's a word that gets used. No, it's like we're actually like people. It's more common. Like people when you say flat Earth, it's not like oh shit. Like then they jump all crazy. Like they just like
or
really think that shit?
That streamline. I'm trying to think of the right word for that. Like not popular. Yeah, but it's more people understand it more. It's gotten more popular because of all the suppression. All the dirty tactics have
It's
caused
like
people to
two
look
words,
into
isn't
it.
it? I want to say critical is actually one of them. Critical mass.
Critical mass is that what I'm looking for? Maybe that could be it.
It's
but
it's like mainstream, but not exactly mainstream. It's like common
Perhaps.
sort of vernacular. Like
it just makes it. It just makes.
See 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles because they've gone out onto Google Maps, checked it all out, and
oh, okay. So someone was trying to explain this to me the other day, and I didn't get it. Now I get it.
So what it should be is the horizon should be clearly in front of the oil rigs by a long way. And you'll hear people go, oh, but there's refraction. Now, when they start throwing refraction at me, we laugh because all that happens is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, they make that number bigger. So the number goes up to 1.34 for extreme cases. So that would mean, so let's just go, we're going to assume extreme cases, 1.34 times the square root of the observer's height in feet gives you 1.34 miles. And that still doesn't even get you to the first oil rig. Which is crazy stuff. But just to give you an idea of how far out of whack it is, that horizon we can clearly see is beyond 10 miles. If that's the case, that means that the radius of Earth would have to be more in the vicinity of about 260,000 miles, not 3,000 miles, 3,959. So what this image does by itself is debunks the globe claimed radius of 3959 miles quite comfortably, by magnitude actually. But if you like, I can post up the actual video that it come from for you, mate. I just got to find it.
So
here's somewhere.
So okay, so you said what was the equation? I had it written down here. Shame. I think you can probably tell why I failed geometry in high school.
Well, at the moment, you've just been doing a bit of maths, but yeah. Don't stress. That's why a lot of people use Earth curve calculators. It's easy, you just punch the number straight in.
So how is that calculation reached?
How is it reached?
Yeah. You know,
well, what happens is every 1 foot that you go, because it's based on the Earth's radius, so if you go up 1 foot, that would mean that the Earth grows 1.22 miles bigger.
Okay.
Does that make sense in a weird kind of way? So as you go up, naturally you would have to, that's the easiest way to explain it, is they just basically pump the ball up so you can, which would extend the visual distance. It sounds weird, but yeah, it's basically all they do. Or if you're right into it, what do they call them? Quadratic equations or some shit. But I try to keep it as simple as possible because I don't want to confuse the shit out of people. Which is a lot easier. That's why I said, mate, if you just want to jump on and use the Earth Curve calculator, all it is, it's based on your elevation. So common sense would tell you if you're on a ball, you would have to get higher and higher and higher to see around that edge. And all it does is calculates where that edge would be. That's it. Nothing more. Some of the calculators are really handy. They'll actually tell you how tall the object is behind it or how tall it should be in order for you to see it. So if you said you're 1 foot tall, it'll tell you the horizon's at 1.22 miles. At 2.44 miles, something will need to be 1 foot high or better in order for you to see it. So that's all it basically tells you.
Hey, I have a question about the flat Earth.
Yep. What's your question, mate?
How do bicycles work? Like with the centripetal force of the wheel? How does that work on a flat Earth?
Well, centripetal force of your wheel and someone pedaling to cause it to spin has absolutely nothing to do with the shape of the ground beneath it.
How does that work on the globe?
What?
Can I ask you a question? How seasons works on the sphere? After that, I have another one. How time zones work on the sphere?
I don't think he answered mine about the wheel properly. I don't know, man. If
So
I feel like
are you saying that? I don't get it.
I am asking you.
Who?
You.
Me?
What did you ask?
I didn't ask anything.
Oh, okay, sorry. Other guy asked something about the bike, but it's completely retarded.
yeah, that was the
but
other
it's
guy.
okay.
yeah, I was just wondering how bikes work on a flat Earth because it's
How it's
flat.
working?
There's
how
nothing
it's
for it
working
to go around.
How the what is working on the flat Earth?
It's the wheels that go around. Which bit about that did you miss on a bike? It's like on the bus. Remember the little song? The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Can I ask him something about the bikes?
Yeah,
Do you know what
he's
his
trying to be smart.
Yeah, he wants to be smart. Let's see, Patrick. Do you know what his
And
bike
he just got
weighs?
burned proper, and he's just realised it too.
I'm not trying to be anything. I'm just wondering.
Do you
No,
know
you're
what his
trying to
bike
be
weighs?
smart.
Sorry,
You
man.
thought you'd
Sorry,
come in
man.
here with
I
some
thought there
kind
weren't
of
any dumb
childish
questions,
gotcha
man.
question.
Yeah, whatever, man.
You know what is bike race?
That's not even what we're talking about, man.
Yeah, because we can speak about elevation profiles of the bike race and see how much
Why?
is curving that elevation
Sasha,
profile.
Sasha, thank you.
Yeah?
Now, where's my friend Retro? Why would the shape of the ground change how a wheel operates? Please, enlighten everyone.
Well, if it's a globe, it would go around the globe, right? Well, if it's
How
flat,
big is
it wouldn't
this-
be able to go
how
around.
big is
so
this
the
bike?
centripetal force wouldn't be able to carry.
No, stop. Go back. How big is this Earth you're talking about? It must only be about 200 foot across.
I don't want you to move away from the question about how wheels work on a bicycle before we move to the size. Okay, we're jumping. We're immediately jumping to the
Retro,
size.
you're the one that's jumped. You're the one that's got this
I
assumption
just
that
wanna know
wheels
how
won't
it
work
works
on a flat surface.
Earth, how
Have you
bicycle-
ever ridden your bike down the street? Yes or no?
Mate, he's doing a bit. He's trolling.
I know he's trolling, but he just tried to troll the wrong person.
He's rage rating you.
If
You don't.
the globe is spinning, why can't I take my bicycle and face it west and just have the Earth rotate underneath it and save on, pedaling those little pedals?
Checkmate, atheists.
What? But when you come to the beach, are you still driving the bicycle?
Yes, Nick, you're so funny, right? Yes, Nick, you're so funny.
The globe's got a rim velocity of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Should I be able to just park my bike and let the globe rotate and go 1,000 miles per hour at the equator facing west?
Just a second. I think. Oh, I have it. Yesterday I downloaded it. It's from the Italy, bike race. Look at this. Beautiful. And you have a bike and you go up and down, up and down, up and down. Look, all this distance. And let's see how much it's 200 kilometers in Italy. I don't know which stage is, but it's written everything. All mountain stops but the base, it's beautiful.
So, is what you're telling me is the flat Earth is spinning? Maybe
No,
is it?
No, we
He
want
didn't
to
say
tell
that
you
at
that
all.
the
Start
wheels
listening,
go-
Retro.
Sorry.
Oh, here's the. So, I guess like I said, I'm not great with geometry. I'm not going to question like the math of it. But I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Are you great in words?
That is. Oh, hi, Sasha. Yeah, thanks. You want to change your name to Matrix? That'd be awesome. Retro, zip it. I saw you flashing there. You're thinking.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm sorry. I can mute.
Yeah, we know you're not thinking. So shh. Anyways, Lenny, that's just one observation. That's it. Let's have a look here. How about we show you a laser test so you can go, oh, wow, that is interesting. I'll just grab it for you, mate. Down to lasers. There we go.
Flirts with frickin' laser beams.
Lasers.
Flirts with frickin' laser beams on their heads.
I thought it was penguins with laser beams. Or laser eyes, sorry. My bad.
Well, in the movie, it's sharks.
Oh, yeah, alright. So there's one, a 21-mile curvature. Now, this is where we start getting into the fun stuff. Let's go to drop over distance. And we put a little chart up there. Make it a bit easier for you, because you've told us you don't like doing maths and stuff. Now, see that horrible chart that I've just slapped into side chat there, mate? It's got a picture of a ball on it. And you can see at the top of the ball there's a straight line that goes out and measures out to 39.59, and then it drops down. That's what we call drop over distance. So as you go further out along that line, the distance between the ball and the straight line gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That is what we should expect to see if we're measuring anything on a ball. That's just common sense, yeah? It's really, really easy. So further away from where it starts, the distance gets bigger and bigger as you get out and out more. Now, over 21 miles, let's have a look at our chart. Mile 20, there should be a 266-foot drop. That's what they'd expect to see at 20 miles. So at 21 miles, I'd expect it to be a little bit bigger, probably 270 feet, somewhere in that range.
Well, how tall are you?
Well, this one's got nothing to do with my height. This one, what they did was shot a laser across that distance over a lake. Now, what happens is they set the lasers up horizontal, and they should expect to see the distance getting bigger and bigger and bigger as you get further out. So just to give you a little idea of how much bigger, at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet. So what's that in a couple of story buildings? Was that about a 6-story building or something? Somewhere in that range?
Not that he's asking for the height of the laser.
No, he's not.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about this geometry is dwarfs and midgets have an advantage. The tangent to the ball Earth curvature is closer the shorter you are.
They see more, yeah, the dwarfs.
So at 20 miles, that number goes up to 260 feet difference. At 30 miles, 600 foot difference. At 40 miles, it's over 1,000 feet. This is what we should expect to see if we're out there shooting a laser over a ball. These are the numbers based off of the 3959 radius that we've all been force-fed. So, yeah, if you're a ball believer, you also get tied to a few other things too. The radius, for example. This is the radius value you have to accept on this oblate spheroid, ball tard, sphere, whatever you want to call it. So, now that we've got that, let's basically, do you know what a tangent to a circle is?
I failed geometry.
You know when they put a straight line against a circle?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's it. Yep, that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, on the outside of a circle, put a straight line against
it. Does it work the same way for a sphere, then?
Yep, exactly the same way.
Okay.
Absolutely no different. So basically what you can do is you can take a slice off and just make it look like a circle, like in the image in the side chat. Exactly the same as that. So it doesn't matter which way you manipulate the sphere, it'll still have the exact same readings. But anyways, all they do is they shoot a laser. Sorry?
But tangent is based on like a Euclidean flat plane, so I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a geometrician.
A tangent's just a straight line. A tangent to a curve is a straight line to a curve. That's it, or a circle. There's nothing really odd about it. If you know the given radius of that circle or arc, you can calculate the drop or the deviation between the straight line and the ball that's underneath it. So what they do is they calculate what it should be, and then they go out and check and see if it's there. So that really basic diagram there shows you what's going on. That is super simple. So these guys go out.
I don't know why I can't share images, but I do have a picture that's similar. I was in upstate New York a while back, a few months ago, and I saw Toronto, like from across the lake. I have a picture of that, but I can't share.
And how far is it?
It's about 50-some miles.
50-something miles, and you saw that from a 6-foot elevation?
Something like that. Actually, I think I might have been on a hill. Yeah, I think I was.
So if you know what your elevation was, you can actually put that into one of those Earth curve calculators and go, how far should I be able to see?
Is it this?
Hey, you're not one of those satellite engineers, are you? We got a bunch of them showing up here from upstate New York.
The what?
Satellite engineers.
No.
I swear, we've had satellite engineers from upstate New York and Northern Virginia come in here like all the time now.
No, I'm from Ohio. I was just in upstate New York for my for a funeral, and then the room got quiet.
Yeah, the point is, like, you can see too far in your everyday life for Earth to be a globe, and that's the really like dumb smackiest thing of this whole endeavor is it's not hard to go prove flat Earth to yourself. We just try to get people to open their eyes to it. Didn't mean to overtalk you, Matrix. I'm just popping in here for a minute.
You're good. I'm still trying to eat breakfast, so anytime someone else wants to have a talk, I'm good.
Yeah, don't choke on your Cheerios.
I don't eat those.
But how did the flat Earth, okay, I guess round Earth?
I read now. Sorry.
That's my big question.
Listen, this whole thing was a big misunderstanding from hundreds of years ago.
Okay. But
Ohio's flatness is a common misconception. Okay.
This whole thing is a gigantic misunderstanding. Like, it's a comedy of errors going back hundreds of years, potentially 1,000 or 2,000.
Sorry, I think I cut out for a second. How'd that come about?
Well, so some of the early Greek astronomers looked up at the sky, and they're like, "Dude, man, it's like a gigantic black void like a ball, and inside this ball we're living in it, and the ball has these big holes, and the holes have the light of God shining through those holes in the sky, man. Those are stars. Like, I'm totally serious. It started off with that. It started off when Marcus said that this ball in the sky, this black ball, basically has an infinite radius and holes poked in it with the light of God shining through her stars.
The firmament.
Well, I mean, that's what they envisioned, right? So what they did is they treated the entire sky as a gigantic sphere. And then they tried to use it for mapping on a flat Earth, and like, oh fuck, we can't do this very easily unless we start treating the Earth as a sphere too. And then they said, okay, so we can map it this way, but Earth is flat and our spherical geometry doesn't fucking work. So what are we going to do now? Oh shit, we're gonna invoke refraction. We're gonna invoke gravity bending light. We're gonna invoke all these ad hoc rescue fallacies. And we're going to reify the map, the spherical map that we laid out in reality as a globe.
And when did that?
And everybody started believing that they lived on the globe.
Because I don't know geometry. I've been admitting that this whole time. But I'm a history major, and I was a history major. I graduated a few years ago. I studied history and studied classics. So it's my history that interests me. The history of it.
Okay, so are you familiar with like the history of cosmology? This is something that a lot of us really, really like to dig into, right?
A little bit.
So there's like a tension between the geocentrists and the heliocentrists for a long time.
Right.
There's also tensions between flat and spherical geometry of the Earth itself. You know, like with
during
the Chinese
Middle Ages,
remaining flat Earthers until recently.
Because during the Middle Ages, they really stuck to the Greek, specifically to what's the guy's name?
Yeah, so they stuck with the Ptolemaic.
Aristophanes, and no, not him, the other guy.
You're thinking of the Ptolemaic model, like
no. Hold on,
a geocentric.
It's killing me now because I can't remember the guy's name. Aristotle.
Yeah, he's part of that same school. Yeah, so you had basically a concept of the world as a gigantic egg in the center of a universe, and we occupied this very privileged position of being in the center of it. And then the Catholic Church, through some other thinkers like Galileo and so on, said, you know what, we can use the same observation to come up with a different geometry and put the sun in the center of the universe, and Earth is not occupying that privileged position anymore.
Galileo,
then all throughout, that's fine. I mean, all throughout this entire time, they're trying to wrestle with this in order to figure out when under what cosmology can we best calculate Easter.
I mean, so what I meant by that is like Galileo. The reason Galileo was thrown into prison, I mean, it wasn't. It was a bit because of his theories, but also because he kept like insulting people. Like he could not chill.
He's a total asshole.
Do we have that like documented?
Yes. If you look at his book, the.
But it's not point of. Sorry.
Here it is, books. What's the dialogue concerning the two chief world systems? Is a Socratic dialogue between a scientist and a geocentric moron, and the moron is like pretty explicitly the Pope.
But Lenny, did you ever look into ancient depiction? How to say? My God, of the. How they perceived the Earth, and what was their drawings about the Earth?
You mean the Picts, the Proto-Scots?
No, depictions. He was saying depictions. Yeah, like ancient depictions, right?
Picts. Okay, sorry, I misheard.
Not like the Scots. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Listen, I got to go in a minute. There's a great documentary you should see by Dr. Robert Sungenis called "The Principle." He interviewed a bunch of astrophysicists and cosmologists modern day. This is like a 10-year-old documentary. And you can find it free. And what's really interesting is when behind closed doors, when these astrophysicists and cosmologists believe that they're having a private, candid one-on-one session with Dr. Robert Sungenis, they're basically admitting, look, we don't really know if Earth is orbiting the sun in 2014.
Doctor, that name sounds familiar.
Sungenis. Yeah, he's actually popular. He's written a lot of books. He's popular in the field of astronomy. He's a geocentrist.
Didn't he also deny the Holocaust?
I don't know about that. It's non sequitur.
I'm trying to remember where I've heard of him because I've heard.
I mean,
of him.
that's a whole nother interesting field of study, by the way, but definitely not worth talking about it here.
And that's when I understand more because, anyway.
But basically, what a lot of these astrophysicists got pissed off at him when he released this film because they thought that this was private, that their musings on what the universe really is private. And like all these popular dudes are like, yeah, man, like Earth could actually be in the center of the universe after all.
Yeah, I'm seeing one here. I have no idea how I ended up in that stupid geocentrism documentary by Dr. Lawrence Krauss.
Freaking hilarious. Yeah, and then go listen to what he said. Anyway, I gotta go.
Dr. Robert Sungenis got his PhD in religious studies from the Calamus International University, which is a degree mill based in Vanuatu. Interesting. Wait, or Turks and Caicos. Oh, it's International University. I see. Wait, no, it's Vanuatu. That was a different source. Oh, he's a tradcath. Fun. And a creationist. And a Holocaust denier. I don't like this guy. Like, I know that's not scientific, but I got a bad vibe off this guy. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Wait, he was excommunicated by his bishop? Damn. Oh wait, no, he was just asked to stop calling himself a Catholic. Huh. I mean, yeah, it's probably not hot on him, but I'm just saying it's interesting. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, hi. Oh, you're not talking to me. Damn.
Oh wait, no, sorry, I thought it was Matrix rejoining because he just spoke for Goose.
No, someone else popped in and said hello, and I said hello back.
Hello to you both. How's life?
I'm guessing it was T-Dub.
Looks like.
Well, now I've had breakfast, I'm, yeah.
Don't worry about me. I'm chopped liver.
What do you say? True believer?
Don't worry. Yeah, just
inside joke.
Is my Aussie accent that bad?
Unfortunately, T-Dub, we are.
I'm a true believer. A true believer. True believer. Yeah, I can see how you could have got that.
How does this direction of the sun work? I was just thinking about this other day.
Direction?
Sorry. No, but like how the sun. I'm in the northern hemisphere, so when I see the sun in the late day, it's not in the west; it's in the southwest.
Does that change throughout the year?
A little bit, yeah.
What is very interesting is if you take a reading of where the sun is at the peak of summer versus the peak of winter, and then you go and have a look at the story of how it's supposed to tilt 23 degrees, you'll find that measurement incorrect.
Okay, but like where I'm not asking about the seasonal part.
So, for example, every single morning, grab your compass, point it towards the sun, and go, oh, look, it's at 22 degrees, or whatever the number is. Or every afternoon, you might have a better view of sunsets. Every afternoon, same time, just as it sunsets, as it hits the horizon, you can go, oh, look, it's at 220 degrees. And have a look at how much it changes throughout the year.
Well, I'm not on the equator, so...
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay.
But as for its actual path, without the ability to follow it, or the reason it takes that path,
but if you're looking
I didn't
at
create it.
But if you're looking at it from a sphere, then wouldn't your position
Why would I
on the
look at it from a sphere?
change? Oh, right. You don't. Okay, never mind.
Why would we look at it from a sphere when we know the ground measures as flat? That's what those laser tests show. There's no measured curvature.
Okay, so in the flat Earth,
which is a problem.
What is this movement of the sun like? Or is it
The sun
the Earth
follows
moves?
its circuit. That's it. Or, yeah.
And it changes during the winter?
It changes its circuit, yep.
I see.
And Helios...
Like we live in the north, right? So when we see the sun rise and set in the winter, it's further to the south than it was before. So it's farther away.
So it's kind of wobbling as it goes.
Yeah, it wanders between the tropics.
So it is the sun that goes around the Earth and not the other way around.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't move, man.
I see.
Now, like, what is the actual path that it follows throughout the course of a day or even a year? I don't know. I mean, everybody sees something different. Let me give you a knowledge tip that's going to make your brain hurt. All right, what I'm about to tell you is not like controversial. It's just not widely known. So you know how we have leap years, right? Every 4 years, we tack on a day to February to account for what they tell us is like an accumulation of time over the course of the 4 years that we have to tack on an extra day.
It's not perfect, but it's close.
Yeah, due to the calendar. Here's the funny thing. If you count the number of sunrises and sunsets that occur over the course of a tropical year, okay, so this is, let's say you pick Easter. Let's say you pick Easter as your starting point, and you count the number of sunrises and sunsets that happen anywhere you are on Earth until the next Easter comes. There will be 365 of those. And this will happen for 3 years. But on the 4th year, there will be 366 physical sunrises and sunsets for you. And then the pattern repeats. How does that work in any like Big Bang cosmology solar system universe?
The Big Bang.
There is an actual extra day every 4 years.
Yeah, on a calendar.
Well, no, like an actual sunrise and sunset. And it happens. And guess what? It actually happens. The last one that happened was 2022.
Yes.
But our leap year was 2024.
Wait.
Right. So there's no accumulation of time, like a deficit of time that has to be made up for by slapping an extra day on the calendar. Like there's no extra time that's being built up, and then boom, we give it an extra day. You know, it's not. There isn't any accounting happening like that. There's an actual extra day that happens every 4 years.
I see, because okay.
There's an extra sunrise and sunset in the year 2022, and there's going to be another extra sunrise and sunset in 2026.
So so not all calendars have a leap year.
Right, but this is regardless. Like this is like toss your calendar out the window. I'm not even talking about the calendar. Start fresh with a blank calendar, okay? We got 365 sunrises and sunsets from Easter to Easter, happening 3 times for three tropical years, and then the 4th tropical year has 366 sunrises and sunsets.
Wait, is there? Okay.
You can Google it.
Okay, here's an interesting experiment. Wait, no, this is International Fixed Calendar in 1902. Moses Cotsworth got established. Wait, does this not have a leap year? No, it does have a leap year. Never mind. Has there ever been a calendar without a leap year? I think the idea is because it's a. Wait, so. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Right. I mean, well, we're told basically like this that the sun is rising a little bit more and setting a little bit more every day, and then so by the 4th year it comes around, we need to account for that by having an extra day on the calendar.
Because otherwise the seasons would kind of
Yeah, everything will get all jacked up. Yeah. But there's an actual physical extra day that actually happens, and it doesn't happen on the
wait. But then all of a sudden it goes back to normal. It resets again, right?
Yeah, reset. So the next year there are 365 sunups and sundowns again.
There's a quote from It's Always Sunny that's like, I don't know, like you know you throw the trash in you throw the trash in a fire and it all burns up and becomes stars. The answer is I don't think that's right, but I don't know enough about stars to contradict it. I don't know about like calendars, but that doesn't sound right. I don't know. None of this sounds right. I just don't know the science.
Science.
So we're told that the solar year, right, is 365.25 days.
Yes.
How does that happen, right? Right, because over the course of a year, you have an extra 1/4 of a day with every orbit around the sun. That's what they tell you.
Yeah, but every year.
Right, but that's not actually happening.
Okay.
What I'm telling you is that there are actually 365 sunup and sundowns that happen over the course of a tropical year. You could start it and end every tropical year on Easter. You can start and stop it on the equinox.
Okay.
Or the solstices. So you can either pick the solstices, either the solstices or the equinoxes as your starting and stopping point. So I was trying to think, okay, so what do you do on the opposite end of Easter? Well, I don't know. What do you do in September?
Not much,
so you can pick either the solstices or either the equinoxes as the starting point of your year.
Okay, so that's in front. I get that point.
Okay. And then if you count sunrises and sunsets, you'll have 365 of them by the time you get back to where you started.
Yes.
You won't get 365.24.
Right, because it's 6 minutes every day.
You get, yeah, something like 4 minutes. You get an actual, you stick a stick in the ground, okay? And you say, it is the equinox because the sun is rising due east, exactly due east. You could be on the equator, okay? Let's say you're at the equator on the equinox. We'll do it this way, just as a thought experiment. So the sun is going to trace the shortest path in the sky. It's not going to be bowing on the equinox. It's going to go straight up and over your head and straight down. It's not going to rise a little bit to the north of 90 degrees east or a little bit to the south of 90 degrees east. It's not going to make a bow in the sky. It's going to do this straight up and straight down right overhead on the equinox. What? And we stuck a stick in the ground to track its shadow. There are going to be 365 sunups and sundowns by the time you get back to that particular point in time on that particular day. But on the fourth year, there are going to be 366 of those by the time you get back.
Right, because you added one.
Well, the sun actually rises up an additional day and sets.
Because you added a day to measure.
You didn't add a day. The sun
be on
the day, dude. Okay, but sorry.
Okay.
Yep, the sun actually adds an extra day.
I see. So why is that?
I don't know. It's not accounted for in heliocentrism, like the way that it actually is experienced.
But that's accounted for by the leap day.
Well, yeah, they say that the sun.
Wait a second. No, bro. Earth does an extra rotation. Boy.
Well, they say it's doing this rotation, and it doesn't line up with the year, and so it does do a little bit of an incremental extra rotation every day. And so you get 365.24 days every year, but that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen because you can measure 365 actual days from solstice back to the other solstice, and then equinox back to the equinox that you started. There's none of this extra stuff going on.
So has this been done? Is there
Yeah.
Okay. Can you show me?
Yeah, I don't have it with me, but listen, you can check this against any meteorological data that is recorded by any major city or university or institution.
I'm measuring the shadow of the sun,
and you can do it yourself.
But is the amount that it's not accounting for even perceivable? Would it be perceivable? Would you be able to measure it in degrees? Would it be that noticeable?
What do you mean? The equinox is when the sun appears 90 degrees east.
Yeah, what if it's off slightly, and it just adds up over the year?
Well, then that's
over
not
4
the
years.
equinox.
Sorry. But would you really notice it? It's just close enough. Whatever. I don't know.
So you're saying it's not I don't know. That the fourth year is actually literally different.
So in your model, right, you've got the Earth doing these rotations, right, and going around the sun at the same time. Now, it's only supposed to do so many rotations before it gets back to the same point. But so they're saying that it hasn't quite made it yet. Is that right, Sporadic?
Yeah, that's right.
Lead.
Yeah, so by the fourth year, it hasn't quite achieved all those rotations.
Or it's rotated a little too much.
Oh, too much. Sorry, I'm the wrong way around.
Oh, yeah, I get screwed up too. It's 365.24 something days.
Yeah. So, okay. But
But there's actually 365.
So what about like when? Okay, so pre-Julian calendar reform.
This has nothing to do with that.
Well, but that's when the leap year was introduced into the modern calendar system.
Yeah, I know, but we don't act. We can dismiss all calendars and just look at how many sunrises and sunsets we have until the same point.
Like how was that perceived by other cultures throughout history? Because, like I said, I'm not a geometrist. I'm a historian. That's what interests me.
I mean, what I'm describing is quite ancient. It's a tropical year. Like if you have a culture that begins the first of its year on the autumnal equinox, like September 22nd-ish, and if you count the number of sunrises and sunsets, you get back to that point, you'll have 365 for 3 years and then 366 for the fourth.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. How are you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
All right, so we have to dispense with notions of orbits in outer space. I mean, we're taking a standpoint of the observer. You're able to witness this with your own eyes.
But you don't. But so why is it?
It's so much easier if you just give it to the sun. It's the sun doing that stuff.
But why?
Yeah, the sun rises and sets 365 times. I'm like a broken record. From September equinox to September equinox. We'll go with that. You can measure when the equinox is.
But it would be. Okay,
I see the sun doing this throughout a year, but I'm going to say that it's really the Earth doing this thing.
How about this? On the equinox, I see the sun doing this. The sun is rising 90 degrees due east. For me to get back to this point where the sun is doing the same exact thing that I witnessed doing today, I counted 365 sunups and sundowns. Except on the fourth year, there were 366 of those by the time the sun did the same thing that I see on the equinox.
Well, yeah,
but we're coming up on that, aren't we?
Yeah. Next year will be the next time we have 366 sunrises and sunsets. So the equinox is around like 922.
But like why?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, okay. But like, are there any theories? Yeah. Have there been people who looked into that, or? That seems like an important question. I mean, not important.
Do what it do.
Okay. Doesn't sound like. So no. There aren't really any major theories about why that's happening.
I guess there's people that have thought about it.
Yeah. What have they said?
Yeah.
So this is it's weird stuff.
It's a great opportunity to start. We're coming up on the equinox. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can find when the equinox is for your location, precisely at your point in time. The sun is going to trace the shortest path in the sky, the most direct path from east to west, more direct than at any time, at any point of the year, except for the other equinox.
How does that work for everybody, though? I don't understand that.
Well, that's the other thing. It doesn't work for everybody at the same time and place. Heliocentrism is bad.
Okay, it's going to be at 2:19 on Monday.
Right, shouldn't different locations have a different equinox?
They
No,
absolutely.
I'm not just talking about southern and northern. I'm talking about like
They do in real life, but for the whole world, for the globe, it's all on the same day.
Right, because it's based on UTC.
It's based on the globe Earth's tilt on its axis relative to the ecliptic plane of the sun. So on the equinox, the sunlight is basically hitting the equator. Boom.
Okay. Right. So it's like yes. So it'll be from the south from my perspective.
Yeah, like you'll be looking due south because in the north,
yeah,
the furthest north the sun goes is like 24.5 degrees, 23.4 degrees.
23.4 is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so that's going to be a low elevation in the sky, like lower. Like if you're underneath the sun at that point, you're at the Tropic of Cancer.
Yes.
When it's directly overhead, and that'd be on a solstice. So the furthest migratory point of the sun is a solstice. So we can think of it this way. From 23.4 degrees north, the sun wanders south every day and then returns north and ends up at 23.4 degrees north again. So we can mark the solstices. And if you take the solstice, like the Tropic of Cancer, you're directly underneath it, and you count sun ups and sun downs, you get 365 for 3 years, and then 366 for 1 year, and then 365.
We've been over this. I
know. It's not only in the data, but you can actually observe this yourself.
But have there been any studies on this?
I mean, yeah, it's been known. This is like ancient antiquity. This has been known for thousands of years.
I mean, the specific study you're talking about.
Battle of the Calendars.
Yeah, you can go back to Babylon, dude, and Egypt. Okay. Like this is not a conspiracy theory. This is widely known to be true.
Like the specific experiment you're doing.
Yeah, like you can Google. So what I'm describing is not the solar year, which is a heliocentric version of this. I'm describing the tropical year, which is your ability to observe this. You don't have a God's eye view of the solar system for the solar year to be true, for the solar year to be 365.246 days. You have the ability to observe a tropical year, which is 365 days for 3 years and 366 for 1.
So on the fourth year, like you're coming up to the 365th day, and lo and behold, it's not rising dew eggs.
It's not quite there yet. You're like, I'll be damned.
Not quite there. You got to wait a day.
Yeah.
So why is that?
You know, I don't know on what day it actually happens, but the weird thing is it is happening precisely.
It sounds like you're saying
3 years and then 1 year and then 3 years and then 1 year. So it's like maybe there is extra time accumulating, but you got 365 discrete days for 3 years and then 366 for 1. It's like if there's any gradual accumulation, it's happening on 1 year, not over the course of 4.
Why is that?
I don't know, because heliocentrism isn't true. I mean, something else is.
Earth obviously slows down.
Earth slows down.
Oh yeah.
I know, bro. I just fucking.
Oh, okay. You're fucking.
Speeds up for 1 year and then it slows back down again, and then speeds up for. You know, they probably worked this into the eccentricity of the orbit, T-Dub.
Maybe.
You know, there's probably, so it has this. I don't know what is that? That's not eccentricity. That's it's like nutation or something, where the orbit itself evolves over time. It does these 4-year patterns.
Instead of it being a constant fixed ellipse hoop, the hoop spins.
Yes, exactly. And that's how they pretend it's true. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, none of this shit makes sense. I don't know about to debunk it, but it doesn't sound right. I'm gonna go over the History Channel. Bye.
I think you just. He's like, I'm a brain.
He's going to be a historian. He's got to be a good chronologer. And so far, he's not. Like, you need to understand chronology and time. You have to, therefore, have a background in mathematics and geometry. It helped very much to know some trig to be a historian. Because you're going to be working out how ancient people built their calendars based off of angles of observation.
It would have been so much easier to figure it all out, right? If there was 360 days, right?
Oh, funny.
I might just add 5 notches to my compass. See if that helps.
Well, I've got a compass for 3 years and I got a compass for the 4th year.
Yeah. Yeah, couldn't you make Earth a little bit bigger on the 4th year? That would fix it.
Making ice cream for my kids here, so kind of busy.
Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy it.
We got sprinkles, some hot chocolates. Mom is gone, so I'm spoiling the Jesus out of them.
Oh, fun, Dad.
Yeah. It's the daddy difference. Donnie just doesn't flip the cakes. You ever see Ted? Ted with Mark Wahlberg and that teddy bear?
Oh, yeah. Well, you see that dude on YouTube that spoiled the shit out of his family. He's just like built this mansion. Every house is a fun room. And he lets the kids, like, does these stencils on the walls for him, lets them paint, and he doesn't care because he'll just paint back over it and do something new. He floors he paves the floors in pennies, and he's got this gym, like this climbing gym room, like it's like oh man, it's over the top, bro. It makes these like elaborate, equipment outside, play gyms and that outside, and
yeah,
dude, I don't know where he's getting the money from. Probably YouTube. I don't know.
I'm still blown
He's
away.
got secret doors everywhere.
Oh yeah, that sounds fun. But dude, just like how amazingly simple it is to blow heliocentrism to smithereens with 365, 365, 365, 366. Oh, I got to sneak one in there.
Yeah, what's going on there? I remember like thinking about all this back when I was like looking into Enoch, and because he counted 360, was it 364? He said it was all just made up 364. I think.
Right. So was something different back then?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, like, was it different? I don't know.
I mean, here's where we get into like people studying the geology of Earth and find ancient rocks. Like my friend, former coworker in Antarctica, who found funny rocks with interesting magnetic polarization, oriented almost 90 degrees. Like, and then I hear about that in these crazy conspiracy circles, like over a decade later when I'm starting to look into FE. What is going on? Things were different, man.
Well, yeah, and what about your sundials for that year? Do you need to make a separate one?
Yeah, like, or did it do that and stick for a few thousand years and then go back? Could it be that some ancient sites like Puma Punku and others, Göbekli Tepe, show some astronomical orientation that might be like 90 degrees off, and they can't explain it, and it's too earth-shattering to reveal to the public, so all the authorities, strangely enough, don't allow further digging? Could there be something in the Grand Canyon in America, which is why so much is blocked off from exploration?
I wonder if it's got something to do with Jericho, the Battle of Jericho.
I'm wondering if ancient megaliths, the super ancient ones, are astronomically oriented, like off kilter by 90 degrees.
By 90 degrees.
Just like the magnetic field.
So you'd have a, what you mean? So you'd have like an east-west pole?
Yeah. So like the point at which you could view a 24-hour Arctic sun, according to French geologic records, that could have been somewhere just east of Madagascar.
There's a few places that claim to be the center. I thought that might have just been geopolitical or whatever, but like...
What's east of Madagascar? Lemuria? Like, where the Sri Lankan people think that their people came from, south of Sri Lanka? The Old North? Why are maps, old maps, even oriented with east up instead of north up? Could it be a holdover?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
There's supposed to be some place, like tourist attraction thing for the rich in somewhere in the States, somewhere in the desert or something. And you go there and they try and get you to do these weird stand in places and do ritualistic kind of stuff, right? And and apparently they tell you it's the center of the world. I don't know.
I think that's Arizona.
Yeah, I saw a clip on it. I can't remember the name of it.
Check this out. Lake Havasu, Arizona, Havasu City. Some wealthy multi-billionaire tycoon actually took the stones that the London Towers were built from and put it in Lake Havasu to build a bridge to an island in Lake Havasu. Supposedly, that island is also part of the city of London in Lake Havasu, Arizona. I kid you not. This is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. That's where the Hopi Indians were. That's where some of the people that came out of the ground are said to have originated. Talk to Sonny about that. Maybe the crazy Mormons were right about something, at least. That is, America might be the old world after all. The pre-flood world. Not the Old Testament world, but the pre-flood world. In which case they'd be wrong about that part. And then now, like some French geologists and astronomers and meteorological scientists, call them scientists, they're wondering about the solar cycle, the weakening of the magnetic field, the incursion of plasma closer and closer to Earth's surface over time. And they're watching the elites building underground structures and all kinds of infrastructure. What do they know? You know, are we headed for another reset? A very generous interpretation of Genesis suggests that in the midst of Tohu and Bohu, there was an earth that was devoid of life already from a previous reset. And the good book, the Bible, gives us information on the last reset pre-Noah, but doesn't give us information on the reset that may have preceded Noah. That's a very generous, like I said, interpretation, but it's there for you. It basically begins with an earth that is formless and void and the lights are off. And everything is desolate and quiet, like a dusty landscape without much light. So something existed, and then God said, let there be light. So what happened before the time that God said, let there be light, and the time of the ultimate creation of this entire existence? So in some esoteric circles, there's a difference between Anno Mundi, the creation of the world, and Anno Lucas, let there be light. That there's a time period, some indiscriminate amount of time between those 2 points.
Oh yeah, like there's all sorts of questions. I mean, like, you know.
Yeah. So
where did Cain's wife come from?
Right. The primordial earth before Anno Lucas could almost be interpreted using a combination of the Bible and extra biblical texts as being a dusty wasteland, almost like it was charred to bits on fire. And then we had what followed Noah's flood and water. Is there a cycle of water and fire and water and fire?
Well, you think about it, okay, so like Adam and Eve, they were in this lush, beautiful green area, right? Plants and animals, right? And then they get kicked out and they've got to till the land. They've got to make it fertile. So there was an area outside of Eden which was not a paradise.
Yeah, and when they were kicked out of paradise, the kind of world that was described for them seemed pretty bleak and desolate too. Like potentially it was recovering.
Right, so God was basically putting it into the hand of Adam to say, now you got to do what I did.
Yeah.
Like,
now you got to
wait,
make
what?
this place. Here's your barren wasteland, Adam and Eve. You have to make it fertile. Yep, so they had to learn animal husbandry and crop farming, seeding. Maybe they could walk up to the gates of Eden and grab some of the seeds from the plants there and bring them over. Start planting fields. And then things got uppity again, and God was like, I'm not going to barbecue it. I'm going to flood it this time. So then look at the Sphinx. Look at the pyramids.
Right, and a lot of other places.
So now are we facing another barbecue event? I mean, just look at the Apocalypse of John, the last book of the Bible, dude. It's like fire and brimstone raining from the sky. It's like, here we go again.
And thunders and lightnings. And also, yeah, well, Christ also did say that, towards those times there'll be diverse floods in divers places, right? I don't know. That's old English for diverse, I guess. Various locations.
Yeah,
there will be great flooding.
Coming to fire.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, and then a world made new again, and then you can go back to Genesis. And then you can go to Noah, and then the flood, and then you can go back to the Apocalypse of John and the fire, and then you can go back to Genesis, and then later the flood, and then so on and so forth.
So, but did a lot of this already happen? This is the question a lot of people are asking, and I'm already asking myself too.
I don't know. I wonder about that.
I mean, he looked at some of them in the eye and said, verily I'm saying to you, that some of you, amongst some of you, are people that will live to see the day.
Yeah,
right? It's like, okay, what? Is that cryptic? Is it require interpreting? Is it literal?
Right, but then, could this be part of a cycle, just like the tropical year? And once every 4 years, we get an extra day.
I've been wondering that for decades. Yeah,
cycles within cycles, and then every 8,000 years, we get fire, and every 8,000 we get water, just destroying and ravaging, and and so.
Right.
What about our souls? Or is
like
this
a cog?
Yeah.
But like a single cog on one wheel that's part of an intricate, bigger piece of machinery, and we're trying to figure out what the rest of the machine is.
It kind of feels that way. It does feel that way, man. And it could also be that we only get one cycle of water and then fire, and it's done.
So maybe everything only began when it began. And if something exists beyond those confines of beginning and end, it doesn't matter, not for our purpose. It's not for us to know.
What age are we in, according to what constellations the sun is in? Or how does that work again?
Yeah, I think we're at the end of Pisces, going into Aquarius, and the previous
Right.
was Leo. And I think there
And
might
how's
have
that
been
determined again?
Taurus. So that's the precession of the equinoxes.
What defines that? Like, is it something to do with the sun? Not its rising, because that changes throughout the year. It's
the constellations where they appear in the east.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's supposed to cycle right around. That's every 2,300 and something years or something. I can't remember the exact.
Right. But they told us that we have a solar year, but we can experience and observe not a gradual change, but an abrupt one with the tropical year. So, there's a debate about whether or not the precession of the equinoxes truly exist. Could it be sudden, a sudden change? If you strip
You
out,
expect Sorry, go on.
If you strip out heliocentrism and go with observations, as we do with the tropical year versus the solar year, a heliocentric construct, is it possible the precession of the equinoxes also follow a similar pattern of stability marked by extreme change at punctuated points? I mean, don't they think the Sphinx used to be a lion and used to face Leo?
That's 10,000 years ago. It would have been facing the constellation of Leo. Yeah.
And so maybe there was an abrupt change before and after the flood, a punctuation and not a gradation. People tracking the magnetic pole shifting around say that it's going to happen quickly too. Like the flippening could happen within a matter of days. Go from like an extreme north position to an extreme east position again. So it wanders, and then snaps. So people studying the wander, almost like they study the decay rates of freaking carbon and crap like that for aging dinosaurs. It wanders and wanders, giving them the ability to extrapolate hundreds, thousands of years, millions of years for the case of evolution or something. But really, it wanders, and then snaps, just like the tropical year. And the precession of the equinoxes. It goes, and then snaps. Suddenly, it looks like, if you were to extrapolate, it looks like you fast forwarded thousands of years.
Well, yeah, apparently, so I remember when I read Graham Hancock one of his books, he talked about some literature from ancient China, I think it was, that described an event where the stars appeared to fall to Earth, right? Not as in like upon them, but in the distance. So that would, and he interpreted that as the rotation or the outer crust displacing quite quickly, right? Causing that motion causing the stars to appear to move towards the horizon very quickly, right? Faster than what you would expect them to over the course of a night.
And we know better. You and I know better. It's a frame of reference. You have to shift.
Right. So
It's
is
not
there
the
an
crust
event
that
like he's
moves, it's the
saying
sky.
that? Right. Yeah. But yeah, apparently there has been such events taken place, but whether historians regard it as being true or myth or legend or whatever, like that's the thing. But this is also described. You could interpret some scripture as being that as well. An event such like that sort of thing. Like stars falling to Earth. Like if you're looking out into the distance and you see stars like moving very fast towards the horizon, you could interpret that as stars falling to the Earth, even though we know they're not literally hitting the Earth. Right?
Yeah, you could. And meanwhile, the stars are reconfiguring. People who believe in the globe will think the crust is detaching and shifting around, but it's just the star field. Whatever this crazy, almost apparently electric field is doing, just switches polarity, switches 90 degrees.
Yeah, in the realm of speculation too, but then because we don't know if there is a relationship between something that's going on underground as well.
I think this is the most we've speculated in like 2 or 3 years. Not on the Friday. But to me, this is the right way to do it. We're not making up grand stories or saying what if, and it's based off of mainstream mysteries. We're not going off of flat Earth mysteries.
Right, yeah. I mean, Einstein endorsed Charles Hapgood's book on outer crust displacement, as opposed to tectonic plate theory.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he wrote the foreword or something. He wrote,
Really?
wrote it.
I've got his other one on the Antarctica map from Christopher Columbus, where the U.S. Air Force endorsed the fact that the maps that Christopher Columbus got from Constantinople, which were themselves ancient of origin, depicted an Antarctic coastline.
You talking about Piri Reis map?
I don't think that was it. It was something else, but I know that one is also in there. Maybe it was. But there was a map. There were a bunch of maps. So Constantinople, right? It had just recently become Istanbul. The Grand Mosque that's there used to be the Hagia Sophia, the most magnificent Christian cathedral. I think it was built by like Emperor Leo or commissioned by him in like the late 400s or something. I don't know. Regardless, magnificent, right? I mean, this was the true seat of the world empire? It wasn't Rome, it was Constantinople. Rome was just a suburb in Italy. So Constantine moved the capital to Rome, or moved the Roman capital to whatever it was called, like the Bosphorus. They called it Rome on the Bosphorus. And then he developed it and renamed it after himself, right? Because that's what big people do. But I mean, that was the true seat of power. And that was also the true seat of art and knowledge and history and everything else. It was like the New York City of the ages, potentially rivaling Alexandria. But if anybody's going to have the true map of the world, it's going to be the emperor of the freaking world in Constantinople. Christopher Columbus was really smart to go over there and to beg for the equivalent of the Vatican archives at the time, but probably archives much more meaningful and potent than what's in the Vatican. By the way, I think a lot of the stuff in Constantinople was moved up to Moscow through Kiev through the ages. The Vatican took some of it in the Crusades, but I think a lot of it went north, folks. But if he's going to go find like ancient knowledge of the world, he went to the right place. He went to Constantinople, the seat of the emperor for 1,000 years of Christian rule. Thousand years of rather unmolested Christian rule. That's a long time.
$1,000 years, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
After which the beast was released again?
Yeah. I wonder if the beast was released in 1776.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Was that the end of the 1,000-year reign? After which, Satan and his minions get to run havoc again?
When was 1776? I don't know. 1054 AD was the schism, and the fall of Constantinople was 1453. Constantinople, the seat of the emperor of the world, officially fell in the 1400s, about 40 years or so before Christopher Columbus. But by that time, it had already been, the Eastern Empire had crumbled. The Western Empire, usurped by Charlemagne and the Franks, the Merovingians and the Carolinians, they had set up a fake mirror entity of the East and the West, took advantage of the collapse of the Roman world under the barbarians, and brought even their barbarian paganistic views with them, infused it with Christianity, and created the Western Roman Catholic Church, which broke away from the Pentarchy, the 5, call it, ruling churches of the Christian world. Rome was one of 4 that broke away and just so happened became the greatest and most powerful over time. But they're the ones that broke away. They're the ones that schismed. They're the ones that had all these weird, like if you compare Byzantine art and architecture to Frankish art and architecture, in Byzantine architecture, you have beautiful depictions of people and saints and scenery. And then the West, you got like gargoyles and women with breast squirting milk and monsters eating babies.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you had the Frankish kingdoms rise to power, usurping authority from the true emperor in Constantinople. And just over time, Constantinople started to fall. And They became victims of the Crusades, same as the Muslims. And then they moved north into Kiev and then into Moscow.
Hello. How are you?
Doing well. So Christopher Columbus, as I'm saying, like, if he had to go anywhere, there's only one place to go. He wouldn't go to Rome for true maps of the ancient world. He'd go to Constantinople, and he did.
Hey, how are you? Oh,
What's going on? Is there some kind of party over at your place? Am I invited?
I think you might have been hot micing, yeah.
No, he just came in to bomb the room with his beginner English. That's all. He's gone. Yeah, there was definitely some really amazing architecture in that part of the world.
Yeah, the Byzantine Empire, man. Amazingly big and peaceful and advanced. They had the mechanical throne room of the emperor in Constantinople was a steampunk paradise of automatons, of ancient pre-electric robots serving wine, animals doing tricks, and all kinds of amazing things that Chinese emperors even wrote about and marveled at.
Yeah, and I mean, that empire, when you think about it, it just makes a lot of sense that they would have been the ones responsible for all of the amazing architecture that was here. That's pictured
That's what Tartaria is, man. It's the Byzantine Empire, the Christian empire that ended in the 1400s.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be, something to point the finger at when it comes to what we witness and when we look in those old images in the Library of Congress. I don't know how much of that stuff you've actually looked into on libraryofcongress.gov. They got some really interesting stuff.
They're artifacts
Really
of
old
the
images.
Emperor's throne room of Constantinople from the 900s in like the Museum of Berlin. Like the mechanical animals. If you heard that phrase, mechanical animals, like the Pink Floyd album, that comes from that throne room of Constantinople. Yeah. We don't even know what we lost, what we used to have.
Yeah, I mean, so many people are used to what we have now, and they're so in love with the idea of us being the most advanced civilization in human history that they don't even want to entertain any other notion.
Yeah. So I think what you're thinking of, I heard this. I heard it put this way. This is something I think I heard Randall Carlson say, who's a friend of Graham Hancock, also a Freemason. He said, there are different technology trees of development, folks. Just because we have internet and nuclear power doesn't mean that this is the only way to advance technology.
Yeah, I just watched a video yesterday about several people in history whose his discoveries or their whole research into alternative tech and energy was squashed by mainstream, ignored, ridiculed, or actually some of them met ill fate mysteriously, and their research and their studies, their paperwork gone, taken, destroyed, their contraptions destroyed. So yeah, I'll post it. It's actually quite a good video.
I'm totally interested in that. It's like in that song by ODD, man. This world is not what you think it is. It really isn't. It's almost everything but whatever you thought it to be. Even amongst flat earthers. So I don't know why this came to mind, but I was just reminded of something. So in the early space program, they were sending up sounding rockets, and they were studying the outer reaches of Earth's air. They were using spectrometers and measuring the light emission of various elements that they thought and believed to be up there. And they came across an interesting green line in a spectrum. I'm like, man, this doesn't comport to helium or hydrogen. And whatever they did, they studied it and said, you know what, this actually might be an element that has an atomic mass of less than 1. It wasn't just one instance. Huh?
Where was this? Where were they pointing that?
This is like 300,000 kilometers to 700,000 kilometers above Earth. Yeah. Or something crazy like that. We're talking like almost to the moon. Maybe beyond the moon. I don't know. But they were doing these studies. They were looking out. They were sending rockets up and looking out. And they surmised that this might be a new element that's lighter than helium, and they gave it a name. They gave it a name, and you can't find that name in the mainstream anywhere. The name of it is called geocoronium, the crown of the Earth. I think I have stuff from the 1930s on this. So all of this interesting research and speculation kind of collapsed. And I think today they call it like helium-3 or something. And that just opens up a Pandora's box. I'll take what is a superfluid for 500, Alex. I messed up that analogy, but anyway. I mean, what is this? I don't know. I don't know if they ever truly resolved it. Is it a quantum superfluid, or is it really just an element with an apparent atomic mass of less than 1 for some reason? Can it be harvested? Is it produced by the Earth? Is it something that you can put as like a buoyant gas within a superstructure? Like rockets? I don't know.
Yeah, man, geocoronium, very fascinating. There are papers written about it. People speculated on it. People claim to have studied it. And then, no, this is just a derivation of helium this whole time. The green line actually, I think, is similar to oxygen, if I recall correctly. I mean, I'm not a chemist. I'm not a physicist. I found this very fascinating, nevertheless, that their sounding rockets, by their own claims, detected a new element that is lighter than hydrogen. Something lighter than a hydrogen gas. So one of the problems with using hydrogen gas for balloons is it has a tendency to leak through the surface of things. Like the Hindenburg obviously exploded in a gigantic fireball and precluded us from using such a gas. It's combustible. But it's a very difficult gas to contain with conventional materials. It's very costly. It's easier to do helium. It's bigger. But if you got
what's with helium balloons?
Huh?
How come helium balloons shrink? Is that just through effusion?
Shrink? What do you mean shrink? Under what condition?
I've just seen them at birthday parties and that. A couple of days later they're sort of shrunk and they're
oh yeah,
they're fallen to the ground.
Just a pressure differential.
Yeah. Okay.
Outside air is more dense. It's squeezing it.
It's just warmed it up cooled it down over time or something. I don't know. What?
Oh yeah, there's that. I mean, because the balloon is an expanding and contracting volume, you've got that in play. So you got relative density with something that's not a rigid body that's able to expand and contract with pressure. I mean, this is kind of the principle at play with balloon or with blimps, how they work, how they go up and down, or how submarines go up and down. They've got these ballast, these bags that fill and release. And just through displacement, through buoyancy and density, they're able to move up and down within their medium. Yep, whether submarines or blimps, yep. So same principle there, man. But what the heck is geocoronium? If you can fill it and bottle it, I mean, can you fill a Coke can with geocoronium and let go and it flies up?
That'd be cool.
Not really, but yeah, just. I mean, the Coke can's obviously gonna I think, and this is a good question. If you could take a Coke can, I guess a Coke can, the metal would drop obviously in a vacuum. But if you could seal it off, I don't know. I'm way too not in the right frame of mind to be thinking this deep right now. this concretely. Doing the dishes, got minions in the background. I was hoping we'd get another satellite engineer in here. So just a hot wash, what happened? Josh Ingersoll from, I think last week or earlier in the week, he came in and he's like, yeah, man, you guys want that rotation vector around a ball? I got you. NASA provides it for the ISS. Here's the website. So he posted the website, and it's basically a dashboard of API feeds, APIs from NASA, APIs from telemetry data, allegedly from NASA, APIs allegedly from telemetry data from NASA, allegedly from the ISS itself, and allegedly from the subcomponents of the ISS.
What's API?
An API, basically, call it a direct data feed from the source.
Okay.
Yep. So you got a dashboard, you got the data feed, and you got a bunch of numbers doing this and that. So the website basically updates all kinds of stuff about the ISS on it. And you can look at the dashboard. You can create your own dashboard from all the different data feeds in NASA. Like, okay, cool. So I go through it, and for like the first hour, I'm like lost. I'm like, this is a freaking goat rope. There's no like user manual. There's no index. There's nothing explaining what is what. And as a prerequisite, you almost have to know how the ISS is constructed in order to put this together. It's like, okay, like this is on freaking purpose. Like if they wanted to make this data available to middle schoolers to mess around in computer science class, they couldn't do anything with it because you guys are freaking useless. You're not explaining jack. So like already, like my red flags are up. Like, yeah, this is not only trust me, bro, NASA, but also obscured and obfuscated in ways that it's taken me a long time to figure out. But anyway, long story short, I deciphered a lot of the data feeds and figured out what goes to what. And I found the various gyro modules. Why? Because the ISS actually has gyros, they say. Like the ISS, by their claim, has gyros. Why do they need gyros? They need to torque gyros, spin them up and slow them down in order to maintain proper orientation with respect to Earth's surface around a globe. So the nadir is a geometric term. It's basically the perpendicular to the tangent.
Straight down, yeah.
Straight down. That has to be pointing straight down. Otherwise, it's going to be wonky donkey, and you'll have a Skylab issue where the Skylab did not rotate with respect to the Earth in its orbit and was exposing the soft underbelly of it to the sun with every orbital pass. Again, space lore, okay? So I found the gyro feeds, and I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm expecting to be able to take data over time from the gyro feeds and produce a ball because it's from NASA. They're going to give gyro feeds to the public. The public gyro feeds are supposed to produce a beautiful globe for any hobbyist, any freaking semi-autistic nerd like myself who's going to take this data, log it, build a massive table, apply the geometry, and say, yep, based off of the gyro data, the rotation, the Euler angles that are rotating, I've been able to deduce that this thing is doing like a 360-degree rotation every 90 or so minutes. Great. So there's a ball. All right. So I got that data. But what was also interesting, they provided something called quaternions. Like, okay, what the hell's with this? So what are quaternions? Basically, quaternions are rotation mathematics. If I could like put it in a simple soundbite, a quaternion is a way to express a mathematical rotation in a coordinate reference frame. So imagine if I slap a ruler onto the outside of a basketball and I roll the basketball 90 degrees, that ruler is going to reorient itself 90 degrees. If I slapped it on top of the basketball, rotate it, it's going to be from horizontal to vertical after a 90-degree rotation. So if I were to take every single point along that ruler and assign a coordinate system to it, a place to mark its X and Y location, and then I were to rotate that basketball, I'm going to be translating and moving all of those points along that ruler to reorient itself facing up and down, while also displacing it one direction, in the direction of rotation. It's very complicated to do this, but if you use matrix math and develop what's called tensors out of it, then you're able to do it, and that's what quaternions are about. So they supplied quaternions. Quaternions are needed because they've got this spaceship above Earth. It's of this length and dimension, and it's going in this direction around a ball. It's rotating, so it's not only rotating like creating a circle out of the endpoints, but it's also moving with respect to its altitude above Earth. So like, cool. So they're providing quaternions. Where those quaternions come from? And that's the crux of it. These quaternions are calculated quaternions. And you can find this within like the specs of the ISS and the feed itself. These are calculated based off of the height of the ISS above Earth, whether it's flat or globe, but then presuming WGS84 spherical coordinates and a dimension of Earth as a globe instead of a flat Earth. So the quaternions that are being presented are calculated rotations. And furthermore, these quaternions are being fed into a command module. It's called the CMG. I forgot what that stands for. But it's being fed into the CMG, which has to do with the gyros. And the gyros are spitting out its rotation vector based off of WGS84. Long story short, what I figured out from all of this data from NASA, from the API feeds and the supposed telemetry, is their own system is describing a fake orbital rotation around a model of Earth called WGS84 and not the real thing. Mic drop. NASA is modeling the ISS's orbital coordinates using a model of Earth and a model of its orbit called SGP4. They aren't presenting actual measurements of its own orbit. They are producing a model. They're feeding a model into a system and creating a closed feedback loop. Furthermore, there is a series of feeds from the ISS's error correction. What is error? So they got like drift error from the gyros. What causes drift error? Well, in this case, it appears to be the drift error is caused by the lag between when the data is fed from the model to when the gyros are able to update it. Listen, this entire freaking thing could be submersed into a gigantic neutral buoyancy pool in Texas and could be spitting out all this telemetry data, just like the Apollo program, to people monitoring it, and nobody would know the difference, just like the people that were monitoring the telemetry data in Apollo, who, when interviewed, said that they couldn't tell the difference. Well, they had no real difference to compare it to in the first place. This data feed is one gigantic circle jerk of information, folks. There is really nothing here that anybody could substantiate as being true. And furthermore, it's coming from API feeds without telemetry data and the typical data packet format that you'd get from telemetry itself from space objects. And I know the name of that in the convention, and I'm not going to discuss it here. It's trust me, bro, and circular reasoning. Guys, you're making me nervous because nobody's talking. T-Dub. I gotcha, bro. Okay. Something funny I was thinking about is nobody's going to believe flat earthers if they're already not convinced and they're railing against us due to precognitive biases and stuff. So nobody's going to believe us no matter what we say. So when people ask us what we do for a living, nobody would believe us what we say. We may as well tell them we're freaking pizza delivery drivers and Subway sandwich artists. Yeah, I'm talking about quaternions and orbital dynamics, and I'm a Subway sandwich artist. Another guy's like, yeah, I'm critiquing cosmologist Lawrence Krauss on his lambda CDM model of the universe, and I am a pizza delivery driver. I am critiquing ionic propulsion, and I've debunked the Hall effect. I am a construction worker.
Some want to hear from this Josh, and some don't. It seems.
Yo, man, what was that?
Just looking at the side chat there, Majin's like, well, yeah, I look forward to hearing from Josh again, and over fences is like, yeah, no, thanks.
You know, I kind of want to do this in live time. like describe the cafeteria of an office that we have both been in together?
Whoa, okay. That might turn some heads, hey?
Yeah, and I don't want to turn heads either. I'm a fair bit older than him, so. But I think he pretty much acknowledged the fact that we've both been in the same kind of place together, so the same exact place.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood then. Right. Okay. Over fences. Yep. No problem. Gotcha. What was he yelling that about?
Leo, that's funny. I. No, man, I used to work in aerospace. And I was not, or nor never was an engineer. And I will never purport to be one or hold myself out as one. Not even to insinuate.
No, you were security detail, right? No, I'm kidding. Or did I? Did I hit it? No. Financial advisor. That's what.
Yeah, that's what I do now. Yes, I was in finance. No, just kidding. I was not then, but I do finance now. It's a nice retirement gig, dude. I actually built a quant strategy. I've got an Excel spreadsheet. It's got covariance matrices going out like with 15 or 16 iterations. Freaking destroys my computer. And the reason why is my back office won't let me use Python or anything else like that to code this stuff, so I have to do everything in Excel. Yeah, I'm running a quant strategy right now in finance. It's working out well and has been for a few years.
So yeah, I got into the previous line of work because of 9/11. I bought into the whole thing, hook, line, and sinker. And there are many things I've done which I regret.
So you say you fell for the official 9/11 story or the conspiracy story?
What's funny is the day that Charlie Kirk got knocked off, I told everybody in the other server, Frontline Unlimited, Unchained, Unbound, whatever, in the FU server, I'm like, dude, they're gonna totally call this the Kirk effect, like the Trump effect. And now it's happening. Like you can Google the Kirk effect. I'm like, oh man, here we are. Welcome to Hollywood TV, where everybody believes reality and fiction have collided. Nobody can tell the difference. The Kirk effect. What is the Kirk effect? The Kirk effect is basically a galvanization of Charlie Kirk's most ardent followers behind American conservatism. People who've never even cared about or watched or seen Charlie Kirk are now suddenly moved by his passing. It's not to say that you should lack empathy. It is to say that if you suddenly find empathy after this, then maybe you need to reevaluate why you're feeling this way, because it's probably not genuine.
Who? I'm kidding.
Carly Church.
Carly Church. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, man. Actually, that's weird because I know somebody who wouldn't know the first thing about it or was not following it, but felt like, I don't know why this moved me so much. Now I'm like, I understand and like stuff. What? Okay. You didn't even know who it was, right? Didn't know him. Hadn't followed him. Didn't really know about him. And it happened. Looked into it now. It was all like, oh, yeah, this is terrible. Like, yeah, we should revolt. And dude, you're not even American. Slow down.
Dude. I mean, it is a tragedy. I've learned more about him since his passing than I ever knew. He was really like he was a doughboy.
He was soft, he was kind and gentle, and he basically took a pounding by the left, and he seemed to love it. Almost like an Irishman in the middle of war. He would go into the heart of the deepest pits of perdition and would hold discussions, debates with people that are diametrically opposed to his views. And he's remarkably good at holding frame. But his whole shtick is not, I hate to call it a shtick, his whole mission was to open dialogue between people with opposing viewpoints to his own, and he was unabashedly American conservative. And there are people today on the far left who actually respect him and did respect him before his death and respect him even more now as a martyr of sorts. And it's not because of his ideology, but because they thought that he was somebody that best embodied the kind of free speech, peaceful values that they wanted in themselves. And that's almost like a higher virtue. Like, we can transcend our opinions on social and economic matters and go with how we feel about the idea of trying to resolve our differences peacefully through dialogue, discourse, reason, evidence, presentation of facts, and so on and so forth. And Charlie Kirk did all of that. And that kind of thing does absolutely transcend left and right. And there are very few people today on the left that can say that they've done that. So there's something to admire about Charlie Kirk from the left, even though he was on the opposite end of his value spectrum on the right than he was to the left.
Right, which is why, like that. If I was a conspiracy theorist, I would, speculate on whether it was his own side that kind of wanted him out. People from his own side that have a different methodology employed, right? So that that don't like his style, and no peace, no. Right. So I don't, but I'm not, and I don't know enough about it to even say, but and who knows about this alleged shooter,
Oh yeah, the shooting itself is squirrely AF. Like a 30-06 from 170 meters away. I mean, I don't know what that would look like in a human. But a puncture wound on the neck, I can't imagine that'd be the case. That is a very significant rifle round. There's a lot of explosive powder packed behind that bullet.
From a higher elevation.
Yeah.
Didn't enter. It entered below the neck, didn't it?
Yeah, like by the collarbone area.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I haven't looked into it, so I just heard stuff.
I mean, it could have been, but regardless, I'm like, I mean, 30-06s, man, like, you could hunt some big buck from downrange on that. And what we saw from, it's disgusting. I hate death. I don't deal well with it. If you watch what happened to him, it looked like an opening and then just a gushing of fluid. It wasn't a violent explosion in or out. And as more details emerge, there's just, it's like another freaking Las Vegas shooting. Everybody's waiting for the investigative breakthrough of truth. Everybody's waiting for that final moment where we can determine who did it and why. And it never comes. All the way back to 9/11. Or even to JFK.
I question motive, man, because the guy's unlikely. Really, you were that against his words? Really? I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Well, if you wanted to get into the history books, I mean, you did it. I mean, what were you going to accomplish by it? I mean, really, was there much more he could have said that he hadn't said already, and is forever etched in the digital world? Not forever, but you know what I mean, virtually. And it's really not going to done more for his cause than your own. I mean, it's just weird. It's just all weird. I don't know what to think of it all. I mean, what happens from that?
Yeah, I don't know.
What have you stopped? What have you prevented? I mean, what were you trying to achieve? Was it just heated passion? What was it?
Yeah, it was all passion. But if I'm going to put a positive spin on it, it served as an ideal. Like passion is often idyllic, right? So the ideal is to be able to bring people of opposing views together and have a peaceful discussion and potentially reconcile differences. I think that is kind of like what the Kirk effect symbolizes. Now that he's gone, I mean, the Kirk effect. The Kirk effect is the symbolic, call it like an occult alchemical reconciliation of the wet and dry paths. The dark and the light. There's something very deeply occultic with him, almost Masonic. I mean, in another server, I was outlining the similarities between Charlie Kirk's passing and his life that preceded it and the 32nd degree of Scottish Masonry. So, in the 32nd degree of Scottish Masonry, there's a guy named Constance, not Charlie. And he's basically mired with demons and is struggling with virtue and other chivalric things his entire life. The whole thing takes place basically in medieval times. At the end, he basically sacrifices himself for the greater good and exclaims, "My hope is in God," while he picks up a sword and defeats an invading army and gets killed. And with that is the Latin phrase "Spes mea in Deo est," which is on the emblem of the 32nd degree of Scottish Rite Masonry. And Charlie Kirk is being basically paraded in front of us as a Constance from the degree a boy, a man who takes up a sword and fights evil and sacrifices himself for the greater good, doing good things for the will of his God, for the will of the emperor, king, whatever. Something greater than himself. And witnessing his death and the moment leading up to it is exactly what the 32nd degree is all about. The passion, right? The passion, which you brought up earlier. So the entire West, and particularly America, was basically initiated into the 32nd degree of Scottish Masonry, watching the passing of Charlie Kirk and knowing and understanding his life. And he's in the process of uniting left and right. I mean, the East and the West, there's just so much happening with all of this. I'll be right back. Okay, where are we at, guys? T-Dub, mic check. Oh, you said BBL. Okay. Just me. All right. Back to speculation. All right. Here's your chance to ask
I'm
Dr.
still listening,
Yoda.
Dr. Yoda.
Ask me the
still
weird
listening.
thing. Hey, what's up, John?
Just wrapping up this project still. Got
Okay.
you on the headphones.
Man, we went deep into crazy, crazy stuff. The past like 3 hours. Maybe 2. Still blown away by the tropical year, man. I think I need to make it more memeified. So, I mean, first off, like, nobody's ever heard of the tropical year. Like, what the hell does that mean? Like, Hawaii? And you have to explain what it is. And to understand why it's weird, you have to understand what the globe heliocentric model is in order to compare it with what you observe. You have to understand like the geometry of the equinoxes or the solstices. You have to understand latitude and longitude, or right ascension and declination in the stars. There's so many prerequisites, but it's such a great globe killer. I mean, just like that there are crazy like synodic months with the moon. The moon does weird stuff. And the powers that be have pretty much figured out what the moon must do in a geocentric and heliocentric model for the observations, the geometry of the observations to work out. But they still don't exactly work all the way. Same with the sun. The sun does some weird stuff. And it's so subtle, so almost seemingly insignificant, that you could almost explain it away with the way that the geocentrists and heliocentrists have worked out, but still not always. So, like, examples are the Selenelian lunar eclipse or the sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. The geometry doesn't work in a heliocentric system. And the tropical year debunks the solar year from the heliocentric system. The tropical year is what we humans observe from the sky anywhere on Earth. The solar year is what is extrapolated from those observations when interpreted in a heliocentric frame of reference. One of these you can verify, the other one you cannot. So, for those listening, like, I came across this. I did not invent this as a flat Earth proof or anything like that, or a heliocentric, geocentric debunk. I came across this whole thing from watching an old YouTuber. He passed away. His name is Antonio Subarats. Antonio Subarats has several years of live streams and videos. His YouTube channel is The Book of the Sun. He also released a book called The Book of the Sun, which was never formally published or put out, and to my understanding, there are only limited copies available. But Antonio Subirats was one of the most, if not the most, legendary flat earther. He came up with ways to prove the earth is flat from living inside of an apartment. Yeah, sounds crazy. So all you apartment dwellers, potentially even basement dwellers, yeah, you don't have to leave the house, and he can prove the earth is flat to you. He was a Spaniard who lived in London in a flat, and he was an artist. I don't know if I've ever seen his art, but he might have been an accomplished artist, and he passed away either during or soon after the coup. He is well known for a couple things. One, I think like during an equinox or maybe an eclipse, he basically crowdsourced observations from all over the world in a gigantic live stream and debunked the globe. And he also built an entire map of the world based off of travel times of boats and airplanes. And his map of the world looks nothing like an azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map, for that matter. And it doesn't look like the globe either. It's a bit wonky. And it was during his show that there was a Russian researcher, I think his name was like Sergei Matisev, who came on and he's like, you know what? I've been looking at meteorological data in Moscow. He lives in Moscow. So from my Moscow meteorology website, we've got records going back like 150 years or something. And I've noticed an interesting pattern in the data. So Antonio Subirats is like, okay, what's that pattern? And so he goes, well, if you were to rearrange the data according to a tropical year, that is a year marked by the passing of the equinoxes or the solstices, you will get 365 sunups and sundowns every 3 years, followed by 366 in the fourth. And he went back like 100 years. 100 years of meteorological data. And I've confirmed this through my own means and using Naval Observatory data. It's absolutely true. It's freaking batshit crazy. Like, yes, every 3 years you got 365 sunup and sundowns and 366 on the fourth year. It's like the sun is fucking with you, just like the moon is fucking with you with stellarian eclipses, just like you're being fucked with every time there's a sunrise or sunset eclipse of the sun. The geometry and the chronology doesn't match up to a globe in a solar system. And the explanations that are given in both cases are ad hoc explanations without any way to verify their means of veracity. You can't determine that they're true. A solar year is like 365.246 days. Why is it 0.246 days? Why is it that when if you were to take a tropical year, you can count exactly 365? The reason is the solar year presumes an orbit, which they haven't quite worked out the mathematics of yet. The tropical year is based off of observational reality. So, question is, does this prove that the Earth is flat? Not really, but what this suggests is that the heliocentric or geocentric models of Earth so far are unable to be established as true. What does substantiate flat Earth is our measurements of it, including lasers and long distance observations and radio. Why is it that like electromagnetic propagation shows Earth as flat, but gravity says it's a globe? You can prove electromagnetism exists, but not gravity. Like I can create electromagnetism. Absolutely. I could take a copper wire, wind it around a nail, connect it to a battery, and I can wave that crap in the air really fast and produce radio waves. How do I create gravity? Honestly, this might be a good question for globers that come in. Like, can you create gravity? I can create forces like electromagnetism, like I described. How do I create gravity? Can I wrap a coil around a nail and connect it to a battery? No. How do I create gravity? You're going to say, like, what? I grab a rock or something? Yeah, show me some kind of force that pulls or pushes against a rock with gravity. No, for every unit of gravity, I can produce about 40 units of coulombs, 40 orders of magnitude of coulombs. That's the force between a nucleus and an electron. So I can produce 40 orders of magnitude of coulombs to whatever you propose is 1 unit of gravity. How do you prove that gravity exists, guys? Like, come on. How do you isolate electrostatic and dynamic forces from gravity? Is there any molecular model of gravity? No. Is there any gravitational model of molecular behavior? No. You're going to need that in order to suggest that the oceans of the Earth are curving convexly at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, and you don't even have that. So, no, you don't have any gravity. Gravity's not a force. If it was a force, then you could measure it with your curvature measurements. But womp womp, you don't have any curvature measurements of the Earth.
Assalamu alaikum, gentlemen. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, bro?
I'm doing great. How are you? Are you from Saudi Arabia?
Yeah. What's
Cool,
your name?
man.
No understanding English.
Okay. Well,
Speak English. Good.
I don't speak Arabic. I'm sorry, but
Okay. No.
we can try.
I am no understand you. Understand Arabic. No problem. Yeah, bro.
Okay, good.
Okay. Bye.
Well, you're in the flat Earth room. Did you know that the Earth is flat?
I understand. I'm sorry.
The Earth is like a carpet.
Understand. Assalamu alaikum. Ya Allah. I'm saying that.
Flat Earth.
Room. No. Speak English. مقبول والله.
Is that Saddam Hussein in your PFP?
PFP 1v1?
Is that Saddam Hussein?
I am شو اسمه PS5 play.
Dude, I'm too fucked up to realize what you're saying right now. Pardon my French.
I'm sorry, bro. No understand.
It's okay. Did you know that the Earth is flat?
Where from? I am sorry. Leg out. Okay.
Okay, the Earth is not a globe. The Earth is flat.
Bro, I am get out. Okay. Bye. Okay.
All right, bye-bye. The Earth is flat.
Okay.
Flat
Goodbye,
Earth is
bro.
true.
Thank you, bro.
Allah made the Earth flat. All right, just trying to spread the gospel, man. Flat Earth gospel. That was bonkers. Guy shows up with a PFP of Saddam Hussein. He confirmed he's from Saudi Arabia. Sounds like it. Says English sucks. He's got to know what flat Earth is. Like, that's like English 101. You should be able to figure out flat Earth. Whatever. Maybe he got his English from movies, and they don't ever say the words flat Earth together in movies in English. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.